6 spirit stones. Come back tomorrow, and if the rent on this immortal cave is still overdue, you get out of Zengtu Market. The man saying it wore the black robes of the water dragon sect, and he said it the way a warehouse clerk reads a shipping label. No anger, no threat. Just a man doing inventory on my life while standing in my doorway with his hands behind his back. I nodded like I had a plan. I did not have a plan. I had a shack with a leaking roof, a fishing boat with more holes in it than my future, and exactly 1 spirit stone, which was in my pocket only because I hadn't yet figured out how to eat it. Rent was 3 stones a month. I was 2 months behind, 6 owed, 1 owned, and a deadline that arrived at sunrise. I want you to understand something. In my last life, I died at a desk. Fluorescent lights, quarterly targets, a chair that had molded to my shape like it was digesting me. And then I woke up in a cultivation world. Immortals, flying swords, people who punch holes in mountains, and my very first problem, on day 1 of my glorious second chance, was rent. I transmigrate into a world of immortals, and I still have to pay rent. Young Xiang, Old Man Jia was leaning on my fence before the collector's boat had even turned. Bald head, 3 teeth, a pipe he never put tobacco in because tobacco costs money. My neighbor, my father's friend, allegedly. Go see Scabby Ma, Wu Lens. At what? 80%. 80% interest. Interest is only expensive if you plan on paying it back. Wu sucked on the dry pipe and made a wet little noise with it. Your parents are 2 months dead, boy. Nobody's coming. That part was true. My parents, meaning the parents of the body I'd woken up in, had gone out onto Yunyu Marsh 9 weeks ago and had not come home. Officially, a Tier 1 spirit fish at middle stage got them. Officially. I'd read the memories that came with the body, and I'd read them twice, and there was a hole in that story big enough to sail a boat through, but I was chi refining level 2, and hunger doesn't wait for justice. So I went back inside my house, sat on the dirt floor, and looked at the thing floating in front of my eyes that nobody else could see. It had shown up the same day I did. A pale panel, hanging in the air, listing my worldly holdings with the enthusiasm of a tax assessor. Fish pond, level 0. Chicken coop, level 0. Pig pen, level 0. Immortal cave, level 0. Spirit field, level 0. Level 0 across the board. A perfect score if you're grading emptiness. Fish pond, level 1. Cost: 1 low-grade spirit stone. Effect: fry growth speed increased 20%, and semi-spirit fish gain a chance to evolve into true spirit fish. I read that twice too. My fish pond was a mud puddle behind the house with 1 sad base in it that I'd been saving the way you save a lottery ticket. My entire liquid wealth was the stone in my pocket. Spending it meant I definitely could not pay rent tomorrow, as opposed to merely probably. I tried the obvious thing first, because I am not a hero. I am a guy who reads terms and conditions. I walked out and pointed the panel at Old Man Jia's fish pond, which was bigger than mine and had actual fish in it. Nothing. The panel didn't even have the courtesy to say no. It just sat there displaying my puddle, like a phone that refuses to acknowledge a network it can see perfectly well. Fine. I tried listing the upgrade with materials I did not physically own. Also nothing. It wanted the stone in my hand, in my house, on my dirt, and it wanted it now. So the rules were, it only touched what was mine, and it only ate what I actually had. No borrowing, no relabeling the world, no clever, which honestly was a relief. A cheat with no rules is just a story about a guy who wins. A cheat with rules is a puzzle, and I have spent my entire existence, both of them, being a guy who is good at puzzles and bad at everything else. I took out the stone, I held it over the puddle, and I thought about the desk, and the chair, and dying halfway through a spreadsheet. Upgrade. The stone crumbled into gray powder in my fingers, the powder went into the water, and the panel ticked over. Fish pond, level 1. Then I sat down on the edge of my mud puddle, completely broke, at night, with the rent collector coming back in 9 hours, and stared at a bass. Nothing happened for about 4 hours. Then, at some hour of the morning that doesn't have a name, something hit the surface of my puddle hard enough to throw water onto my knees. I want to be clear that my first reaction was not joy. My first reaction was that something had gotten into the pond and was eating my only asset. I came off the ground with my hands up and a water ball forming badly, and then I saw it. My 7-star base was gone. In its place, thrashing in about a foot of muddy water, was something with dark banded scales and a spine of hard little ridges and eyes that caught the moonlight and threw it back at me. Cold blood base. Early tier 1 spirit fish. I knew what a 7-star base sold for. 1 stone, if the buyer was in a good mood. I knew what a cold blood base sold for too. 15. Maybe more, if the blood was fresh. I stood there in my leaking shack barefoot in the dark, doing arithmetic. 1 stone in, 15 out, overnight. Then the fish tried to leave. It made a run at the lip of the pond, and I moved without thinking, and my hand came up, and I cast Water Arrow. Here's the thing about Water Arrow. The previous owner of this body had never once managed it. Wu knew Water Ball badly. We'd been stuck at level 2 for 2 years, and he'd have told you cheerfully that some people just aren't built for it. The arrow went straight through the fish's head and buried itself in the mud on the far bank. I looked at my own hand for a second, then I looked at the fish. Then I did the responsible, dignified thing and got down on my knees in the mud to make sure it was really dead, because 15 spirit stones does not get to swim away from me. Sunrise found me hauling it into the water compartment of my miserable little boat with a tarp over the top. Going out? Old man Jia, at his fence, dry pipe, 3 teeth. Wu had the look of a man watching a debt walk toward a cliff. Fishing, I said. Wu tapped the pipe on the post. The heartless Yunyu Marsh. Another drowning ghost to be added. Great. Love that for me. I sailed out anyway, because there was one more problem to solve, and it wasn't the fish. A chi refining level 2. Nobody who catches a tier 1 spirit fish in a puddle behind his house is not a lucky man. Wu is a man with something worth taking. So I went out into the marsh, found a rock of an island half a day from the market, sat on it doing absolutely nothing for 6 hours, and came back in the late afternoon with a sunburn and an alibi. The water dragon sect disciple at the buying counter turned the fish over twice. Quality's good, he said. Blood's well preserved. 18. 18. 3 more than I'd hoped for, because I hadn't torn it up landing it. I have never in either of my lives felt anything like the 18 seconds after that. Not joy exactly, something meaner and better. The feeling of a floor appearing under your feet. I paid the 6 for rent first, in front of witnesses, because a man who pays his debt in public is a man nobody talks about later. Tao Jian, the hook-nosed collector, counted them without looking at me and went on to the next house. Then somebody asked the question I was going to be answering for the next several years of my life. Where'd a kid like you get 18 stones? Good fortune, I said. Just good fortune. I bought 5 semi-spirit fish for 5 stones. I bought 3 Qinghuang chickens for another 5, and I went home with 7 stones in my pocket, which was 7 more than I had owned in my entire time in this world. And old man Jia met me at my gate with his eyes narrowed to slits. You brat, he said. Did you go and sell your ass? I sold a fish. Nobody sells a fish for that. Then I sold my ass, I said, and went inside and closed my stolen future's door behind me. The 5 semi-spirit fish went into the pond. The 3 chickens went into a lopsided pen I nailed together out of planks that same night, which I want to stress was the first physical labor I had done in 2 lifetimes, and it showed. The thing leaned. A chicken looked at it and then looked at me with what I can only describe as disappointment. The panel didn't care about craftsmanship. Chicken coop, level 1. Cost, 2 low-grade spirit stones. Effect, each Qinghuang chicken lays 1 spirit egg per day. Let me put that in context because in context it is obscene. A normal Qinghuang chicken lays 1 egg every 3 days. Roughly 1 egg in 10 is a spirit egg, so a normal chicken produces a spirit egg about once a month, and a normal fisherman with 3 chickens is a man waiting on a monthly delivery. My chickens would lay 3 spirit eggs a day, every day, forever. The success rate was 100%. Not high, not improved, 100. I spent my last 2 stones on it before I could talk myself out of it, and then I did the thing I had been thinking about ever since I understood what a spirit egg actually was. I ate them. 3 eggs, raw, standing over the wash basin like a criminal. And then, because in my past life, I read a truly unhealthy number of these stories, and every single one of them has a scene where the protagonist throws away the part with the good stuff in it. I took the shells, ground them to powder between 2 rocks, and swallowed that too. Every cultivation manual in this world says the shell is waste. Every cultivation manual in this world was written by people who could afford to be wasteful. The qi came up through me like standing under a hot shower after a week of cold ones. My meridians, such as they were, filled and kept filling. Level 2 went past. Level 3 arrived. 2 years that body had been stuck. 2 years of a 4-element spiritual root, which sounds impressive until somebody explains that 4 elements means all of them are shallow, and shallow means slow, and slow means you die at 40 on a boat. 2 years, and I broke it in a night with breakfast. I was still sitting there grinning at nothing like an idiot when someone banged on my door. Young Xiang. Old man Jia. Of course. Do you want a wife? I did not want a wife. What I wanted was another 18 hours alone with my chickens. But you don't say that in a market of 200 people where every single one of them is going to hear about your answer by lunch. So I opened the door, and old man Jia walked me 3 houses down to look at a girl named Wu Hua. She was chi refining level 2, an orphan out of Taiyan market, which in this world is a resume that consists entirely of the word alone. No family, no bride price, no in-laws. She sat on a stool with her hands in her lap in a room with 2 other families in it, and the arrangement was the most efficient piece of business I have ever witnessed. She was allowed to pick. That was the whole of her leverage. 1 girl, 2 households, and whichever one she pointed at, she'd be cooking for by the end of the week. The other household was the Xiao family, Xiao Feng, level 4, decent man, tired eyes, his wife Guo Ru, who was doing arithmetic on my clothes, and their son, Xiao Ming, 17, all elbows, watching Wu Hua the way you watch weather. She looked at Xiao Ming, then she looked at me, then she closed her eyes for about 2 seconds, which I understood perfectly, because she was choosing a life and she didn't want to see her own hand do it. She pointed at me. I found out later what the reasoning was, and I'm not flattered by it exactly. I was better looking, and more importantly, I had nobody, no mother-in-law to serve, no household to be the lowest rung of. Marrying me was the closest thing to freedom on the menu. I said no. I said it politely, and I said it fast, before the room could tilt. My cultivation was unstable. I had debts. I couldn't feed anyone. I wished her well. All of it was even sort of true. The real reason was that I had a panel in my head that printed money and a story about my parents' deaths that hadn't been finished being told to me yet, and neither of those things had room in it for a wife who deserved better than being adjacent to that. Guo Ru's face went from arithmetic to triumph in about a quarter second. Wu Hua married Xiao Ming that same night. Marsh weddings are quick. There was millet wine and someone's cousin playing a flute badly and a dozen fishermen getting loud in a courtyard, and I stood at the edge of it with a bowl in my hand being congratulated by people who thought I dodged an expense. Across the yard, in red, Wu Hua kept glancing at me. I watched 4 separate things go through her face over the course of that evening, in order: unwillingness, regret, anger, and then last, the flat one, the one that isn't an emotion so much as a decision to stop having them. I left early. I went home, sat in my dark house with the chickens muttering out back, and practiced water arrow at a knot in the wall until my fingers stopped shaking. Somewhere around midnight, it stopped being hit or miss. The water arrow technique. Major achievement. So that was my wedding night too, in a manner of speaking. The next 3 days went like this: 3 spirit eggs a day, cracked into a bowl, shells ground and swallowed. Water Shield learned off the same technique manual the previous owner had been failing at for 2 years. Level 3 settling in under me like concrete curing. Xiao Ming did not come out of his room for 3 of those days. Young people, Old Man Jia announced to the street on day 2, must guard against lust. The street had opinions. The street had a lot of opinions. I kept my head down and my chickens producing. On the 3rd morning, Jia caught me at the fence and his eyes did something I didn't like. Would felt it. Level 3. Wu was looking at a kid who'd been level 2 for 2 years and who now, somehow, wasn't. Your aura, he said. The Qinghuang chicken laid 2 spirit eggs, I said. I ate them. Which was true, in the sense that a wall is technically made of dirt. Wu accepted it because it was small and stupid, and true things usually are. Then he changed the subject to gossip, which is what old men in fishing markets run on instead of blood. Fishermen were going missing off the northeast corner, 4 in a month. Word was a rank 1 spirit fish at late stage had moved in, and word was also that the sect wasn't in a hurry about it. And on the far side of the fence, I could hear Guo Ru laying into Xiao Feng for spending 5 stones on 2 chickens. I said nothing. I had 6 chickens. That night, another splash. I came out of the house at a dead run, and this time I already had the water arrow up. The scaly rock grouper I'd bought for a stone had become something else. Stone armored grouper, plate scales, thick as roof tile, the kind of fish that doesn't dodge because it doesn't have to, which created a genuinely interesting problem, and I want to walk you through it, because this was the first time I understood that my little panel was going to be a liability as often as an asset. A stone armored grouper is worth a lot. A stone armored grouper with its armor smashed in is worth considerably less. The market pays for the shell. And the only way anyone in Zhengtu market kills one of these without wrecking it is a precise strike through the eye, in open water, on a moving target. That requires level 5 or 6 and a mastery of object manipulation that I did not have. I did have a mud puddle 2 meters across and a fish that could not go anywhere. I stood on the bank and I shot it through the eye like a man cheating at carnival games, and it died with every single scale intact. Then I got to carry my perfect, pristine, physically impossible fish to market and explain it. The counter went quiet. That is not a figure of speech. The disciple weighing it stopped weighing it. Somebody behind me said, out loud, a stone-armored grouper without 1 damaged scale, in the tone you'd use for a man walking a tiger on a string. You didn't catch this yourself. I had about 2 seconds. And in those 2 seconds I invented the single most useful person in my life. A man who would go on to solve approximately every social problem I had for the next several years, and who did not exist. My master caught it, I said. Silence. Wu's in seclusion for a breakthrough, I said. I'm just running errands. You could feel the room reorganize around me. A nobody with an impossible fish is a thief or a freak. A nobody with a master is a nobody with a master. And in a place like Zhengtu Market, other people's masters are exactly the kind of thing you do not poke. I got 20 stones for the grouper, and I spent 12 of them immediately on the single most important purchase of my early life, a medium-grade lightning strike talisman. 12 stones for one piece of paper. At level 3, that paper could kill a level 6. It sat in my robe against my chest for months afterward, and I thought about it constantly, the way you think about a fire extinguisher in a house you've decided is going to burn down eventually. With what was left, I bought 3 more Qingwang chickens. You again, said the chicken cultivator, a squat man with feathers in his beard and a cage stack taller than he was. Do they lay eggs like crazy after you buy them or something? My heart did one full stop. The meat, I said, is quite fragrant. Wu accepted that. Fishermen have low standards for other people's business. 3 more chickens, 5 stones, and 3 more semi-spirit fish for the last 3, and I went home to a house that now produced 6 spirit eggs a day. Old man Jia came calling 2 days later. That was new. Would never called before, only ever leaned on his fence and narrated my life at me. Now he came to my gate smiling, and the name he used had changed. For as long as I'd been in this body, I had been Little Xiang. Little brother Xiang, he said. I had the fish pond effect switched off before he cleared the gatepost. That was the other thing the panel could do, and I'd found it by accident in the first week, and it was worth more than any of the upgrades. The glow, the aura, the faint richness in the air that a spirit building gives off, all of it went dead at a thought. My pond became a mud puddle, my coop became 6 chickens, and some regret. Wu came in. Wu looked around. Wu was searching for something and not finding it, and the not finding it made him relax. Your master, he said. Does he ever come here? Wu likes roast Qingwang chicken, I said. That's mostly what I'm for. Old man Jia laughed at that, and then he gave me the piece of news he'd actually come to deliver, and I understood that he had come to watch my face while I received it. Yi Shan the pig butcher, he said. Wu's got your father's boat. The willow leaf boat. My father's magical artifact, the only real thing that family had ever owned. It had gone into the marsh with them. Wu bought it, Jia said, watching me. From Scabby Ma. There it was. My parents went out on the water, and their boat came back without them, and it came back through the hands of Scabby Ma, who was a middle-stage chi refining loan shark with the Hua family's money behind him and a face like a dropped meal. I kept my hands where they were. I kept my breathing where it was. I said something about how it was good that the boat had found an owner who'd use it. Wu left satisfied. I sat in my house for a long time afterward, and I did not go and kill anybody, and I want to be honest about why, because it wasn't restraint, and it wasn't wisdom. Scabby Ma was 3 levels above me and connected to the largest family in this market. Going after him at level 3 would not have been revenge. It would have been a donation. So I wrote it down in the place in my head where I write things down, and I went out back and I fed my chickens. Here is what I did not know that afternoon, and what I found out much later, in the worst possible way. While I was feeding chickens, old man Jia was walking to the other end of Zhengtu Market, into a courtyard with white plastered walls, to talk to Scabby Ma. Xiang Yunfan's boy is acting strange, he said. Xiang Yunfan. Scabby Ma didn't look up. Can that dog thing come back to life? Wu couldn't. Scabby Ma had made sure of that personally, out on the water, with a water arrow, and he was not a man troubled by revisiting it. The son's got money now, Jia said. Money he shouldn't have. And Scabby Ma, who was a killer but not a fool, looked at the old man in his doorway and read him like a receipt. You want to use my hand, he said, to slaughter Xiang Lei. Jia started to protest. Don't. Scabby Ma waved it off, almost bored. It was you who sold me Xiang Yunfan's location. You took my spirit stone for it. Don't stand in my house and pretend you're a neighbor. I did not hear that conversation. I want to say that clearly, because for a long time afterward, I would replay the version of it I imagined, and none of my versions were as ugly as the real one turned out to be. My father's friend of 30 years, 1 spirit stone, the location of a fishing spot. They didn't kill me that week, for the record. They had something better to do. Maple Leaf Island, Scabby Ma said. An immortal abode. Foundation establishment master. Dead a long time. The formation's finally decaying. Jia's dry pipe stopped moving. Every market on the marsh will be there, Scabby Ma said. So we go first. And then, as an afterthought, on his way out of the room, the sentence that decided the next 2 months of my life. The boy comes after. The invitation came 4 days later, and it came wearing a very friendly face. Old man Jia brought Xiaofeng with him for credibility, and the 2 of them stood in my yard explaining Maple Leaf Island to me like I was a child being offered a trip to the seaside. We aren't going after the immortal cave, Xiaofeng said, and he actually believed it, which was the sad part. Let the big families kill each other over that. We're going to make money off the dead. That is a real profession on Yunyu Marsh. When 4 markets send their fighters to the same rock, somebody has to walk behind them picking up the storage pouches. It's called being practical. It pays extremely well, right up until it doesn't. I'm a coward, I said. They looked at me. I'm level 3, I said. I'd be the money somebody else makes. Gia worked on me for a while. There was a whole speech about how a man doesn't get anywhere hiding in his house, delivered by a man who had sold my father for 1 spirit stone. I stood there nodding along with my hands in my sleeves. It is a strange thing to hate someone completely and still not be able to prove it out loud. They sailed the next morning, the whole Xiao family and Gia together, and they made a production of it. Xiao Feng had a mantis boat, low and fast. Gia had a black wood boat. There were maybe 30 people on the water that day, banners up, shouting to each other across the channels like men going to a festival. They asked me to keep an eye on their houses. I said of course. Then I went inside and spent 2 weeks doing the least dramatic thing in this entire story, which was sitting on a mat in a leaking shack eating eggs. 6 spirit eggs a day, shells ground and swallowed. Level 3 stabilizing, thickening, becoming something I could actually stand on instead of something I'd tripped into. I saved for level 4, which is a wall, because level 4 is middle stage, and middle stage is where a fisherman stops being scenery. The news filtered back in pieces, the way news does. 3 markets fighting on Maple Leaf at once. A level 9 from Taiyan Market, a real monster by local standards, killed on the spot by a single strand of sword chi that came off the ruins when he stepped somewhere he shouldn't have. Nobody who came back could agree on what the island even looked like inside. And in my pond one night, another splash. Thorn bream, 17 stones, 20 in hand, and I stood at the counter turning that number over because 20 was almost enough. You're the fish kid. The man beside me had blood on his sleeve and blood dried in his hair, and he was leaning on the counter the way you lean on things when standing has become optional. Level 4. A Dharma boat tied at the dock behind him, which for a rogue cultivator is like owning a car in a village of walkers. Feng Bo. That was the first time I heard the name. You just come back from Maple Leaf? I said. Wu laughed, and it turned into a cough, and he wiped his mouth and looked at the smear on his hand with mild professional interest. That wasn't fighting for opportunities anymore, he said. That was a total free-for-all. I bought him a drink because I wanted the information and stayed for the second one because I liked him, which is a sentence I would repeat, with variations, for years. Then I went home and burned 14 spirit stones in 3 days. Level 4. Middle stage of chi refining. I'm going to allow myself exactly 1 line of dignity here, and it is this. I sat in the dark in a shack I still didn't fully own, with dust in my hair and my whole net worth turned to powder around my knees, and I said out loud, to nobody, I, Xianglei, have arrived. Roughly 40 minutes later, Xiaoming's boat came back. I heard it before I saw it, because it was coming in wrong, hitting the channel markers, drifting more than sailing. The mantis boat was gone. This was the old Blackwood spare, and the rail on the port side had been sheared off, and there were 2 people on it instead of 5. Wu Hua was on her knees in the bottom of the boat with her hand pressed to her waist and her sleeves soaked through. Xiaoming was steering with both hands locked on the tiller and his face doing nothing at all. Brother Xiang, he said when the hull knocked the dock. My parents. They're all dead. I got them both up the ladder. I got Wu Hua flat and got 100 herb pill into her, my only one. And I got the story out of Xiaoming in pieces over the next hour, and it was worse than anything the market gossip had managed. The 3 markets had turned on each other about a day in, not over the immortal cave, over the corpses, and then over each other, and then eventually, over nothing at all. Because once enough people have died in one place, the killing stops needing a reason. Kill on sight. Anyone not from your market is a threat and a wallet. The Zhao family had run for the boats. Gia was with them. And somewhere in the last 50 meters, with a bandit at level 5 closing from behind, old man Gia had grabbed Xiaoming by the collar and thrown him, backward, onto his parents' boat, between the bandit and himself. Wu threw me, Xiaoming said. His voice was completely level. That was the part I couldn't listen to. So he could get to the water first. Xiao Feng and Guo Ru turned around and held the bandit long enough for 2 teenagers to get a boat moving. That was the whole of it. That was the entire estate of the Xiao family. A hole in a boat rail, a girl with a hole in her side, and a 17-year-old who had just learned what he was worth to his neighbors. I sat with them until Wu Hua's breathing evened out. Then I walked home along the water in the dark, past the sleeping houses of Zhengtu Market, and I remember thinking a thought that has stayed with me since, which is that everyone talks about Yunyu Marsh like it's the dangerous part. The big fish eat the small fish out there, they say, as if that's a fact about water. Isn't it exactly the same on land? I went into my backyard and I built a pig pen. I want you to appreciate the sequence of events here. My neighbors were slaughtered on a rock 40 miles away. A girl was bleeding through her sleeve 2 doors down, and my response was carpentry. But you have to understand what a pig pen level 1 does, and once you understand it, you'll build one too. Effect: a spirit pig raised inside gains 100 jin of muscle in 7 days, and its meat tempers the body of whoever eats it. Body tempering. On demand. Out of pork. The level 2 preview was better and worse. Half a tile of blood essence, produced daily, out of nothing. Blood essence runs 20 stones a tile. Half a tile a day is 10 stones a day, forever, from a shed. And to unlock it, I needed 50 spirit stones, 3 rotten bone flowers, and cleansing runes. And I did not know what a rotten bone flower was, which turned out to be the theme of the next several months. 2 days later, I took 3 spirit eggs to market and got a stone and 5 shards. And then a butcher shouted my name across the street. Ye Shan killed spirit pigs for a living and looked like it. Arms like mooring posts, apron stiff with old work, a laugh you could hear from the docks. Would been my father's friend, and unlike my father's other friend, he had apparently meant it, because he took one look at my clothes and shoved 3 spirit stones into my hand. For the rent. Uncle, yeah, I can't. Then don't. Wu was already dragging a piglet out from behind the block. Take this one too. I'll pay you back for the pig at least. Wu stopped. Wu turned around with the piglet under one arm and pointed the boning knife at my face with the other and said, and I swear this is verbatim, mention spirit stones to me one more time and I'll slap you so hard you turn into a spirit pig. I stopped mentioning spirit stones. I also came away with 4 or 5 caddies of pork I hadn't asked for. And then, at the door, quietly, without the laugh, I bought your father's willow leaf boat. I didn't say anything. Reach middle stage, he said. Come back with 10 stones and I'll hand it over. I'm already middle stage. Wu looked at me for a second with an expression I couldn't read at all. As for anything else, he said, we'll talk when you're level 6. So now I had 2 men in this market who knew something about my parents and had decided I wasn't old enough to hear it. Which was fine. Which was, in fact, motivating. I went home and killed the spirit pig. It weighed 200 caddies by the end of the week because the pen worked. I killed it with a water arrow through the skull and butchered it badly over an afternoon. Then I made blood tofu out of the good parts, because I had the memories of a fisherman, and fishermen waste nothing. Then I sat down to eat, and my body caught fire. Not literally. It would have been more pleasant literally. About halfway through the second bowl, the heat came up out of my stomach and went into my arms and legs, and then into places I hadn't known had insides. And I went off the stool sideways and hit the floor and stayed there. I was on that floor for a long time, curled up, sweating through my clothes onto packed dirt, gripping the leg of my own table hard enough to crack it, while every muscle I owned tried to renegotiate its contract. Is this what body tempering is? I said to the floor through my teeth. This is no life for a human. Then the impurities started coming out. I'll spare you. It came out of the skin, all of it. Black sludge, the accumulated garbage of 19 years of a fisherman's diet and 1 previous lifetime of instant noodles. And by dawn, I was lying in a puddle of it, and the smell had driven the chickens to the far corner of the yard. I dragged myself to the wash basin. I scrubbed for an hour. And the man in the water looking back up at me had skin like polished paper. That's the part nobody warns you about. Marrow cleansing makes you pretty. I had spent 2 months building a reputation as a broke fisherman with a suspicious income, and now I looked like a pampered young master who'd wandered out of a manor and gotten lost. I ate that pig for a week, every meal, and at the end of it, I picked up the one purchase I'd been sitting on and couldn't use, the water drop finger. 10 spirit stones. Bought off a white-bearded elder at the 100 Treasures Pavilion who'd practically apologized while selling it. It compresses spiritual chi into a thread and fires it out of your fingertip. It costs almost nothing to cast. It's nearly impossible to see coming, and it punches holes in things. It also, and this is why he apologized, hurts the caster. Badly. The manual's own summary, which I have always admired for its honesty, is that it harms oneself before it harms the enemy. 5 or 6 casts and your hand is useless. I raised my finger at the far wall of my house and fired. A hole appeared in the plank. My hand felt fine. I fired again and again. And I stood in my own living room shooting holes in my own wall like a maniac, waiting for the pain that had made a level 6 elder wince describing it, and it never came because I had spent a week eating a pig that rebuilt me from the marrow out. By the 11th hole, I had stopped grinning and started thinking, which is more dangerous. Because a technique that costs nothing, that nobody can see, that I can fire 16 times in a row when the manual says 6, is not a party trick. That is a murder weapon. I went to market the next morning to buy paper and found something else instead. There was a stall on the north row with a mantis boat on it. Low, fast, a chip out of the stern, and a dark stain across the deck boards that had soaked in too deep to scrub. Top quality goods, said the seller, a long-faced level 4 named Feng Yi Dao. Fast and able to keep one safe. I looked at that boat for a while. Where'd you get it? Salvage, he said, in the tone of a man who has answered that question 40 times this week. I went home and told Xiaoming I'd seen his father's boat at a stall. I did not tell him what I had worked out, which was that old man Jia had gotten to the water and had gotten onto that boat, and that a boat does not end up on a stall in Zhengtu Market with the owner still breathing. Xiaoming figured it out himself in about 4 seconds. Wu stood in the middle of his yard and screamed at the sky. Heaven has eyes! Wu was wrong about that, as it happens. Heaven had nothing to do with it, but he needed it that day and I wasn't going to take it off him. Scabby Ma came back from Maple Leaf Island a week later, injured and in a foul mood, and he handled his mood the way he handled everything. When a man is unhappy, he said, he should kill someone. I know what he said because of what happened after and because of who he said it to. His method was never complicated. Wu didn't hunt people. Wu bought the person closest to them. That was how my father died. Wu had paid old man Jia 1 spirit stone for a location, and my parents had gone out to a fishing spot that a friend recommended, and that was the entire mechanism of it. Jia, incidentally, was already dead by then. Scabby Ma had watched him die at Maple Leaf and had not lifted a finger and had described it later to somebody else as feeding the fish. My father's friend of 30 years sold him for 1 stone and got nothing at all in return, and the universe did not even bother to make it ironic. It just happened, off-screen, cheaply, so Scabby Ma needed a new closest friend to buy. Wu looked around Zhengtu Market at the list of people who had recently been seen drinking with Xianglei. The list had 1 name on it. 3 spirit stones up front, he said. 70-30 on the take. 50-50, said Feng Bo. 50-50 is generous for a man who does nothing but stand there. Then spirit stones, said Feng Bo, are more important than face. They settled at 50-50. The place would be Wogi Island. The setup was simple, and I have to admit it was good. Feng Bo would tell me Scabby Ma was hunting me and propose we strike first. I would come, because I was a 19-year-old with a grudge and an ego, and I would arrive on an island with 2 level 4s and a level 5 already on it. 3 days later, Feng Bo came to my house. Wu sat on my step and turned a cup around in his hands for a while without drinking out of it. Then he brought up, unprompted, the time I had hauled him out of the water after a squall 2 years earlier, back when both of us were nobodies and I had not even been me yet. Then he said, Scabby Ma wants you dead. Let's join forces and take him out first. And I sat there on my own step next to him and felt the floor of the world quietly reverse itself. Because I believed him about Scabby Ma. That part was obviously true. But I ran the arithmetic anyway, the way you do, and the arithmetic came out wrong. Scabby Ma was middle stage, connected, cautious, and had just come back injured. If he wanted me dead, he could hire 6 men. Instead, there was a plan, and an island, and a friend on my doorstep at exactly the right moment. So Scabby Ma was not hunting me. Scabby Ma was using me as bait, and the target, the actual target, the man he wanted on an isolated rock with no witnesses, was the rogue cultivator with the Dharma boat sitting on my step asking me to come along. I could have said no. A gentleman does not stand under a crumbling wall, as they say around here. A gentleman, said Feng Bo when I said that out loud, should kill when it's time to kill. I went shopping instead. 10 stones for a golden body talisman, which is a 1-use shield that eats 1 killing blow. 5 for a 100 herb pill. 5 more for a stack of water ball talismans. And then, on my way out, on a whim that turned out to be the best 5 stones I ever spent, a small clay jar of itching poison. I sat up that night dipping the talismans in it one by one and laying them out to dry on my table like a man icing cakes. Feng Bo watched me do it with an expression of genuine moral discomfort. That's underhanded. I mean, it's disgraceful. Wu thought about it. Bring extra. We had an argument on the boat about swearing of all things. I'd said something like damn it, and he informed me that this was weak, that a proper cultivator curses a man's ancestors, and spent the better part of an hour coaching me. The correct form, apparently, involves the mother. I mention this because it was the last easy conversation either of us had for a long time, and because when it mattered, later, on that island, the man was still funny. Wogi Island is a lump of gray sand and dead reeds about 2 hours out. Scabby Ma was sitting cross-legged on the beach when we came around the point, in the open, in plain sight, with his hands on his knees like a man meditating at a scenic overlook. Wu opened his eyes as our hull ground onto the sand. I didn't expect, he said, that such a scene of brotherly devotion would actually exist in this Zhengtu market. I threw 3 poisoned water balls at his face before he finished the sentence. I have thought about this a lot since, and I stand by it completely. Everyone in this world wants a moment before the fight. A word, a name, a declaration. It is the single most exploitable habit in cultivation, and I have never once given anybody one. Scabby Ma crushed a talisman, and a tortoise shell of light snapped up around him, and the water hit it and burst, and the spray went over the top and got him across the face and neck. Wu wiped at it reflexively. "You sinister dog," he said with real feeling. Then the reeds behind us moved and a man in a coir raincoat stood up out of them with a bamboo pole in his hands. Old boatman Wu. Level 4, a bandit with 20 years on the water. The ambush half of the plan. Wu came at me, and Feng Bo stepped across and took him, and the two of them went into the reeds in a mess of pole and sword. And after that, I had exactly one problem to solve. Scabby Ma's Wujin blade came off his shoulder and flew at me, and I put a water drop finger through the air in front of it and knocked it offline. Wu tried again. I knocked it down again. You could see him recalculating. A level 4 fisherman does not casually swat a middle-stage cultivator's flying blade out of the sky twice, and then he started to itch. It's not funny in the moment. It is extremely funny afterward. A grown man at the peak of his generation trying to fight while his own face crawls and losing about a tenth of his attention to it, and then a fifth, and then reaching up to scratch and hating himself for it. Wu was still better than me. That's the part I want to be honest about. Wu turned the sand under my feet to mud, and I went down on one knee, and 3 water arrows came into my chest before I could get a shield up. The golden body talisman blew. 10 stones of light, gone in one flash. I hit the ground and rolled and came up with blood in my mouth, and my ribs were wrong, and I was still standing, and the only reason I was still standing was a pig. Then I burned the lightning strike talisman, 12 stones. Purple lightning came down out of a cloudless sky and hit him with a sound like a mountain being slapped, and Scabby Ma went a dozen meters through the air and landed on his back in the sand and did not move. I stood there in the smoke, covered in mud, with the reeds burning in 3 places, and turned around to find old boatman Wu staring at me. Feng Bo had him at sword point. Who'd been winning against Feng Bo right up until the sky exploded. I raised 2 fingers. 2 water arrows hung in the air over my hand. "Surrender or die," I said. "The choice is yours." Wu tossed the bamboo pole into the sand. Wu put his hands together and bowed his head, deep and respectful, the picture of an old man who has read the room. And out of the front of his robe, right through the fabric, came a needle. Blood red, thin as a hair, and fast enough that I saw it as a line rather than an object. Here is the thing. I had already fired. I fired at the exact moment he bowed his head, because a man who surrenders in the middle of an ambush he set is not surrendering, and because he had spent the entire fight not using whatever he was saving. The water drop finger went in above his eye while he was still bent over being humble. The needle came all the way to me anyway. It went through the last shred of light from the golden body talisman and stopped an inch from my forehead and fell in the sand at my feet, and I stood looking down at it while my heart tried to leave through my throat. Feng Bo walked over and finished the old man, and I turned away and was sick in the reeds. "Get used to it," he said, not unkindly, and then Scabby Ma started talking. Wu was not dead. Wu was face up in the sand bleeding from everywhere a man can bleed from, and he was laughing in a small, horrible way, and he called me over. "Back then," he said, "I used this same method to kill your parents." I walked closer. "Do you know," he said, "who helped me call them out?" Closer. "Come here," he said. "Lean down. I'll tell you." I did not lean down. I put a water drop finger through the palm of the hand he had lying flat under the sand, and he screamed, and something small and sharp fell out of it. "Old man Jia," he said when he could talk again. Wu said it like a curse, which I suppose it was. "Your father's friend, 1 spirit stone." "I know," I said. I finished him. Then I dissolved all 3 of them. That's a real product here. Corpse dissolving water, 1 stone a bottle, sold by a lame alchemist out of House 9 on Mo Street, and it is not a thing anyone in my past life would have needed a supplier for. The loot was better than the fight. Old boatman Wu had been carrying around 40 spirit stones, 4 bottles of pills, a dozen low-grade talismans, and 2 mediums, a lightning strike, and a water shadow. Wu had a dharma boat, slender and spiked, moored in a channel around the point. Wu had the bamboo pole, which was a genuine artifact. Wu had 3 jade slips, and Feng Bo took 1 look at them and handed the lot to me. Street stall junk. Object manipulation technique, cloud and rain, fireball, street stall junk. I have used all 3 of them to kill people since. Wu also, and I want the record to reflect this, had a storage pouch containing several worn pink belly bands. Neither of us said anything for a moment. "That dog," said Feng Bo, with enormous dignity. "Old boatman Wu." We split 46 stones down the middle, 23 each. I took the storage pouch, the white dharma boat, and the needle. Feng Bo pushed the dark gold short blade at me too, and wouldn't take it back. And I sat on the sand of Wogi Island at 19 years old, with a dead man's boat and a dead man's needle and more money than my parents had ever held at one time, and I had a thought I'm not proud of and have never been able to shake. Murder and arson bring a golden belt. Why bother farming at all? The problem with killing Scabby Ma was that Scabby Ma had been somebody's money. Wu wasn't a loan shark. Wu was the Hua family's lending arm, the man who put their stones out on the street at 80% and collected with a water arrow when the interest was late. The Hua family owned this market in every way that mattered, and when their collector stopped answering, they were going to send somebody to find out why. Fengbo worked this out on the boat home, out loud, and then he solved it in the most annoying way available. I'll take the blame. You will not. I killed him. Wu shrugged one shoulder. That's not even a lie. I'm just being generous about the timeline. And I'm tired of Zhengtu Market anyway. Nothing here but fish and people who owe me money, I argued. I lost. Wu was already stripping his own boat down while I was still explaining why this was stupid, and he did the thing he always did when he decided something, which was to start talking about logistics until the moral question died of neglect. I gave him 10 of my 23 stones. I gave him every talisman and every bottle of pills off old boatman Wu. Wu took them without the ritual refusal, which was how I knew he understood the situation better than I did. Stay alive, I said. That's the whole plan. When we're both late stage, I said, we come back and we take the Hua family apart together. Wu liked that one. Wu liked it enough that he turned around at the rail to point at me with it. Then he told me where he was going, in a way. Wu'd found a nameless island out in the marsh, a rock with reeds and a beach, and he'd decided it was going to be called Shuyu Island because his name was in it and because he thought that was hilarious. If I need you, he said, I'll leave a seashell at your door. A seashell, then you come. I said all right, and he pushed off, and I stood on the dock and watched a Dharma boat get small. That was the last time I saw Fengbo for a long time. And I want to note, for the record, what he was when he left. A level 4 rogue cultivator with a stolen sword and 40 spirit stones to his name. A man who had just taken a murder charge from the largest family in the region off a 19-year-old fisherman for free. I went home and turned my share into equipment. Old boatman Wu's boat was a strange thing, slender and low with a spiked prow, built for running channels at speed. I spent 3 days refining it until it answered me instead of a dead man. I named it the White Boat. It came out just barely short of medium grade, which is a polite way of saying it was the best thing I had ever owned by a factor of about 6. The needle I named too. It sat in my palm, this thin red splinter of a thing, and I thought about an old man bowing his head with perfect courtesy while it came out of his chest. The life-taking needle, because that is exactly what it does, and I saw it do it. I also, sitting in my house afterward, worked out the actual lesson of Wogi Island, and it wasn't about courage or talent or the will of heaven. Old boatman Wu had better gear than me. Objectively, Wu was carrying 2 medium-grade talismans and a proper artifact and that needle, and he died on a beach with all of it still in his pouch because he was saving it, because spending it felt like losing something. I had a 12-stone talisman I'd been sleeping next to for 2 months, and I set it on fire the first time somebody made me kneel. That's the whole difference. Not power, willingness. I bumped into Manhwa on the main row a few days later, which I hadn't done in about a year. We'd grown up 4 houses apart. Then she turned out to have a real talent for talisman drawing and had been picked up by Master Wu Tianbao and had moved to the core of the market where the houses have inner courtyards, and that was the end of that. She looked exactly the same and entirely different. Same round face, ink on her fingers instead of fish scale. You've gone up, she said, which is the only greeting cultivators actually use. Luck. She glanced past me down the row, and then she said, fast and low, stay away from Fengbo. Why? The Hua family wants him dead. Then she was walking, and she didn't look back, and I stood there in the middle of the street realizing that Ren Hua of the inner courtyard had just risked something to tell me that. I spent the afternoon shopping like a housewife. Glutinous rice, which cultivators use for sealing gaps. A piglet for 2.5 stones, bought pointedly not from Ye Shan, because I was not going to be that guy. New tiles for the roof, which I laid myself, badly, and then relaid because the first attempt would have killed me in a storm. Immortal cave, level 1, walls that repair their own cracks, a barrier that keeps the dust out, and spiritual chi concentration inside, at night, up 20%, 20%, forever, while I sleep. That's the kind of number that sounds boring and then compounds for 6 years. The level 2 preview asked for 50 stones, 6 pieces of clear spirit jade, and 10 jin of river suppressing sand, and it offered 30% at night, 10% by day, and a sound isolation barrier. I stared at that last one longer than the other 2. A room nobody can hear into is not a comfort feature. In a market where every wall is 1 plank thick and every neighbor is a professional gossip, a silent room is a whole category of possible life. 2 weeks later, 4 men from the Water Dragon sect came down my row and sealed Old Man Jia's house. They nailed a strip of yellow paper across the door, and one of them announced it to nobody in particular, in the flat voice of a man reading from a list. The fisherman who lived here has died. That was the funeral. That was all of it. A market of 200 people, and the only thing anybody said out loud about Old Man Jia was that, except Wu Hua, who was standing at her own gate with her hand still resting on her waist where the wound was, because they had not been able to afford anything to close it properly, and it was healing the slow way. Wu deserved to die, she said. Nobody argued. The house didn't stay empty 3 days. That's the marsh for you. A man dies out on a rock 40 miles away, and inside a week somebody's paying rent on his roof. The new one showed up on a Tuesday. Zheng Rui, level 3, a white robe that had been good once, and the specific under-eye situation of a man who has not been sleeping at night for reasons that are entirely his own decision. Wu brought mung bean cakes as a housewarming gift and smiled a great deal. I thanked him warmly and fed the cakes to the pig. Around then, I finally cracked object manipulation, which was the last piece of the machine I'd been building without quite admitting it. Object manipulation lets you fly a small artifact by will. Everyone at level 5 and up has it. The interesting part is what it let me do with 2 specific things. The Wujin blade, taken off Scabby Ma, was big and obvious and made a noise in the air. The life-taking needle was neither of those things, and it turned out that if I fired a water drop finger and put the needle inside the water thread, nobody could see it at all. The finger is the shot they dodge, the blade is the shot they block, the needle is the one that arrives. I practiced that combination on a plank in my backyard for 11 days until I could do it without thinking, and I have used it to end more fights than everything else I own combined. Wu Hua brought me my dinner news at the fence one evening, because that had become a habit, and neither of us ever named it. The new neighbor is out all night, she said, sleeps all day. Behind me, in the pond, 2 semi-spirit fish promoted at once. Then I ran into the wall. Not a metaphorical wall. Fish pond level 2 wanted 30 stones and cold iron sand, and I had the stones by then, and I went to the 100 Treasures Pavilion to buy cold iron sand the way you go to a shop to buy nails. We don't have it. Then when? The clerk looked at me with the particular weariness of a man who has answered this 40 times. 15 stones a caddy, if we had it. Which we don't. Half a year ago, it had been 5. I went to 3 other places. Same answer, worse prices. And in the 4th place, an old dealer leaned across his stall and gave me the actual shape of the thing. The water dragon sect buys it, he said. All of it. They don't sell. For what? That, he said, is exactly the question nobody's answering. So my fish pond was blocked by a sect requisition, and my pig pen was blocked by a flower called Rotten Bone that nobody in Zhengtu Market had ever heard of, and I sat in my house that night genuinely stuck for the first time since the panel appeared. And then I thought about the wording. The panel listed my fish pond, my chicken coop, my pig pen, my immortal cave, my spirit field. 5 buildings, and I had assumed for months that 5 was the number, that this was a menu, but those weren't categories the panel had assigned. Those were things that existed on my property. The panel wasn't a menu. It was a scanner. I sat up so fast I knocked over a bowl. If it registered buildings that existed, and I could build a building, then the ceiling on this thing was not 5 slots. The ceiling was however many structures I could physically own forever in every direction, which raised the immediate question of what a 19-year-old should build first, and there I actually thought about it for a while. The paths available to a cultivator in this world are ranked, and the ranking is brutal and honest. Formation Dao is the top, and it is pure talent, and there was not one formation master in Zhengtu Market. Artifact refining and alchemy are next, and both of them eat resources the way the marsh eats fishermen. Talisman drawing is at the bottom of the prestigious list, and it is at the bottom for exactly one reason, which is that talent matters least, and experience can cover for it. Experience, as in repetition. As in a thing you can grind if you have a house nobody can hear into, and an income that arrives daily out of a chicken. I took a sheet of white paper, wrote 2 characters on it, and stuck it to the door frame of my storeroom. Talisman making room. Nothing. I tried talisman chamber. Nothing. Talisman drawing room. Nothing. I stood in my own back hallway at midnight arguing with an invisible interface about branding, and I want to point out that this is the exact moment I understood the panel had rules and no mercy about them. Talisman room. The panel woke up. Talisman room, level 1. Cost: 10 low-grade spirit stones, 1 copy of Introduction to the Talisman Dao, and 1 successfully drawn calming talisman. Effect: success rate on first-rank talismans increased 20% and on second rank by 5. A paper sign on a storeroom. That was the entire construction cost of my career. I want to be honest about the shopping trip that followed because it was the first time I'd spent real money on something that wasn't a weapon and it hurt. Introduction to the Talisman Dao, 1 stone. Green hemp paper, 1 stone per 100 sheets, and I was warned it has a tendency to spontaneously combust, which the clerk mentioned the way you'd mention that a shirt runs small. Vermilion, mysterious ink, 2 stones, and a green bamboo spirit drawing brush, which was the expensive one, and which I picked up and put down twice. 22 spirit stones, gone in an afternoon. Earn it back, I told myself on the walk home, out loud, like a lunatic. You have to earn it back. I stopped at House 9 on Moe Street for 4 more bottles of corpse-dissolving water while I was at it, because I had learned that this is a thing a person should keep in stock. Lame Zung ran that shop. Alchemist, level 6, one leg that didn't work, and a face he had clearly practiced keeping empty. Wu filled the bottles without a word, and then, as I was going out the door, he said, "You know Feng Bo." I stopped. "When you see him," Lame Zung said, still not looking up, "tell him that I, Lame Zung, have agreed." Agreed to what? Wu went back to his shelves. So I put that in the drawer in my head with the other things men in this market refused to finish saying to me, and I went home to burn money. That is not a figure of speech either. That is a literal description of talisman drawing. The technique goes like this. You draw the pattern in spirit ink with a brush that conducts your chi, and you have to complete it in one continuous flow. And if your hand shakes or your chi hiccups, the paper takes it personally and ignites. Then, at the end, comes spirit activation, which is when you push power into the finished pattern, and it either becomes a talisman or becomes a small fire on your table. I drew the calming talisman perfectly on the 4th attempt, then I burned it at activation. I drew it perfectly again, burned it at activation, again, burned, 10 sheets, 12, 14. I sat in that storeroom in the middle of the night watching my own handwriting turn into ash over and over. Every sheet was money, the paper was cheap, the ink was not, and my hands were shaking by then with something that was not fatigue. "That isn't paper burning," I said to the empty room. "That is clearly money burning." Wu Hua knocked on my gate the next morning to tell me Xiao Ming had been out all night with Zheng Rui, and I said something reassuring that I don't remember because I had ash on my sleeves and a problem in my head. I needed a talisman master to look at my hands for 30 seconds, and I knew exactly one, and getting to her meant walking into the Wu residence. Ren Guan met me at the gate. Wu was Renhua's father, brocade robes, level 5 and reaching for 6, and he greeted me with the warm condescension of a man who had watched me play in a gutter. Then he actually looked at me, and the warmth reorganized itself. "Middle stage," he said. "Luck." Inside, past a senior brother named Guo, who took my name like a receptionist, I got the full Wu family experience. Wu Tao came out to meet me personally. Wu was 30 years old, Qi refining level 6, the legitimate son of Master Wu Tianbao, and he had the specific energy of a man whose accomplishments have all been arranged for him. Wu also asked, inside of 40 seconds, what my relationship to Renhua was. Wu asked it lightly. His eyes did not ask it lightly. Wu asked it the way a man asks about a horse he's already picked out. "She's like my sister," I said. The temperature came down about 10 degrees. Wu Tao became genuinely warm, gave me tea, and answered my question in one sentence. "Spirit activation is done with the bare hand, not the brush. That is the whole secret. That is what 14 sheets of green hemp paper cost me. You put the brush down and you touch the finished pattern with your fingertips. The brush is for shaping chi. The hand is for delivering it. Every talisman master in the world learns that from a teacher in the first week, and consequently, nobody has ever bothered to write it in a book." I was so relieved I got sloppy on the way out. "What kind of brother are you to Renhua exactly?" Wu Tao asked at the door pleasantly. "A younger brother," I said. "From the neighborhood." His smile froze about a quarter of the way to his ears. And walking down his front steps, I worked out what I had just done. I had told a 30-year-old man that the girl he had picked out for himself had a 19-year-old younger brother she had never once mentioned to him. I got home and drew a calming talisman and activated it with my thumb. Talisman room, level 1. The panel then informed me that level 2 would cost 20 medium-grade spirit stones. That is 2,000 low-grade. That is more money than the entire street I lived on had ever seen at one time. I laughed out loud in an empty room and shelved it for about 4 years. Then I went to work. I picked the water-repelling talisman as my product, and the reasoning was pure retail. Every fisherman on Yunyu Marsh needs one. It sells for 2 stones. Nobody looks twice at a man carrying 50 of them, and I drew them for days. That's the montage, and I'm going to keep it short because it was short, which is the point. Egg in the morning, spirit pig meat at noon, sit down at the table, ink, paper, brush, a talisman every 20 minutes, thumb, done, egg, meat, draw. Sleep 4 hours in a room where the QE runs 20% thick. Get up, draw. 32 water-repelling talismans, and 2 things came out of it that weren't talismans, which nobody tells you about and which turned out to matter more. The first is control. Talisman drawing is a continuous fine thread of chi held steady for minutes at a time, and after 400 hours of it, my spell casting sharpened in a way training could not have done. My water arrows stopped spreading. My flying blades stopped wobbling on turns. The second is that the ink does something to you. Vermilion mysterious ink gets into your skin, a little at a time, and my forearms went tougher, subtly, like leather. Zheng Rui came over in the middle of all this to borrow 3 spirit stones. "Would pay back 5, he said. "Next week," he said. "No." Wu kept smiling and kept talking and took a step into my yard, and I let my aura out, just for a second. Middle stage, all of it, straight at him. Wu went backward off my step with his face the color of the paper I was wasting, and he did not come back, and I went inside and drew another talisman, and honestly, I thought that was the end of it. I sold the 32 in one lot at the 100 Treasures Pavilion. The clerk went to get somebody. The somebody was a senior brother Xiao who counted them twice and then looked at me for a while. 60 spirit stones, he said. 4 stone handling fee, 2 stones each retail, 60 for 32 in bulk, and a 4 stone fee that told me exactly what margin they were reselling at. I did not care in the slightest. I had paid 22 for the setup and cleared 60 in under 2 weeks off a paper sign. Your success rate, senior brother Xiao said. As a beginner, what is it? 2, 3 in 10. Wu nodded slowly. Try out for the talisman path at next year's selection. I said I'd think about it, which was a lie, and I turned around and found Wu Tao standing about 4 meters behind me with Manhwa beside him. Wu had heard the number. I watched him do the arithmetic. 2 or 3 in 10, as a beginner, self-taught, in a market with no teacher. That is roughly what Manhwa had managed. Manhwa, the prodigy, under a master, with materials provided. Wu Tao smiled at me and said something gracious, and I have never in my life seen a man's face work so hard. 98 spirit stones. That was my count walking home. I spent 44 of them in 3 days. The trick I used for that breakthrough still makes me happy. Instead of sitting in meditation trying to calm my mind, I drew a calming talisman and stuck it on my own chest. It cost me almost nothing to make, and it did in 10 seconds what an hour of breathing exercises does, and I have no idea why nobody else does this, and I have never asked. Qi, refining level 5. In Xingtu market, level 5 is not a step, it is a category. Level 5 is what the men who own boats and hire crews are. I was 19, and I'd gotten there on eggs, pork, and paper. There were 21 spirit eggs waiting in the coop when I came out of it, because the chickens do not care about your breakthroughs. I swept the spent stone powder into the pig pen, because I'd noticed the pig liked it, and I stood in my yard in the dark eating a cold spirit egg, and for about 4 minutes everything was fine. Then, a few days later, I came around the corner onto my own row and found Xiaoming on his knees. Not literally. Wu was standing, but he had the posture. Tao Jian was in front of him. The hook-nosed rent collector, the same man who had opened my life 2 seasons earlier by telling me to get out of Xingtu market, working his way down the row with the same clipboard voice. The rules have changed, he was saying. No arrears, 2 stones now, or the house is sealed. Xiaoming had 1 stone in his hand. I found out later it was Wu Hua's, and I found out later where she'd gotten it, and I'm not going to talk about that. And standing in his own gateway watching, arms folded, was Zeng Rui. Brother Zeng, Xiaoming said. 1 stone, just 1, I'll pay you back double. Zeng Rui looked at him. Then he said, in a bored, pleasant voice, that is what I'm keeping to win back my losses tonight. I want to tell you what went through my head at that moment, and it wasn't rage, it was a memory. 2 years back, before I was in this body, a skinny kid used to follow the original Shang Lei around the docks calling him Brother Shang and asking to be taught the water ball technique and getting told to go home about 40 times and coming back every day anyway. I paid the 2 stones. Tao Jian took them, marked his list, and moved to the next house without a flicker, because to him, this was Tuesday. Xiaoming wouldn't look at me. Stop gambling, I said. Live your own life well. Would sold his father's spare ebony Dharma boat. That's where the money had gone. All of it. The entire estate of the Xiao family, across a table in the back of a den with Zeng Rui refilling his cup. Wu bowed to me right there in the street, all the way down, and stayed there. I, Xiaoming, he said, will never gamble again in this life. Here is the part I did not know. Zeng Rui went home that evening and sat in old man Jia's house and got frightened. Not of me exactly, of arithmetic. Wu had just watched a level 5 neighbor pay off the debt of the man he'd been farming, and he understood that from my side of the fence he looked like a parasite that had attached itself to the one household on this row I actually cared about. A normal man in that position stops. A gambler in that position does what gamblers do, which is to look at the size of the hole and decide the answer is a bigger bet. And he had done the sums on me. A Dharma boat. 30 chickens. A spirit pig. Talismans by the lot. Money moving through that house constantly, and no family, no clan, no master, no sect, an orphan, nobody to come asking. Wu needed muscle, and he could not afford muscle, so he went to the gambling den and found 2 level 4 friends who were also underwater, and he sold them a story. 3 of us, one of him, split 3 ways. What he actually intended, and he told nobody this, was simpler. 4 men would go into that yard. Shang Lei would take at least 1 of them with him, and probably 2. And Zeng Rui would walk out of the wreckage and collect 3 fortunes instead of a third of 1. They came over the back wall at night. The first thing that happened was that the Wujin blade came off my belt on its own and turned to meet a bronze nail artifact coming at my spine because I had been sleeping with object manipulation half awake for 2 months. The nail got through anyway and hit me in the back. And bounced. You have to understand what that felt like from their side. A man puts a level 4 artifact into your kidney and you turn around annoyed. I rolled off the bed and into the courtyard and threw up 4 water shields as I went, and then I went straight up and over my own wall, because the one thing you never do is fight 3 people in a room with 1 door. I came down on the top of the wall in my sleeping clothes. Below me, standing in the wet grass at the back of my property, were 2 men I had never seen before. One in black, one in gray, both level 4, both dripping, and in my front gateway, with a water arrow talisman in each hand and his sleeves already rolled, was my neighbor. 3 men, spread across 2 sides of my property, and every one of them watching a different thing. The man in black was watching my flying blade because he'd felt it stop his artifact. Zheng Rui was watching my hands because he'd seen me fire a water drop finger at a plank once through a gap in the fence. And the man in gray, in the middle, 30 feet from anybody, was watching the wall for me to jump off it. Wu was the one nobody was protecting. I sent the Wujin blade at the black robe and put a water drop finger towards Zheng Rui, and both of them did exactly what the situation demanded. Shields up, attention forward, entirely reasonable. The life-taking needle went into the gray robe's forehead while he was still deciding which of his friends to help. Wu fell over without casting anything. Not a shield, not a shout. Wu came to a fight as one of 3 and died as the only person present that nobody had bothered to threaten. The black robe lasted a little longer. Wu got a shield up and got it broken, and then the needle came back off its arc and went through his skull too, and I put him in the marsh myself, and then there was Zheng Rui. Wu dropped both talismans. Wu got down on the whetstones of my yard and started knocking his head against them, over and over, fast, the way you pound garlic. Senior Xiang, Brother Xiang, Big Brother Xiang. His hands were up over his head. Spare my life. I was tricked. They made me. I'll leave tonight. I'll never. Xianglei was kind-hearted and could not bear to watch a man weep and snot all over his courtyard, so he used a water drop finger to end his suffering. 3 bottles of corpse-dissolving water. Later, I had a very clean yard, 1 smashed front door, and a problem, because a smashed front door is a story the whole row will want to hear in the morning. So I walked next door, took Zheng Rui's front door off its hinges, carried it back, and hung it on my own house. Then I took the broken planks of mine and threw them into his yard. In the morning, Zhengtu Market had a burglary. Some thief had done over the new man's place, and the new man had run off owing money, which surprised absolutely nobody because he had been a gambler with black rings under his eyes and everyone had been waiting for it. The take from 3 men was 5 spirit stones and 1 bronze nail artifact, which I sold for 5 stones. 3 professional cultivators came to kill me in the night, and their combined liquid net worth was 5 spirit stones. I have thought about that a lot. That is what the bottom of this world actually looks like. Men who will absolutely murder you over the contents of a shed because the alternative is another month of being that broke. Xiaoming came home early the next evening, which was new, and he came home glowing, which was newer. Brother Xiang, did you hear? Somebody broke into Zheng Rui's house. Wu's gone, ran off owing everyone. Wu shook his head with the profound moral disappointment of a man who had been in a gambling den 6 days ago. Those gamblers are all like that. Then he put 2 spirit stones on my table and bowed to me. Wu'd earned them. Actual work, actual fish, an actual week of getting up before light. I took them, because refusing would have taken something off him that he needed more than I needed 2 stones. Also, he said at the door, Renhua's fallen out with the Wu family. I put the cup down. Wu Tianbao had formally proposed her as his son's Dao companion, and Renhua had said no. Not diplomatically, not with an excuse about cultivation, not in private, to his face, in his own hall, in front of people. Being Master Wu's daughter-in-law, Xiaoming said, honestly baffled. What is there to be unwilling about? I didn't have an answer he'd have liked, so I gave him none. Good things happened for a while after that, which I've noticed tends to be how the marsh sets you up. Xiaoming and Wu Hua both broke through to level 3. They'd found a jade lotus root out in a channel and sold it for 30 stones and spent every single one of them on the 2 of them at once, which is either romantic or financially insane depending on how long you expect to live. And a new family moved into Zheng Rui's house. Gu Jian, a soft-spoken man in his 40s with ink stains on his fingers and an alchemist's burns on his hands. His wife Xiao Song, and their daughter Gu Xiaofan, who was 4 years old, wore her hair in 2 buns and had absolutely no fear of anything in the world. 3 months went by. I want to do this properly, because 3 months of a man quietly getting rich is the most boring thing to describe and the most important thing that happened. I rented the wasteland behind the row from Taojian for 2 extra stones a month. Then I hired a cultivator with an earth technique for 2 stones to raise walls, and I built a second courtyard. The front yard became one enormous fish pond with a stone bridge across the middle of it and 20 semi-spirit fish under the surface. The backyard took 30 chickens and the pig pen. I planted 2 trees along the wall, and I am aware that a more literary man would tell you what kind they were. One was a peach tree, the other one was also a peach tree, and I bought century-old Paulownia wood, 20 spirit stones from Sister Ma at the Hidden Treasures Pavilion, who wanted to know what a fisherman needed with furniture timber and accepted my master's instructions without blinking, because by then, my imaginary master had a reputation in this market for eccentric shopping. I cut it into planks myself with the Wujin blade, which took an evening and left my forearms shaking, and I rebuilt the coop out of it. Chicken coop, level 2. The chickens grew spirit patterns on their claws. That's the visible part. The part that mattered was that those claws dig up 1 qian of spirit soil a day out of ordinary dirt, and spirit soil is the base ingredient for everything that grows. And the coop gave me the ability to briefly direct spirit birds by will, which sounds like a gimmick and was not. It also glowed. I mean that literally. The new coop put out a soft light at night and a haze of qi you could feel from the street. I stood in my yard at 2 in the morning looking at my own back wall lit up like a shrine. Well, I thought, that's the end of me. Then I remembered the switch and turned the phenomenon off, and the whole thing went dark and ordinary in half a second. That was worth more than the spirit soil. Every upgrade from that day on came with an off button. The level 3 preview was the first one that ever actually scared me. 3 colored spirit egg and a foul king whose crow would deter tier 1 shoe beasts. Requirement, foundation establishment, middle stage. Not 50 stones, not a rare herb. A cultivation realm that maybe one person in this market had ever reached. Gu Jian invited both households to dinner around then, and it turned out he was the most interesting man on the row. Wu was well read in a way nobody here was. Wu'd come from Heishui Market, which is far enough away that arriving from it is a statement. Wu'd been an alchemist there. Wu would not say why he left, and his wife's face closed when it came up, so nobody asked twice. I noticed something at that table that I've never stopped noticing. Xiaoming had gotten darker over 3 months. Not sad. Just, the childishness had gone out of him, and something flatter had come in behind it, the thing that arrives in a man's face when he learns that the world will let his parents die on a rock for no reason, and Wu Hua had stopped glancing at me, completely. Whatever had gone through her face at that wedding had finished going through it, and now I was just the good big brother next door who paid rent when it was short. I was relieved, and I was also, for about 4 seconds, sad, and I have decided not to examine that. Then Gu Xiaofan climbed onto the bench beside me and put her hands flat on the table. Brother Xiang, you went to the market. Didn't you bring anything back for me to eat? Xiaofan, her mother went red. I had osmanthus cakes because I had been to the market and I am not a monster. You should call me uncle, I told her. She looked at me with total scorn. But big brother Shishang is very young and so good looking. I have been threatened by level 6 cultivators and none of them have ever left me with less to say. The useful part of the evening came at the end when I mentioned, lightly, that I'd been hunting a herb nobody had heard of. Shop A18, Gujian said. I waited. It opens on the 3rd of every month, he said. Only the 3rd. If A18 doesn't have it, then the rotten bone flower doesn't exist anywhere in Yunyu Marsh. I bought a dragon armor shield the next day for 25 stones, which gave me 4 artifacts, because I had noticed I was about to go somewhere that ordinary people did not go. Shop A18 is not a shop. It is 3 cubicles of black cloth in a back room with an old man outside them holding a dry pipe, and when I walked in, he did not look up. All occupied. Wait. So I waited, in a room with no chairs, and after a while the curtain of the left cubicle came back and Wu Tao walked out. We looked at each other. I don't know which of us was more appalled. Wu had come here as a master's son with a master's connections, and he was standing 3 feet from a fisherman who had learned about this place at a neighbor's dinner table. Wu asked me, twice, how I had found it, and the second time he asked it he had stopped pretending to be casual. Ren Hua, he mentioned, did not know about A18. Ren Hua, he also mentioned, had left the Wu family entirely and was running a street stall now. His father had made a scene about it in public and lost face doing it and had cut her off completely. Then it was my turn behind the curtain, and I got my answer about the cold iron sand, and it was not the answer I wanted. The water dragon sect is acquiring it, said the voice on the other side of the cloth. Flat, bored, professional. That is all of it. There is no market. Then how does a person get any? Buy small amounts quietly or go mine it yourself, and keep your mouth shut about both, lest you be killed by the water dragon sect. I sat there behind a black curtain and went cold from the neck down. because I had been asking for cold iron sand everywhere, loudly, for weeks, in shops, at stalls, of clerks. And once I remembered with beautiful clarity I had intercepted a batch of it on the street directly outside the 100 Treasures Pavilion and offered the seller a better price in front of witnesses. I had been walking around a sect-controlled market for a month trying to buy a strategic material off the street like a man asking where to purchase a cannon. I left 10 stones as a deposit on the rotten bone flowers and got out. Manhwa called my name on the street outside. I turned around, and she was standing there by her stall with 24 talismans laid out on a cloth, and she had her mouth open, and then she closed it. "It's nothing," she said. "You should leave quickly." Calling out to me was instinct. Telling me to go was reason. I watched both of them happen on her face in under 2 seconds, and I did what she asked. The chicken cultivator had a red-crowned chicken. I need to explain this, because from the outside it looks like I bought a bird. A red-crowned chicken is a Tier 1 spirit bird, 4 feet tall, a comb like a lump of coagulated amber, feathers that lie like scales, and 3 tail feathers that are functionally iron. And every 10 days its coxcomb produces a few drops of blood that are pure yang, which is the natural enemy of every yin thing in this world. Would only manage to catch the male, which is why he was selling 19 stones. 17. You, said the chicken cultivator with feeling, are a locust. Wu also asked again why my chickens seemed to do so well. I patted my waist, said it seemed I hadn't brought any spirit stones with me today, and he dropped the subject with impressive speed. Getting the thing home was a project. Before I opened that cage, I had the Wujin blade, the flying blade, and the dragon armor shield all in the air because a 4-foot spirit bird that decides it does not want to be in your yard is a genuine combat encounter. I got the cage inside the coop and opened it. The bird came out ready to kill something. Then it stopped, mid-stride, and turned its head, and I watched a Tier 1 shearbeast feel a Level 2 chicken coop settle over it like a hand. It folded up its wings and stood there. Then it crowed, once, and 30 hens hit the ground flat all at once across the entire yard, and did not get up until it walked past them. The king of the birds, in a shed, in a fishing market, on my property. Next door, over the wall, I heard Gu Jian say quietly to his wife, "It seems our neighbor has quite a few secrets." And I heard Xiaosong say, "Should we? Let's interact normally for now," Gu Jian said. "Outsiders are not to be trusted." Fair enough. I fed them eggs anyway. On the 3rd of December, I went back to A18, sat in the right-hand cubicle, pitched my voice half an octave up out of pure paranoia, and was handed a slip of paper through the cloth. I caught a glimpse of the hand that passed it, slender, and through a gap in the curtain, for maybe a quarter second, a pair of eyes shaped like peach blossoms. The slip said, December 6th, Yunyu Marsh, Locust Tree Island. I did not go to Locust Tree Island as a fisherman. 2 first-grade high-grade talismans, 50 stones for the pair, a water escape and a demon suppressing, the mysterious earth garment, 27, an inner robe that specifically weakens water attribute techniques used against the wearer, which in a marsh full of water cultivators is close to cheating, 2 herb pills, 10. And then I sold the Wujin blade and added 10 stones and bought my first medium-grade artifact, the Bai Shui flying sword. When it moves the light off, it looks like clear water running over stones, and it hit 20% harder than anything I'd owned, and I have never once regretted the trade. I darkened my skin with pill furnace ash and glued on a set of coarse whiskers and looked at myself in a basin of water, and a mature, weathered, entirely forgettable middle-aged uncle looked back at me. Locust Tree Island is a sandbar with 1 dead tree on it. She was already there. Bai Zheng. Early stage, which was itself interesting, standing beside a Dharma boat, which was much more interesting, because early stage rogue cultivators do not own Dharma boats. She produced a jade box and opened it, and inside was a flower, gray-black, faintly furred with what I badly wanted to believe was mold, a thread of black smoke coming off it in still air, rotten bone flower. "What's your price?" "The Ghost Island Master," she said. "Black Mist Island. Wu is level 5. Wu killed my parents." I closed the box and handed it back to her. "A few flowers," I said, "are not worth risking my life for." She had a second offer ready because people always do, and it involved a great deal more than flowers. I did not let her finish it. Whatever she was preparing to spend on this, it wasn't going to be spent on me. "Take care, fellow Taoist," I said, and cupped my hands, and got back on my boat. Then I doubled back and followed her, because there were too many holes. Early stage with a Dharma boat, sole possession of a herb nobody in the marsh has heard of, and a revenge target who has apparently been sitting on an island being level 5 for years without her doing anything about it. I was 2 channels into the tale when a boat came out of the reeds directly across my bow. Pure black, low, silent. The man standing on it wore rotted hempen cloth, and his skin was in a condition I am not going to describe, and he was alive, and he smelled like something that had stopped being alive some time ago, and hadn't been informed. "Fellow Taoist," he said, "the rotten bone flower. I have plenty." I did not move. We can even be called fellow disciples, he said, you and I. And then he explained, and this was the part that reorganized my whole understanding of my own situation. Only one sect in the world knows what the rotten bone flower is for. Only one sect knows the name. It is not a rare herb. It is a signature. I have waited bitterly for over 10 years, he said, and there was something under the courtesy that made my back teeth ache. And you, fellow Taoist, are the first person to come searching for the rotten bone flower in the whole of Yunyu Marsh. 10 years of waiting, and I had walked into it holding a shopping list, so I did the only thing available, which was to grab the high ground before he could. I am somewhat older, I said, so I shall shamelessly take the position of senior brother. Wu liked that. Wu genuinely liked it. Wu laughed, and then he laid out the 3 paths he had clearly been rehearsing for a decade, and they were, in order, come to my island and join me, refuse and be killed here, or refuse and be hunted. Then I would have met you, I said, junior brother, the Ghost Island master. Come to the island, he said. We can talk properly. Go your grandmother's way, I said. I want the record to show that Feng Bo taught me that one on a boat and that it was worth every minute of the lesson. Then I threw 2 entire stacks of water arrow talismans at him at once. Not one, not a volley. 2 full stacks, both hands, the whole inventory, 30-odd talismans detonating in a 2-second window across a stretch of open water about 10 meters wide. I have never seen a man so offended. Who, he screamed somewhere inside all that, throws so many talismans at once in a fight? Do talismans not cost money? They do. They cost a great deal. And the woman standing behind him on that black boat, who I now understood had been working for him the entire time, died in the middle of that opening barrage without ever getting to explain her end of it. A skull medallion on his chest flared and ate the rest. Then it got hard. My flying sword went in, and he was visibly shocked by it, which told me he had been expecting a level 5 with a low-grade artifact and was now dealing with medium grade. Wu threw down a black banner, and the world changed. It was a formation flag. Black mist came off the water in every direction and closed over the top like a lid, and 2 yin ghost heads came out of that mist and bit my sword out of the air, and something hit me from behind, and I went underwater, in the dark, with a water-repelling talisman on, and mist boring into my nose anyway. I came up shooting. And here is where the fight turned, and it turned on the stupidest possible thing. Wu also knew the water drop finger. I saw him fire it. Once, twice, 5 times, 6, and then he stopped, and I watched him shake out his hand, because the backlash had arrived exactly on schedule the way it does for every human being who has ever learned that technique. I fired 16 in a row, without a pause, and my hand felt like a hand, because a year earlier I had lain on a dirt floor in a shack screaming into my own arm while a pig rebuilt me. That mist was a maze formation miles across, and I could not find the edge of it, and the counter was in my sleeve. Coxcomb blood. Pure yang. I dragged the flying sword through it and cut, and the black mist parted like somebody had pulled a curtain, and I could see the sky. Wu burned a golden seal talisman at me. I burned the high-grade water escape to not be there. Then I used the demon suppressing. 50 stones for 2 pieces of paper, and it bought me a golden character the size of a house hanging over a marsh at dusk. Suppress. It came down on him, and something under his skin came apart, black scales and the phantom shape of a snake, and both of them shattered. You should also taste, I said, what it feels like to be smashed. Wu was still standing. So I gave him water drop fingers, a lot of them, fast, in a spread, the way you'd hose down a doorway, and he shielded, correctly, the way anyone would, and inside the burst of one of those water threads, there was a flash of red, small, in the middle, like the heart of a flower opening. The life-taking needle went into his brow. I took the head off with the sword and burned everything with fireball, which I had learned from a jade slip Feng Bo had called street stall junk. 2 late-stage cultivators arrived a few minutes later, drawn by the key. I was already a long way off, low in the reeds, with the boat's phenomenon shut down and my heart going like a hammer. Judging by this aura, one of them said, out over the water, it was most likely a battle between late-stage cultivators. Correct, I thought. Absolutely correct. Definitely nothing to do with a level 5 fisherman. The Ghost Island Master had been saving up for 10 years, and I inherited the entire savings account. 18 rotten bone flowers, over 100 spirit stones, 6 medium-grade talismans. A bone ring that flashed a single character when I turned it over in the light, and the character was Yin, and it was clearly a token of membership in something. His boat was medium grade, and it was called the Black Wind Boat, and it rode the wind and submerged fast, which is a combination I would come to appreciate enormously. And the Black Banner. The Yin Ghost flag still had 2 Yin Ghosts inside it, level 4 each, which meant that as of that evening, I owned 2 permanent middle-stage allies who did not need feeding, did not need paying, and could not be talked out of anything. The Jade Slip was the legacy of the Yin Ghost sect, and it was incomplete, and I read every word of it twice. Some of it I am not going to repeat. There is a process for producing a yin ghost, and it involves a cultivator born at a yin hour, and it is not a process I have used or intend to. The flowers, for the record, grow in the shin bone of a person who died badly, which explains the smell and explains why nobody sells them in shops. The practical rules were short. Never admit membership in this sect to anyone, ever. And never keep more than 5 ghosts, because at 6 they stop regarding you as an owner. The formation itself was incomplete too, and that was the part that made me respect a dead man. The original array ran on spirit stones. The Ghost Island master had rebuilt it, alone, over 10 years, to run on his own chi instead, because he could not afford the stones. Wu had done a formation master's work with no teacher and no talent, out of pure poverty and spite. I sailed to Black Mist Island the next morning while the news was still cold. That is the whole trick, by the way. Everyone waits. Everyone lets a dead man's territory sit for a season out of caution. The correct move is to go immediately, before anyone has confirmed he is dead, and I have made a great deal of money doing exactly that. The island gave up 60 more rotten bone flowers and a full bag of seeds. 5 days round trip. Xiaoming was standing at my gate when I got back, and he'd been standing there a lot, apparently. "You were gone 11 days, he said. And then, awkwardly, because men here don't say this sort of thing, "It's really great that you're fine. There were 240 spirit eggs waiting for me in the coop. I want to sit with that number for a second. 240. I had left 30 chickens producing 30 eggs a day for 11 days. I came home to a shed holding more concentrated spiritual nutrition than most cultivators in this market see in a decade. And my honest first reaction, standing in the doorway, was a small physical retch. There is a limit to how many eggs a man can be happy about. I found it. Then I carved cleansing runes into the walls of the pig pen with the flying sword, one at a time, for 3 hours, and fed it 50 stones and 3 rotten bone flowers. Pig pen, level 2. Half a tail of blood essence a day, appearing out of nothing in a stone bowl in the corner. It arrives warm. It is about the size of a billiard ball. It is worth 10 spirit stones, 10 stones a day, out of a shed. While I sleep. I sat on an upturned bucket looking at a bowl of money, and I understood, finally and completely, what I actually had. It was never the fish. It was that the buildings pay every day, and everyday compounds, and nobody in this world has ever had to compete with a man whose property generates income while he is unconscious. The level 3 preview asked for 1 tail of moist jade fat a month, which repairs damaged magic treasures, and an aperture tempering bead from every pig I slaughtered. To unlock it, I had to refine a blood chi pill myself, which meant alchemy, which meant I was going to have to learn a second profession, and I closed the panel and went to bed and did not think about it for a week, because a man is allowed to be tired. While I was doing that, 2 people were standing on the shore of an island that no longer had any mist on it, having a conversation about me. I found this out much later. A woman with peach blossom eyes and a man in a green robe with his hands in his sleeves. "That kid from Zhengtu Market," she said. "Wu's only chi refining level 5, isn't he?" Wu was. "Then either the Ghost Island master got careless," she said, "or we have a problem." "Someone with such methods," the man said, "cannot remain obscure." They agreed to wait until I hit late stage before approaching me. And then they both, separately, glanced east toward the Hua family compound, and neither of them said the name out loud, and they left. I sold most of the loot over the following week and cleared 123 stones, and then I went and spent 35 of it on the 2 upper layers of the water drop finger. Layer 2 is called piercing stone. Instead of 1 thread, you fire 3, and they spiral into a single point, and they go through armor. Layer 3 is called energy storage explosion, requires late stage, and I bought it purely because I intended to be late stage. A compressed sphere of water is thrown, and then it stops being a sphere and becomes about 100 blades inside a 10 jang radius. The elder who sold it to me made me demonstrate the first layer before he'd hand over the second. "Come," he said, "hit me." "Senior, I don't think." "Hit me." So I hit him. 2 of his shields broke. The 3rd hit landed on his robe and the robe ate it, and he stood there with his hands behind his back, and I could see very clearly that his fingers were shaking, not hurt, startled. "Body refining," he said. "Minor achievement at least." "Who taught you?" "The path goes entry, then minor achievement, then major achievement, then the body of Vajra." I had gotten to the 2nd rung by eating a pig, which is not the answer he was fishing for, so I said something about a family method, and he let it go with the graciousness of a man who has decided not to be told. Then he gave me the Kanglang sword art. Free. 3 techniques. Entangling waves, which turns the water under a man into something he can't stand in. Stacked mirror, which is a defense. And 9 layered waves, which is not a defense. "I recorded this into the sect archive myself," he said. "It is mine to give." His name was Mo Cheng, and he was an elder of the Water Dragon sect, and he had been stationed in a fishing market for years for reasons he did not explain. Wu said one more thing that day, quietly, to somebody who was not in the room. I only caught it because I was still in the doorway. Master, this disciple is dull and could only try his best to find a junior brother to bring back. And then to me, out loud, in a completely different voice, you must be quick, because I cannot wait too long. I went home and stuck another sheet of paper on another door. Enlightenment room. Level 1. Comprehension increased 10%. I bought level 2 on the spot, 20%, and an additional 10% when stuck at a bottleneck, and that was the shape of my life for the next several months. Enlightenment room by day, sitting on a mat in a converted storeroom, feeling my own understanding run about a fifth faster than it should. Talisman room by night, spirit gathering pills, 10 stones a bottle, bought by the armful, spirit stones burned by the double handful. I made a note in my head at some point that year that I could not spend it all. I genuinely could not. The blood essence alone outran me. I mastered piercing stone in 3 days. The sword art would not come. 2 months. I could perform all 3 techniques correctly, and none of them meant anything. The forms were right, and the thing behind the forms was absent, and the Enlightenment Room's bottleneck bonus sat there being applied to a bottleneck that would not move. New Year's Eve, they set off fireworks over Zhengtu Market. I was in my back courtyard when they started. Over the wall, I could hear Wu Hua arguing with Xiaoming about which of the sect's fireworks were the good ones, and losing, and then winning. I could hear Gu Xiaofan shrieking every time one went up, that specific milky 4-year-old shriek, somebody's grandmother laughing. The liveliness was theirs. I stood in my own yard with a sword in my hand, and my parents 2 years dead, and my one friend gone somewhere in the marsh under a false name, and it occurred to me, plainly and without any drama at all, that I did not have any of this, that I had bought a very large house on a street full of families, and that I ate every single meal in it alone. Then a firework went up directly overhead and broke, and the light came down across the surface of my fish pond, and the water moved, not waves. The reflection of the light running along the top of the water, layer over layer, one sheet of brightness sliding across the one underneath. I raised my hand, and the Bai Shui flying sword came up and coiled once around my finger, soft as silk, and did not feel like metal at all. Go, I said. On New Year's Eve, in an empty courtyard, I mastered the Kanglang sword art. I cooked afterward. A whole pig leg, 4 fried eggs, a steamed fish, on a table with 1 bowl on it. I ate all of it. It was extremely good. Then, because the fish had cost me 1 spirit stone and I have a condition, I went into the talisman room and drew a medium-grade talisman to cover the expense. 10 stones for the talisman, 1 stone for the fish. A net profit of 9. Perfect New Year. I did the visiting rounds the next morning like a normal person, which was novel. Eggs, pork, and blood essence to Ye Shan, who tried to give me a pig and had to be physically prevented. The same to Elder Mo, who assumed I'd come for sword advice and started explaining the second technique before I could get a word in. Elder, I've already mastered it. Wu stopped. Wu looked at me for a good 3 seconds. All 3? All 3. Mo Cheng sat down. Then he stood up again and laughed at nothing and told me he had a deployment order and was leaving on a water dragon boat within the week. Then he went into the back and came out with a jar of wine he had clearly been saving for something else. The whole street looked at me differently after New Year. 2 years earlier, I had been the orphan with the leaking roof. Now I was the young man who came around at New Year with meat. The Ren family's door was locked. I stood outside it for a minute and then left the basket on the step. Qi refining level 6 came in the spring, and I want to explain a decision here because it is the one that most people in this market would have called insane. Level 6 with talisman talent meant the water dragon sect would take me, guaranteed, formal disciple, resources, a master, a future. Every single person I knew was pushing me toward the triennial selection. I decided not to enter, not out of pride, out of logistics. Sect disciples live where the sect tells them to live, in dormitories, on the sect's mountain, under the sect's eyes. I had a fish pond, a coop, a pig pen, a talisman room, an enlightenment room, and an immortal cave, and every one of them was a physical structure sitting on rented dirt in a fishing market. I was, at 19 years old, the least portable rich man in Yunyu Marsh. I was afraid my buildings wouldn't be easy to place. That is the actual reason, and I have never told anybody it out loud. I went to the selection anyway, to watch and to see Manhwa off. The whole market turned out. There were formation flags at the corners of the square, and a foundation establishment woman standing on a floating lotus leaf overseeing it, and somewhere behind all of it, unseen, a golden core master was running the thing, and you could feel him the way you feel weather coming. I got my first proper look at the top of Zhengtu Market that day. Han Feiyu, level 8. An orphan who left at 15, came back at 25, and killed everyone involved in his parents' deaths inside of a month. The market's hero, more or less sincerely. Who'd failed the selection 3 years ago against a Tier 1 late-stage beast and had come back to try again. Dong Qian, late stage, married out to Jing'an Market, who had killed a late-stage cultivator by herself and did not discuss it, and the Hua family, 3 of them in a row, old blind man Bai, at the peak of qi refining, with something wrong with his eyes that everyone pretended not to see, second Master Hua, and the adopted one, Wu the third. The spiritual root testing came first, and it is the cruelest 10 minutes I have ever stood through. They call the children up one at a time. The child puts a hand on a stone. The examiner reads out the result. Xiao Tai, metal, earth, water, fire, 4-element spiritual root, failed. And the boy, maybe 8 years old, turned around and ran straight into his mother's arms and was absolutely incandescent with joy. Mother, I have a spiritual root too. 4 elements. Failed. Would heard the first half. I stood in that crowd and remembered something that wasn't mine. A one-eared cultivator in a smaller square, years ago, reading out almost exactly those words over a different small boy, and that boy going home happy and being told nothing, and finding out at 12. Then the examiner touched the stone and everything stopped. Junior Marshal Uncle Mo, his voice had gone strange. A heavenly spiritual root. The formation flags dropped, not raised, dropped, all 4 at once, sealing the square. Sect cultivators moved the crowd back with the flats of their hands and no explanation whatsoever. In the middle of it was a small dark-skinned kid, crying, because everybody had started shouting and he didn't know why. His parents were fishermen. They were holding on to him, and the woman on the lotus leaf came down and spoke to them kindly for about a minute. Then all 3 of them were taken away, and I never saw any of them again, and neither did anyone else in Zhengtu Market. Beside me, Gu Xiaofan tugged my sleeve. Big brother Xi Xiang, then Xiaofan wants to be a heavenly spiritual root in the future too. I said something, I don't remember what. Then Wu Tianbao found me in the crowd. Wu was portly and gracious and loud about being gracious, and he took my arm in front of about 60 people and steered me toward the talisman assessment. I, Master Wu Tianbao, am not such a senseless person, he announced to everyone about a grudge he had never admitted having. Talent is talent. Go, boy, take the test. I could not refuse in front of that crowd, and he knew it. The rules were simple. 10 sheets of paper. Produce 3 medium-grade talismans. You may draw whatever you like. Then they announced the topic, and there was a small collective noise from the candidates. The Skylight Talisman. It is a floodlight. It illuminates an area for about half an incense stick's time. It sells for 10 stones and nobody buys it, and consequently almost nobody practices it, and the pattern is genuinely awkward. Wu Tianbao had predicted it. Of course he had. Wu had been coaching his disciples on the Skylight Talisman for weeks, which is why he was so extremely relaxed and so extremely generous about dragging in an outsider. I sat down in an assessment cubicle, which is a curtained box about the size of a wardrobe with a table in it, rented by the sect for the day, and a panel opened over my head. Talisman room, level 1. I sat there with a brush in my hand and did not move for about 4 seconds. A rented box, with a table, and a curtain. It counted. The panel had looked at a temporary cloth cubicle in a public square and decided that yes, this was a talisman room, and applied 20%. No way, I thought. This works too? Wu Tao went first among the favorites and succeeded on his first sheet, which got a murmur, and then failed 8 in a row and came out gray. 2 out of 10. Guanjia, a quiet, meticulous girl who nobody had been talking about, got 3 and was in. I drew the pattern cold, off a memory of a diagram I had skimmed once in a book I bought for 1 stone, and it worked on the first sheet. Then it worked on the second, 2 for 2, in under 10 minutes, on a talisman nobody practices. Through the gap in the curtain, I could see the examiner from 4 Treasures Hall, a high-grade first-tier talisman master named Guan Lei, watching my cubicle with his arms folded. I could see Wu Tianbao's face. I could see 3 rows back, Manhwa not being there, which I noted and did not have time to think about. Everyone in that square now knew that a fisherman from the outer row could draw a medium-grade talisman 2 times out of 2, and I did not want to join the sect, so I reached up and switched the talisman room off. 8 sheets, 8 failures. I burned every one of them, sitting in a box in a public square, working steadily and getting nothing, and when the bell went, I walked out with my shoulders down and my face doing dejected as hard as it knew how. 2 out of 10. Same as Wu Tao. Not enough. Wu Tianbao was so happy he nearly hugged me. Guan Lei fell into step beside me on the way out of the square and did not say anything for about 20 paces. Then, "You are the second person I have ever met who could throw a test that badly." I kept walking. "I don't mind," he said. Wu put something in my hand, a communication talisman. "When you want in, you call me Senior Brother Guan, and you come in through my door, not his." And then he turned around and said to Wu Tianbao, at a volume calculated for the entire square, "With my junior brother staying in Zhengtu Market, I will have to trouble you to take very good care of him." 5 people went into the marsh for the combat trial. 3 came back. Han Feiyu passed. Dong Qian passed. Second Master Hua came back on his feet and bleeding from 7 places and did not pass and had to stand there while it was announced. 2 never came back at all, and their families were given a set number of spirit stones, and the square was swept. Ren Hua arrived after it was over. She came up the road when the crowd was already thinning, walking wrong, favoring one leg. Her mouth was split at the corner, and there was a bruise coming up along her jaw that somebody had tried to powder over, too late for the assessment, by about 2 hours. She saw me across the emptying square and she shook her head. Once, small, don't. I walked past her. I stopped for less than a second. I put something in her hand and I kept going without a word and without looking back, because there were still Wu family people in that square, and because whatever she was in, adding me to it in public would have doubled it. Half a tile of blood essence, 10 stones, about 4 days of my shed. The Wu family held a council that night, and I know what was said in it because in a market this size, everything eventually gets sold to somebody. 2 water dragon sect cultivators had now taken a personal interest in Xianglei, Guanlei in front of the entire square, and Elder Mo Cheng before that. For the next 3 years, Wu Tianbao said, not only can we not move against Xianglei, at critical moments we must stand behind him. They sent a generous gift the following morning. I refused it politely and sent back eggs. And Wu Tao sat in his father's hall and did the arithmetic that I suspect he had been avoiding for a year. Wu was 32 years old. Wu was level 6 because his father was Master Wu Tianbao. Wu had scored 2 out of 10 on his own topic in his own market with weeks of preparation. I had turned 19 after the new year. On what basis, he said. You tell me. On what basis? Then his father moved on to the other item of business, which was Ren Hua, and said the sentence that I did not hear for another 6 weeks, and that I have never forgiven anybody for. Old blind man Bai will shelter her for 3 years in exchange for talismans, and drop her after. Note that carefully. Old blind man Bai only promised to protect Ren Hua. Wu let it sit. Wu did not promise to protect her family. Xiaoming brought me the news, because Xiaoming brought me all the news. Ren Hua's father is dead, out past the 3rd channel, on his own boat. I put the cup down. Ren Guan, level 5 and reaching for 6, brocade robes, a man who had condescended to me at his own gate 8 months earlier, and then actually looked at me and changed his tone inside of 2 seconds. How? They found the boat drifting. Xiaoming was talking fast, the way he did when he was upset and didn't want to be. His artifacts were still on him, Brother Xiang. All of them, even the storage pouch. That is how you know. A robbery takes the pouch. A robbery takes the flying blade off a level 5 man's belt, because a level 5 man's flying blade is 4 months of a fisherman's income. Somebody had killed Ren Guan out in open water and had not touched a single thing on his body, which is not a killing. It is a message with a specific recipient. The Hua family took Ren Hua in that same week, formally, publicly, as a talisman apprentice under their protection, announced in the square, with a Hua retainer walking her belongings across the market in daylight so that everyone could watch it happen. And that closed the matter. You cannot pursue a blood feud against the household that is sheltering you. The Hua family had not killed Ren Guan, officially, and had generously taken in his orphan daughter, and anybody in Zhengtu Market who wanted to say the other thing out loud was cordially invited to go and explain themselves to old blind man Bai. She came to my house half a month later in mourning white to pay me for the blood essence. I told her to keep it. She put the stones on my table anyway, counted out in a neat stack, and sat down across from me with her hands in her lap. I looked at her face and there was nothing behind it. I want to be exact about that, because I have seen a great deal of grief since, and this was not grief. Grief moves. Grief comes up at you in waves and goes down again and does something to the mouth. Her eyes were flat, like standing water, like looking down a well and finding out that the bottom is dry and has been for a while. Sister Ren, I said. The Hua family. They're also not to be trusted. I know. No inflection at all. Don't worry. If you need. Xianglei. It was the first time she had ever used my name without the brother in front of it. If you help me now, you'll be a person who helped me. Do you understand what I'm saying? I understood exactly what she was saying. She was telling me that the safest possible thing I could do for her was to be somebody who had never done anything for her. She stood up at the door and stopped there for a second with her back to me. Let's meet again, she said, in the Water Dragon sect. 2 months in the Enlightenment Room finished the Yin Ghost Array. That is what all of the comprehension bonuses had been quietly grinding away at in the background while I drew talismans and ate eggs. The Ghost Island Master had spent 10 years converting that array from spirit stone power to his own chi, because he could not afford the stones, and that conversion is why it had a ceiling. I put the stone slots back in, 5 of them, and with 5 low-grade stones seated in the flag, the array stopped being a thing I powered and became a thing that powered itself. Then, I took it out to a sandbar at the edge of the marsh to test it properly, with both yin ghosts, who were level 5 apiece by then, because I had been feeding them steadily for half a year. I want to describe what that array actually does, because I have called it a formation about 40 times, and that word does not carry the right idea. It is not a wall, it is a room that you build around somebody, in which you decide where the floor is. Black mist comes up off the ground in a circle and closes over the top like a lid. Inside it, distance stops being reliable. A man walking north walks north and arrives on his own left. The thing he is swinging at is 4 meters from where his eyes have placed it, and 2 level 5 entities that do not breathe and cannot be reasoned with move through all of that as easily as you move through your own kitchen in the dark. I stood in the middle of it and thought, with genuine satisfaction, even if I never lift a hand personally, this thing kills an average level 6, which is a hell of a sentence for a level 6 to be able to say about himself. The test was interrupted, about 40 minutes in, by a woman coming out of the sky at me with an iron sword and a very clear opinion. You villains of the demonic path deserve to be executed by all. I would like it noted that from the outside, a young man standing alone in a cloud of black mist on a deserted sandbar with 2 ghosts orbiting his shoulders does in fact look bad. I understand the reaction. I have never accepted it, but I understand it. She got 3 exchanges in before I got a word out. She was late stage. That was clear from the first exchange, and it was clear in a way that I did not enjoy at all, because late stage against level 6 is not a fight, it is a schedule. My array bought me time. It did not buy me a win. Her sword came through the mist twice on lines that should not have worked and did, so I did the only thing available, which was to start talking from inside my own formation while she was busy with a yin ghost. Fellow Taoist, wait, demonic scum. What kind of demonic path cultivator, I shouted, is as upright and honorable as me? That slowed her down, mostly out of confusion, which I will take. You are standing in a corpse mist. It's inherited. Inherited. I killed the previous owner and took it, I said, and I would like to point out that this is the single most respectable origin story available to anybody in this entire region. There was a pause in the mist, then her partner surfaced behind me, Lei Zeng, also late stage, coming up out of the water at my back without a ripple, and he had been there for I do not know how long. And that is the part of the encounter that actually frightened me. I had been so pleased with my array that I had never once checked underneath it. We talked instead of fighting. It went fine. Wu Xiang of Jingdi Market and Lei Zeng of Jingdi Market. 2 late-stage cultivators who hunted demonic practitioners as a matter of policy. They accepted my account because the details in it were checkable, and because a genuine yin ghost sect cultivator would not have had 2 ghosts and no third. And then, while I was pulling up the flag, I overheard the 2 of them at their boat and got a piece of information that changed how I thought about my own equipment for years. That array. Lei Zeng was keeping his voice down and not keeping it down enough. You know whose it was. I know. Then you know that with that array, the Ghost Island Master once fought Han Feiyu to a draw. Han Feiyu, level 8. The market's hero, the man who came back at 25 and killed everybody who had touched his parents, the one everybody in Zhengtu Market names first. To a draw. I had been treating the black flag as a nice bonus, a trick for ambushes, a way to make a fight unfair. I stopped doing that permanently on the spot. They also, before they left, said something to each other about an association and about whether I was worth mentioning to it. I filed that away too. I came home 11 days later and there was a seashell sitting on my doorstep. I want to describe the next 10 seconds honestly because my body got it right before my head did. My first reaction was relief. Wu's alive. Wu left a signal, so he's alive. I was already untying the boat when the second thought arrived, which is that a man who is fine does not use an emergency signal. Chiuyu Island was empty. It was 2 hours out, a rock with reeds on it and a crescent of gray sand, and I had been there exactly once, on the day he named it after himself as a joke. There were gouges in the sand above the tide line where somebody had gone down and been dragged. There was a patch of reeds burned in a fan shape, which is what a fire technique leaves when the caster is turning while he fires, because a man standing still burns a circle. The scorch was still bitter when I put my face near it. I searched that island for a day and a half. I walked it in a grid. I did the tree line twice. I dove the whole shelf around the beach out to 20 meters and then went back and did it again in the other direction, because you find different things swimming east than swimming west. I found a cooking pot. A sleeping mat rolled and tucked under a rock ledge, dry, which meant it had been put there deliberately and not dropped, and nothing else at all. No body, no blood in the sand, no storage pouch, no boat, no talisman ash. Then I went to House 9 on Mo Street. Lame Zung started doing the thing he did, the vague old alchemist act, the I'm sure I don't know who you mean, and then he stopped in the middle of it because he had felt my cultivation. Level 6, the same as his. Wu put down the pestle. I'm his uncle, he said. The Hua family already knows that. Nobody thinks twice about an uncle asking after his nephew. And if they do, then I'm an old cripple who sells corpse-dissolving water, he said, and they can think about it as long as they like. Wu came back 3 days later, grim and with nothing, no body, no bounty posted or withdrawn, nothing on any black channel in 4 markets, no boat sold, no artifact of his surfacing on any stall, no rumor at Haishui and no rumor at Tai'an, which is the worst of the available answers, and I want to explain why, because it took me years to stop doing it. A dead man produces information. A dead man's sword appears on a table somewhere. Somebody gets drunk and says a name. A missing man produces nothing at all, forever, and so you check. Every time you come home for the rest of your life, you look at the door frame before you look at the door. Manhwa and I passed each other on the main row about a week later and did not speak. She nodded. I nodded. That was correct, and both of us knew it, because she was Hua family property now, and I was a fisherman with a suspicious income, and 2 people who are being watched by the same household do not have conversations in the street. That night, Xiaoming knocked on my door with a letter in his hand and an expression of enormous discretion on his face, which entirely defeated the purpose. No name on it. Sealed. And when I broke it open, the paper smelled faintly of pear blossom. Feng Bo is currently hiding near Qingbo Pool. The Hua family already knows his location and has dispatched young Master Bai at level 6, along with 2 other level 6 guards. Wu seems to have grievances with the Hua family beyond the matter of Scabby Ma. If you go, you must be careful. I sat with that letter until the lamp went out. Here is the honest list of what it could be, and I made the list properly, on paper, because I have never trusted my own judgment at night. It could be a test. The Hua family wanting to find out whether the fisherman who used to drink with Feng Bo still moves when his name comes up. Cheap to run, and it costs them nothing if I stay home. It could be bait. The same test with a hole at the end of it. 3 level 6s waiting at a place I had been told about in writing. It could be Renhua defecting, in the only currency she had left, which was information. Or it could be a girl who had been fed to the household that killed her father, sending the one useful thing she knew to the one person in Zhengtu Market who had ever put something in her hand without being asked to. I never resolved it. That is the point I want to make. Not that night, not that year, not since. I simply decided that repaying kindness with kindness was the kind of man I was going to be, because I had spent 2 years watching the alternative operate at close range from 4 feet away, and the alternative was Old Man Jia. Also, and I am not going to pretend this was not part of the calculation, Qingbo Pool is where the cold iron sand comes from. I spent the next day putting my house in order, and putting my house in order was ugly. I was going to be gone 10 days at absolute minimum. Nobody could feed anything while I was away, and nobody could be allowed inside that courtyard to try. So I went out to the pond at first light with the flying sword and killed every semi-spirit fish in it, 1 pass, and then went to the coop and killed 30 chickens and then the young spirit pig. It took about 4 minutes. I stood in my own back courtyard afterward with the entire productive capacity of my estate lying in a heap on the flagstones, and I want to be clear that I felt genuinely awful and that I salted it and sold most of it by noon. The chicken cultivator reacted as though I had murdered a member of his family. 30, he kept saying. Wu would not take the money. 30 of them. What did you do? Hold a banquet? Something like that. Who for? Myself, I said, which was technically true and made it worse. On the way out of the market, I bought 2 more high-grade talismans, a demon suppressing, and an iron wall for 58 spirit stones, 58 for 2 sheets of paper. That put me at 4 high-grade talismans in hand, which is more than most late-stage cultivators in this region carry, and I was going somewhere I had been invited to in an anonymous letter. Qingbo Pool is not a place, it is a temperature. You come in through a chain of narrowing channels, and the water goes pale blue at the rim and darkens toward the middle, and the air comes down as you sail, degree by degree, until your breath is visible in front of your face in high summer. The core of it will kill a middle-stage cultivator in about a minute, not by drowning. There are stories about what is down at the bottom of the vein, and I now know that most of them are not stories. Around the rim, there is a market, if you are feeling generous with the word. 40 or 50 rough huts, boats pulled up on gray shingle, and 200 men mining cold iron sand out of the shallows by hand and selling it into a black channel, because the sex price is an insult and the sex penalty for selling elsewhere is worse. I came in low, with the boat's phenomenon shut off and whiskers glued to my face, and about an hour after I arrived, coming around a spit of shingle with my head down, I heard a laugh I recognized. Old dog Xiao, it seems that your level 6 chi refining is nothing but paper, alive. Cornered, obviously, because you do not get called that by name in a public place unless somebody has you against something, and doing his single favorite thing while cornered, which was insulting a man's cultivation realm at volume. I did not announce myself. I went into the water. I came up out of the shallows behind Old Dog Xiao at a range of about 4 meters. I want to walk through the next second and a half properly. I had drilled it in a courtyard for 8 months, and it is the most useful thing I own. Entangling waves first into the wet sand under his boots so that the ground he was standing on stopped agreeing to be ground. 6 piercing stone rays into his flank while he was finding his balance. 3 threads each, spiraling into one point, straight through the side of a level 6 defensive robe. Wu got a shield up. That was correct. Wu knocked my flying sword aside with his mace, and that was correct too. Everything that man did was correct, and the life-taking needle rode up the length of that mace while it was still swinging and went in above the bridge of his nose. One breath, start to finish. The head came off, and the body and the head both went under corpse-dissolving water inside 20 seconds, because a corpse is a receipt, and I do not leave receipts. Then I straightened up and noticed the 2 men standing on the shingle 40 meters away who had watched the entire thing. You get about 1 second to choose your story in that situation, and the story has to be one that a frightened stranger will repeat accurately. The person my Hua family wants to kill, I said at volume, walking up the beach with my hands behind my back. How can such petty rogues covet him? Behind me, without half a beat of hesitation, Feng Bo started screaming. Hua family dogs! I, Feng Bo, kill you Hua family members like slaughtering dogs! Wu came at me. I hit him. Wu took it beautifully, went backward over the rail of my boat with both arms up, landed flat on the deck, and I stepped after him and put the flying sword down at his forehead and held it there. Then I turned around and tossed the 2 witnesses 2 spirit stones. Hua family's young master Bai, I said. Thank you, brothers, for holding the line. They caught the stones out of the air and cupped their hands over them. Congratulations to young Master Bai, said one of them, on successfully capturing the rogue. We were out of the channel before either of them thought about it, and I want to point out that this cost me 2 spirit stones and produced, some weeks later, a very confused conversation between those 2 men and the actual young Master Bai. Can you move your flying sword away from my face? Said Feng Bo from the deck. Oh, I said. I forgot. I still have this medium-grade flying sword. You forgot. It's new. Wu sat up on one elbow and looked at me properly for the first time in a year. At the sword, at the boat, at the robe under my coat. Then he started laughing and the laugh turned into a cough halfway through and he had to stop and hold his own ribs. I threw him a lump of blood essence instead of a herb pill. Wu caught it and looked at it in his palm for a long moment, the way you look at a brick of gold somebody has handed you at a bus stop. You're richer than me, he said. A rogue cultivator. That is obscene. Wu had been at Qingbo Pool for 4 months. Wu had one friend there, a genuine one, by his account. A man out of Jingde Market named Gao Hui, who had shared a boat with him through 2 winters and pulled him out of the shallows once when a cold cave opened. Wu was also the only living person on that shore who knew which hut Feng Bo slept in. Gao Hui came sailing up about an hour later, full of concern, urging us to come back into the shallows where it was safer, where there were people. Feng Bo looked at him for a long moment across the water. Lao Gao, he said. Even you want to stab me in the back? And Gao Hui, to his eternal credit, did not deny it for even 1 second. I was possessed by a ghost. His voice cracked apart in the middle of it. It's all because the Hua family offered way too much. There was a pause. How much? 60. For the head. Feng Bo nodded slowly, like a man being told the price of grain in a bad year. Then both of us attacked him at the same time. 10 techniques in the opening exchange between the 2 of us. No announcement, no naming, no duel. No giving him a moment. If you can gang up on someone, Feng Bo said over the noise, why on earth would you fight one-on-one? It was over fast, and at the end of it, he took the head himself and stood there in the shallows holding it, and said, to nobody in particular, you owed me a life. Consider it repaid. Then Gao Hui's chest opened up and a firework came out of it. Silver, straight up 200 meters, and it broke into a flower and hung there over Qingbo Pool for a good 10 seconds while both of us stood in the water and watched it, a death signal, key to his heartbeat, planted in a bot informant by a family that had assumed correctly that a bot informant might stop being useful, and now marking our exact position to everyone within 20 miles. Hey Shui Market, Feng Bo said instantly. 4 hours. We go now. We're inside the wall before dark. No. It's the only place within. Think about it for 1 second. I was already pulling the boat around, back toward the shore, toward the 200 huts we had just left. Our first instinct after killing someone is to run to Heishui Market, so what is the Hua family's first instinct going to be? Wu stared at me. They'll look at Heishui Market, I said, so we stay. We stay in the place they just watched us leave. We ground a pill furnace's worth of ash into our faces and glued on coarse black whiskers and became 2 more filthy miners among 200 filthy miners, and we stayed at Qingbo Pool for the entire manhunt. That evening, sitting in a stone hut with the wind coming off the water and no fire, because a fire is a thing people notice, he finally told me the rest of it. His parents had been killed by the Hua family, and his second uncle's entire household, which is how a family of 11 becomes a family of 1 over the course of a single spring. Wu had gone to Lame Zeng first, because Lame Zeng was blood, and Lame Zeng was level 6, and Lame Zeng had a shop. Lame Zeng had said no. So he had done it alone. At level 4. Over 8 months, with no money and no allies and no information, and he had gotten all the way to the Hua family's 3rd young master and left him crippled and taken that entire branch of the bloodline off the board permanently. That is why the bounty was 60 spirit stones for a head and 100 for him alive, not Scabby Ma. Scabby Ma was an accounting error. This was a family that had lost a son's future to a fisherman and could not say so out loud without saying the rest of it out loud too. You never told me any of that, I said. You never asked. I'm asking now. Now, he agreed. You're asking. The loot off Gao Hui was thin. 19 spirit stones and a mirror artifact, defensive, with a beam function I did not think much of at the time and which went on to save both our lives, and then Feng Bo emptied his storage pouch onto the floorboards of that hut and pushed 4 months of mining across the boards at me with the side of his hand. Cold iron sand, all of it, every grain he had. What do you want it for? He said. And then, before I could get my mouth open, actually don't tell me. I don't want to know. We took 2 stone huts on a nameless islet at the edge of the mining shallows, the kind of place with a roof that lets in weather as a matter of policy. I fixed that in an evening, and I fixed it in a way I have to explain. I did not repair the huts. I ran the immortal cave effect through them. That is the thing about a level 1 immortal cave that took me 2 years to work out. The dust barrier and the self-mending walls are not welded to one specific building forever. They belong to whatever building the panel currently recognizes as mine, and a stone hut that I had claimed, patched with 2 boards, and slept one night and qualified without an argument. The cracks closed themselves overnight. The floor stopped being sand and started being floor. Feng Bo walked into his own hut the next morning and stood in the doorway for a while. This is cleaner. Sea air. It is not sea air. There is no sea. This is a pool. It's very good pool air, I said. Wu looked at me for a moment longer than was comfortable, and then let it go, which is a thing he did about 4 times a year, and which is the entire reason we stayed friends. 3 men from the Hua family came into Qingbo Pool on the 4th day, all 3 at level 6. They came in openly, with the family crest showing on the chest, and they went hut to hut along the shingle asking questions in the tone of men who have never in their lives had to be polite to anybody in this region. Now the correct response to that is not obvious, and it took me about 10 seconds to find it. Everybody at Qingbo Pool was hiding from something. 200 illegal miners, every single one of them wanted by somebody, somewhere, for something. And the instinct of every one of them was to shut the door and keep the head down and wait for the men with the crest to go away, which meant that hiding was the single most conspicuous thing a person could possibly do. They want Feng Bo, I said. What does that have to do with you, Feng Lao-san? Wu glared at me over the whiskers. That isn't my name. It is now. So we went and watched the manhunt. We stood in the crowd on the shingle with our arms folded, 2 grimy miners taking an afternoon's entertainment, close enough to hear the questions being asked and the answers being given. At one point, the Hua men interviewed the 2 witnesses I had bribed on the beach. Those 2 described the capture of the rogue Feng Bo by young Master Bai in considerable and enthusiastic detail. They described his robe. They described the flying sword he had held at the man's forehead. One of them did an impression of the voice. And then they became extremely confused when they were informed that young Master Bai had been 40 miles away on the day in question and had never set foot on that beach. You 2, I said quietly, from 10 meters back, to nobody at all, took my spirit stones and did not do the job. Feng Bo made a noise into his own sleeve and had to walk away. The bounty went up while we watched. 20 spirit stones for news, 60 for a head, 100 alive. Wu heard his own price called out across a beach and turned to me with an expression of genuine wounded pride. 100, he said. Alive. That is insulting. That's high. It is not high. I crippled their heir. That should be 300. Would you like me to go and negotiate? Don't be ridiculous, he said. And then after a while, how would you even open that? Meanwhile, I mined. This is the part of the story that everybody skips, and I refuse to, because it is where I learned the actual economics of my own situation. Cold iron sand mining works like this. You go into water cold enough that your hands stop reporting for duty inside of 4 minutes. You dig with a wooden scoop because metal conducts the cold straight up your arm. You sift what you bring up on a screen on the shingle in the wind, and at the end of a full working day you have half a tail, 20 of them make a caddy. I needed several caddies. I did it for 6 days. I produced 3 tails. I could not feel my forearms from the elbow down by the end of it, and I dropped a bowl at dinner on the 4th night because my hand simply did not close. And on the 7th morning, I did the arithmetic I should have done on day 1, and quietly switched to buying. There were 200 desperate men on that shingle, and every single one of them would sell to a stranger at the sec's own posted price rather than carry a bag 4 days to a broker who might turn him in. Half a caddy a day, no digging, and I looked like a man with a cousin in the trade. Then Feng Bo came back one afternoon with over a caddy, in one day, alone, working the same shallows as everyone else. I looked at the bag, then I looked at him. Show me. We went out on the water and he took me down, and he swam over a stretch of open sand that looked exactly like every other stretch of open sand in that entire pool and pointed at a spot. I dug. It was there. Wu pointed again, 20 meters on, at nothing whatsoever. I dug. It was there. 6 times. 6 for 6. In water where 200 professionals were averaging half a tail a day by guessing. We came up and I stood in the shallows dripping and demanded to know how, and he made the face of a man about to admit to a rash and produced from an inner pocket a small section of human finger bone. White, polished smooth from years of handling, absolutely ordinary in every way. Wu held it out over the water and it lit up faintly, a cold blue, and when he moved it toward the spot we had just dug, the blue went brighter and steadier. Where did you get that? That, he said, is a long story, and I am not telling it. Feng. I'm not telling it, he said, and put it away. 20 taels an hour. A caddy an hour, near enough, on a good vein. This isn't mining, I said. This is clearly just picking up money. Wu gave me all of it again, every day, the whole bag, straight into my hands on the shingle, and when I tried to pay him, he became genuinely annoyed. You've saved my life twice. That is not how this— Twice, he said. Stop talking. I sat on that shingle in the evening with more cold iron sand in a pouch than the 100 Treasures Pavilion had seen come through its doors in a year, and I thought about the shape of luck in this world. For 8 months I had been blocked by a material that a sect had cornered the entire market on. I had been to 4 shops, 3 brokers, and 1 anonymous cubicle. I had offered money in front of witnesses like an idiot and nearly gotten myself killed for it, and the answer turned out not to be money or rank or a clever contact. The answer was one man with a bone in his pocket who happened to owe me. Opportunities in this world are as numerous as crucian carp crossing a river. The trick is not finding them. The trick is being the sort of person somebody decides to hand one to. Fish pond, level 2. 1 drop of water essence due a day, produced out of nothing, worth 8 spirit stones, and then the level 3 preview came up, and for the first time in the entire history of my panel, one building offered 2 spiritual effects at once. 3 drops of ice soul cold dew a day. Fish gaining ice attribute mutations, growth speed up 40%, and under that, on its own separate line, with a space above it, koi transforming into a dragon. A koi-type spirit fish raised in this pond may mutate into a cold ice flood dragon juvenile. I read that 4 times in a stone hut by a jade bead light while a manhunt for my friend went on 200 meters away. A cold ice flood dragon, fully grown, is a tier 3 sure beast. Tier 3 is the equivalent of golden core. Golden core is the realm of the man I had felt from across a square at the selection and had not been able to look at directly, out of a pond, in a backyard, in a fishing market. The requirement was foundation establishment. Everything good was behind foundation establishment now. That was becoming the shape of my entire life, and I want you to hold on to it because it is going to matter enormously. 2 more things happened at Qingbo Pool before the interesting part, and both of them were me abusing the rules. The first, I dug a puddle behind my stone hut, 2 feet across, a foot deep, filled with pool water by hand in 4 trips. I threw 1 trash fish into it. The panel registered a fish pond. I upgraded it to level 2 on the spot using the sand I was already sitting on, and the next morning there was 1 drop of water essence dew floating on the surface of a hole in the ground. 8 spirit stones, out of a puddle, on an island I did not own, 400 miles from home. Then I switched it off and filled the hole in with my boot. The second, I wrote pig pen on a sheet of paper and stuck it to the wall of the hut I was sleeping in. Half a tail of blood essence appeared in the corner of the room that night. Warm, out of thin air, exactly as advertised. I lay on my sleeping mat looking at it. Damn it, I said to the ceiling. Am I really living in a pig pen? 2 men on the far shore had been watching our output for a week. Guan An, level 6. Big and slow and honest in the specific way that means he had never in his life had an original idea. and Zhengqiang, level 5, who did all of the thinking for both of them and who had recently begun to think about what would happen if he stopped sharing. Zhengqiang did the arithmetic on 2 nobodies producing a caddy a day and reached the correct conclusion, which is that whatever those 2 had, it could not be taken off them by a level 6 and a level 5. So he cut Guanan out entirely and sold the information to somebody who could. The Qingbo duo were brothers, Wenbo and Wenqi, level 6 each, which sounds unremarkable until you hear the rest. They had a combined technique. They had been fighting side by side for 20 years, and they had once used it to kill a late-stage cultivator in open water and had brought the body back to prove it. Late-stage men at Qingbo Pool gave those 2 brothers face, which in this world is the highest available form of insurance. They listened to Zhengqiang's pitch on their own boat. They asked 3 questions. They agreed to his terms and shook on a 3-way split. And if he has any complaints afterward, Wenbo said once he had gone, we kill him with the rest. I knew none of this at the time. What I knew was that the finger bone had found something enormous. There is a vein of cold iron sand under Qingbo Pool. That is the source of all of it. And every so often, according to the men on the shingle, the dragon of the earth turns over, which is the local phrase for an earthquake. And when it does, cold caves crack open along the vein and spew killing cold into the water for a season. And some of them collapse. A collapsed one is called a dead cave, and a dead cave is a sealed pocket that has been quietly filling with sand for 100 years, with nothing at all to wash it out again. The finger bone lit up like a lamp over 3 meters of silt. The flying sword went into the rock face and bit 2 fingers deep and stopped. I hauled it back and hit the same spot again and got another 2 fingers, and worked out that at that rate I would be through the wall in approximately 4 days of continuous casting, in freezing water 8 meters down. So I took Gaohui's mirror out of my pouch. That mirror had been sitting in storage for weeks doing nothing at all, a defensive artifact with a beam function that I had looked at once and dismissed as a novelty. I poured 1/3 of my total spiritual chi into it. That is an amount of power I have never voluntarily spent on any single action before or since. It is the difference between being a level 6 cultivator and being a man floating in cold water. The beam took the rock face off in one stroke and opened a gap you could swim through sideways. I was empty. Genuinely empty, seeing spots at the edges, holding on to a rock at the bottom of a freezing pool with both hands, and no reserve at all. Wait here, Fengbo said, and went in alone. Wu was gone for the time it takes 3 sticks of incense to burn. I want you to picture me hanging in cold black water counting, with 1/3 of my ki gone and the surface 8 meters overhead, listening to absolutely nothing come out of a hole in a rock. Then he came out of it screaming, which I could hear even underwater, and behind him came a millstone. That is the only word for it. A slab of stone armor the size of a millstone with legs underneath and 2 eyes on the front like drops of blood, moving through the water considerably faster than a man can swim. Stone armored crab. And there was nothing on it to hit. I put entangling waves into the water under it, which slowed it by about 1/4. Then I fired 10 water drop fingers into the joint where the leg meets the shell, because that is the only soft thing on the entire animal, and got 2 of them in. It turned toward me instead of him, which was the entire objective. I got him over the rail by the collar and did not let go until he was flat on the deck. Run, I said. Run, run. We ran. Half an hour later, on the far side of the pool, still shaking, he told me what he had actually seen in there. That dead cave, he said, is covered in cold iron sand. There's no need to dig. You just need to take a bag and stuff it like crazy. How far in did you get? 2 zhang, maybe 3. Wu was looking at his own hands. I stepped over a rock. And the rock moved. We took 10 caddies out of the outer chamber over the following 2 days, working in shifts, one filling and one facing into the dark with a shield up. We split it 50-50, which he argued about, and lost. 11 caddies in my pouch. At market price, over 200 spirit stones. Enough to convert into 2 mid-grade spirit stones, which is not more money so much as it is a different social class of money. The plan from there was simple and good. Sail to Jingda Market, sell the surplus quietly through 3 separate brokers, go home, seal the door, and not come out again until late stage. I was actually saying that out loud, standing on the shingle in the morning light, when a man walked out of Fengbo's hut. Wu came out through the doorway with his hands empty and a pleasant expression on his face, like a neighbor who has let himself in to borrow something. And behind us, in the channel, a second boat surfaced, not sailed in, surfaced from underneath, cutting off the water. 2 level 6s, front and back, and we were standing on a strip of shingle 9 meters wide. Wen Tao, said Fengbo instantly, cupping his hands, from Taiyan Market, and this is my cousin. There was a pause of about 1/4 of a second. Zheng Yongming, he said. I would like to state for the record that he named me long life on the spot, in front of 2 men who had come there specifically to kill us, and that I then had to answer to it for 3 days. Fellow Taoists, said Wenbo from the boat. There is no need for any of that. We know what you have. Do you? Zheng Qiang, said Wenqi, is very talkative. And there it was, free, in the opening exchange, before anybody had drawn anything, the name of the man who sold us. So I did the only thing available to 2 level 6s, facing 2 level 6s with a regional reputation, which was to negotiate. I gave them the location. Not the cave mouth, not immediately, but the fact of it, the depth, the finger bones readings, the state of the silt. Everything except one detail. In exchange, I wanted a share of what came out, and I wanted permission, explicitly and out loud, to kill Zheng Qiang afterward. Wenbo laughed at that. Take him. Wu would have sold us next. And then, because the mood on that beach had genuinely lifted, and because I have a specific weakness that I have never been able to correct, I made a proposal. Afterward, I said, entirely straight-faced, the 4 of us should be collectively known as the Qingbo 4 heroes. There was a silence on that shingle. That's acceptable, said Wenqi. The one detail we left out was the crab. We simply never mentioned it, and I want to be technically precise about this because at no point did either of us lie. Wenbo asked whether the cave was dangerous. I said the cold was severe, which it was. Wenqi asked whether we had been all the way in. Fengbo said we had not, which was true. And when, standing at the mouth of the gap in 8 meters of black water, Wenbo asked directly whether there was anything living down there, Fengbo turned to me with an expression of luminous confusion and said, "What stone-armored crab? Why don't I know about that?" Wenbo also, on the way down, noticed our water-repelling talismans. Low grade. Real contempt. You two are going to drown inside your own equipment. Wu threw me a medium-grade one, the way you would toss a coin to a beggar. I put it on and thanked him sincerely, and it is the sole reason I am alive to tell any of this, and I have never once known what to do with that fact. They would not let us near the sand. Stand further away, Wenbo said, at the mouth of the inner chamber. It was the first genuinely stupid thing either of them had done all day. It put both brothers deep inside a cave with their backs to us and all of their attention on the floor. I stood in the dark at the entrance and listened, stone, scraping on stone, far back, slow, and then stopping, which was worse. I put one thread of a water drop finger through the jade light bead they had wedged into the rock wall, and the chamber went absolutely black. And I planted the yin ghost flag in the silt. What happened next took perhaps 90 seconds, and I saw almost none of it because black mist inside a lightless underwater cave is the most complete darkness available to a human being. I have reconstructed it since from what I felt through the flag. Wenqi's shield was torn out of his hands, not broken. Taken by 2 yin ghosts he could not see and had no reason on earth to expect, because nobody brings a formation to a mining trip. Wu backed up into a cave wall that had not been there when he came in, because the array had rearranged the geometry of the room around him, and while he was working that out, the crab found him. Wu tried to go up. The mist ate his water-repelling talisman, eroded it down over about 20 seconds, and then the water came in. Then a red glimmer went through the dark and found his forehead, and after that the crab took him at the waist, and by then it did not matter which of the 2 had come first. Wenbo got there in time to see the half of his brother that was still in the pincer. I have thought about that man a great deal since. Wu was, up to that exact moment, entirely competent. Everything he had done that day was correct, including trusting 2 strangers he had leverage over, and what he did next was the right move, made it absolutely full commitment, and it very nearly worked. Wu burned a high-grade talisman, purple lightning, underwater, in a sealed cave. Lightning is yang, my array is yin. The whole formation tore open like wet paper, and I lost both ghosts for a moment, and the light in that chamber was so total that I could see the bones in my own hand through the skin. The lightning sword went through Wenqi's chest, sheared one pincer clean off the crab, and split its shell open front to back, and it did not kill it. The crab, now maddened and missing a limb, took Wenbo into the rock face and pinned him there with the stump. I swam in through the settling mist while he was working an arm free. "Go now," I said quietly, right beside his ear. Then there was red light, and then there was white, and then there was nothing left in that cave that was still trying to kill anybody except one extremely angry crab, which took me a little over a dozen breaths to finish by myself. I bagged it in 2 storage pouches. It took 2, because a near late-stage sheer beast corpse does not fit in one. We were sitting on the deck afterward, soaked through, splitting the take by lamplight, when the boat moved sideways. Not on a wave. Sideways, and then back, and then the entire surface of Qingbo Pool tilted. The dragon of the earth was turning over. I have been in exactly 1 earthquake in my previous life. It was a rumble and a coffee cup walking 3 inches across a desk. This was a body of water 4 miles across being picked up at one end. The shore islands leaned. Rock came off them in sheets and went into the water with a sound I felt through my teeth rather than my ears. And I was 8 meters down at the mouth of a mine cave. I went for the exit and the exit was closing. I got one hand out into open water before the gap took my leg, and Feng Bo caught me by the wrist over the rail and hauled with everything he had. Then the surge caught the boat about a meter short of the surface and flipped it end over end. Qingbo Pool, at that moment, was a jar half full of water being shaken from side to side by something enormous, and the two of us were the sediment. Qingbo Island, he was screaming from somewhere above me. Every time there's an earthquake, Qingbo Island holds. It's the anchor. I got the boat upright with the deck under my knees and rode a wall of water 400 meters across open pool toward a rock, and about halfway there, I had a thought so inappropriate to the situation that it has stayed with me for years. I never went surfing in my past life. I am doing it in this one, during an earthquake. We came off that pool with 20 caddies of cold iron sand and 2 level 6 storage pouches. I am also fairly confident that the earthquake was our fault. A dying Tier 2 shearbeast had spent the last minutes of its life thrashing inside a fault in the earth. The earthquake was, from a business perspective, the best thing that happened to us all month. An earthquake shakes cold iron sand loose all along the vein, and it turns a certain number of active cold caves into dead ones, which means that in about a week, Qingbo Pool was going to be the site of the biggest scramble in its history. Every miner on that shingle knew it. You could feel the whole beach getting ready. We left before it started because we were carrying 41 gin of it already, and greed is how people die. I was at the tiller congratulating myself when I happened to touch my own face. No whiskers. I stopped the boat. I looked at Feng Bo, who had also lost his whiskers and whose skin had been scrubbed back to its normal color by 400 meters of surfing, and who had been standing on the deck of a boat in a crowded pool for the last 20 minutes with his own entirely recognizable face hanging out in the open. In the end, I said, I never did learn a proper disguise technique. We slid out with the crowd. An hour later, the water went from that dark blue to ordinary channel green, which meant we were clear of Qingbo Pool. The eyes on my back did not go away. I let it run for another 20 minutes, then picked a bare mud islet with 3 willows on it and put the boat in. Fellow Taoist, I said to the empty water, you have been following us the whole way. It is time to come out and show yourself. And while I was saying it, I was cracking open the Ma Brothers' 2 storage pouches because I had a fairly good idea of what was about to happen, and I had not yet gone through my own inventory. 2 boats rose out of the channel, one on each side, Wu Sheng and Xiao Yun, both tall, both level 6, both wearing the Hua family's crest openly, which at this distance from Zhengtu Market was a statement of confidence. Fellow Taoist. Wu Sheng's voice was almost friendly. This is a grudge between our Hua family and Feng Bo. I would advise you not to interfere. I opened my hand and let the spirit stone dust I had been holding blow off my palm. If you want to kill, then kill, I said. If not, get lost. Where does all this useless talk come from? Then I threw 5 medium-grade lightning strike talismans at them. 2 of mine, 3 out of a dead bandit's pouch I had opened 40 seconds earlier, not 1, 5. Purple lightning came down over that mud islet in a patch, like weather. Son of a bitch, screamed Wu Sheng from somewhere inside it. I have been told by several people since that this is not how a duel between cultivators is supposed to begin. My position is that a duel is a thing 2 people agree to, and I have never agreed to one. The opening did not kill them. It was not supposed to. It bought me 11 seconds, and in those 11 seconds 2 things became clear. The first was that Wu Sheng had come from a family, in the way that word gets used around here, and that this meant something concrete. Wu burned 3 high-grade talismans in a single exchange. 3, at 50 stones a sheet. I watched a man spend 150 spirit stones in about 4 seconds to solve a problem that had not even become serious yet. And I remember thinking, with a kind of clinical envy, damn it. As expected of someone from a family background, they are truly rich. The second thing was that Feng Bo was in trouble. Wu was level 5. Xiao Yun was level 6 and driving him back across the mud toward the water, so I planted the flag. Black mist came up off that islet and closed over the top, and inside it the geography stopped being reliable, and I leaned in toward Feng Bo and said one sentence. In a moment, I will make you appear behind your opponent. As long as you have a clear line of sight, launch a sneak attack. Do not hesitate. Then I ran 3 things at once. The array, which is a live instrument and not a wall. 2 yin ghosts at level 5, chewing on Wu Sheng from 2 directions. And my own flying sword. I want to be honest about the cost of that. 1 mind on 3 tasks. My vision narrowed to a tunnel, and my nose started bleeding at some point, and I did not notice for a while. Wu Sheng had never fought inside a formation in his life. That was the whole of it. Wu was better than me, he was richer than me, and he had absolutely no idea what he was inside of. Wu threw flying knives at Feng Bo, and I moved the image of Feng Bo 4 meters left, and the knives went into fog. Wu decided to smash his way out and burn 2 more high-grade talismans, and 2 enormous swords of light came down through the mist toward the array's northern edge. So I opened the northern edge. They went through and cut nothing at all, and closed on empty channel water, and the look on his face when the mist did not break is one of my favorite memories. Behind him, the 2 yin ghosts took Xiao Yun's head off. Feng Bo, who is not a squeamish man, stopped where he was and did not come forward. Then I killed Wu Sheng, and I want to walk through it, because it is the single best sequence I have ever put together, and nothing in it was real, except the last part. The flying sword came at his chest. Wu blocked it, because it was a medium-grade artifact, and blocking it was correct. The life-taking needle came out of the mist at his throat, deliberately visible, deliberately slow enough to see, because by then, that needle had a reputation in 3 markets, and a man who knows about it will spend everything he has to not be hit by it. Wu spent everything. Shield, robe, both hands, and the earth sword talisman came up out of the sand under his boots, high grade, 50 stones. I had been carrying it for 8 months. In that exchange, the opening talisman, the flying sword, and even the life-taking needle were all feints. The only real attack came out of the ground he had chosen to stand on, and he chose it because I let him think the whole fight was happening above his head. I took his 5-in-1 flying dagger, which is a nasty piece of work, and his boots, which turned out to be the best thing on either corpse. 1 step covers 3 zhang. For fighting or running, they are a genuinely superb tool, and I have used them for both without any shame at all. I also took his outer robe, undamaged, because robes resell. Feng Bo was leaning on a willow. "You're injured." "Grazed by a blade," he said. "It's nothing." We were still cleaning up when a flying boat came out of the sky. A proper flying boat, above the water, not on it, which in Yunyu Marsh means late stage at minimum. There was a figure standing on it in a black robe with the hood up and nothing visible at all, and I had maybe 2 seconds to decide how to play it. So I planted the flag again and gave it a name. "Does fellow Taoist," I shouted, "also wish to test the power of my all-heaven god fiend Grand Array? It is a policy of mine. Whatever the situation, give the thing a domineering name first. It costs nothing, and it has worked more often than it has any right to." There was a pause. Then, from under the hood, pfft, she pulled the hood back, and it was the woman from shop A18. Peach blossom eyes. I had seen them for about a quarter of a second through a gap in a curtain, and I had thought about them more than was strictly professional. "Since when," she said, "did the Yin Ghost Array get such a domineering name?" I smiled at her. I also, while smiling at her, counted my remaining talismans. "What?" she said. "Are you wondering whether you can kill me?" Senior is joking. Junior is merely delighted to see Senior here, and was thinking of how best to express his sincere. "You cannot keep this up," she said, "for even one more sentence." She was right. I could not. "I came looking for you," she said. I gave her a false name. "Xianglei is Xianglei," she said. "Why give a fake name? Besides, do I look so much like a bad person that you have to be this careful?" Cough. Habit. Fine. She looked me over once, in a way I did not enjoy and could not object to. "You're someone who will live a long life." Then she made her pitch, and it was the most useful conversation I had that year. Her name was Xiao Ning, and she was recruiting for the Water Dragon Sect Mutual Aid Society. She laid out the ladder first, and she laid it out with no decoration at all, which is why I believed it. At the top, heavenly spiritual roots, taken by golden core masters on the day they are found, the way that boy was taken out of the square in Zhengtu Market. Below that, dual and triple roots born into cultivation families, who get resources from birth. Below that, dual and triple roots born nowhere, who get noticed eventually. And then, she said, there are people like us, no background, poor spiritual root aptitude. In the eyes of certain people, we have no hope of foundation establishment, and we come from low origins, which makes us the perfect people to order around. 3 covenants. Help a member in a life or death crisis. Avenge a member who dies badly. Never kill each other. I went at every one of them, because I have never in my life signed something without reading it. What constitutes doing one's best? Nothing, she said, without hesitating. There is no enforcement. If there is a deep grudge between 2 members, the society cannot truly stop it. Then what's the point? The point, she said, is that when you are in a room with 40 people who owe each other nothing, you will still find that it is much harder to have you quietly killed. Gatherings on the 18th of every month. The rival organization is called the Yunyu Marsh Alliance, and it is run by Old Blind Man Bai, level 10 Chi refining, the ceiling of this entire region. Even Old Blind Man Bai's own son, she added in the voice of someone laying down a card, is a member of our society. She had watched the entire fight on the islet incidentally, all of it, both kills. and she did not care in the slightest, which told me more about the society than the 3 covenants had. The joining gift was a jade token containing 1 high-grade rank 1 protective talisman, single use. I asked to postpone my introduction until after my breakthrough, and she agreed without argument and gave me an address, house number 3, Block Gia, Taiyan Market. And she left me with a sentence I have never been able to put down. Only at the late stage of chi refining do you actually enter the circle of cultivators in Yunyu Marsh. Before that, you are just a fisherman. Splitting the take took an hour, and most of it was arguing. Feng Bo would not take half. I didn't contribute to killing them. You did all the work. Wu pushed a pouch back across the deck at me. And this whole mess exists because of me in the first place. If I took a share of that, my conscience would be uneasy, and I would not be able to sleep at night. You'd sleep fine. I would sleep beautifully, he agreed, and I still won't take it. We split the 2 Hua family pouches down the middle, a flying dagger and a shield each, a boat each. Wu took the intact robe, I took the boots, and he flatly refused to touch the 2 bandit pouches from the Qingbo pool cave, on the grounds that those had been my array, my ghosts and my crab. 108 spirit stones in those 2 pouches, 2 shields, a heavy gold iron one that expands to 30 feet, and a light rattan wood one for speed, and a pair of water-splitting spikes that looked like a matched set. I sat down and refined them together, and about 40 minutes in they snapped into each other with a small clear ding and became one weapon, a double-bladed spear, 4 feet of it, with a water dragon spell etched down the inside of the shaft, my first high-grade magical artifact. I named it the water-parting dragon spear, and I stood on the deck holding it and understood finally how 2 brothers at level 6 had once killed a late-stage cultivator in open water. At the bottom of the pouch there were 2 black stones that my hand did not want to touch. Water thunder beads. Each one carries a full-strength strike from a peak chi refining cultivator, packed into something the size of a plum. There is a grade above them called a heavenly thunder bead, which carries the strike of a peak foundation establishment cultivator, and I mention it only because I want you to remember that the ladder goes up. It's a good thing, I said, turning one over, that they never got to use these in the dead cave. Feng Bo refused those too, with feeling. 41 jin of cold iron sand, in 1 pouch, on 1 boat, in the middle of a marsh where the sect kills people over it. If I sold all of this at once, I said out loud to the water, wouldn't I just take off? Jingde Market bought the rest. The duty cultivator at the counter had the exact face that every branch of the water dragon sect grows on its staff, the one that looks down at you from a height of about 4 inches. Wu went through 3 boats and 3 robes and a Shubi's corpse without a flicker, and then, when the total came up, he looked at me properly for the first time. I couldn't tell, he said. You look so honest, and yet you're quite a ruthless character. Just luck, I said. Just luck. 3 boats and 3 robes came to 189, and I haggled him to 190 because spirit stones are precious and every grain counts. The stone-armored crab was a disappointment. A perfect specimen goes for 60 or 70. Mine had a hole in the shell from Wenbo's dying lightning sword and a split down the back, and it went for 40. Total on me at the end of that afternoon, 504 spirit stones. Without selling 1 grain of the cold iron sand, I took 408 of them to the exchange and traded up. 1 mid-grade spirit stone costs 102 low-grade, not 100, 102. Greedy, truly, deeply greedy. 4 mid-grade spirit stones, milky white, sitting in a jade box in my palm, and my hands were not completely steady when I closed the lid. Then I turned to Feng Bo and made him an offer. My breakthrough to late stage might take a while, I said. And Yunyu Marsh is not a peaceful place. I might need someone to act as my protector. I wonder if you'd be willing. Wu looked at me for a second. Wu knew exactly what I was doing. How much are you paying? Nothing. Then I accept. We rented a courtyard inside Jingde Market itself for a month. 5 spirit stones. Because houses on Yunyu Marsh are not worth much and land is not worth much, but safety is expensive. I have noticed something about the water dragon sect over the years. It is extremely difficult to squeeze money out of them. It is extremely convenient to give money to them. While I was doing that, young Master Bai arrived at Qingbo Pool holding a portrait of my face. My real one, without whiskers, drawn very vividly by somebody with genuine skill, from a description given by 2 men on a beach who had been paid 2 spirit stones to say something else entirely. Wu Sheng and Xiao Yun had not come back, the Qingbo duo had vanished the same week, and the man standing on that shingle reached the only sensible conclusion available. A powerful newcomer has arrived at Qingbo Pool, so he went up to a stone house on Qingbo Island to call in a favor from the Mutual Aid Society, a favor his father had promised him, and knocked on a door. Xiao Ning opened it. Wu showed her the portrait. She said she did not recognize it. Wu pressed. Wu was young Master Bai, and she was a rogue cultivator, and he pressed the way his family presses. You mean to say, she said, that you suspect I killed the Ma brothers and your Hua family members? And then she let her late-stage aura fall on him where he stood. Whether I recognize him or not, what does it have to do with you? Is it your place to question me? Even your father, Second Master Hua, would not dare say that to me. She let that sit for exactly 1 second. Get lost. Wu got lost. I found out later, from her, in a completely different context, that the entire time she was saying all of that, she had my face in her head with perfect clarity. We went into seclusion in a rented courtyard in Jingda Market, and Feng Bo made me go first. I argued. Wu shut it down in one move. Time is tight. If something unexpected happens, a friend at the late stage of chi refining can protect both of us. If I break through first and reach level 6, it changes nothing at all. Wu was right, and being right is his most annoying quality, so I turned a rented room in a strange market into my house, and I did it with paper. Enlightenment room on the west wall, talisman room on the doorframe, pig pen on the wall behind where I slept, which I have made peace with. Then I used the talisman room boost to draw a dozen calming talismans, stuck a silencing talisman on the wall, stuck a calming talisman on my own chest, and switched the immortal cave on. That is my entire seclusion setup. 4 sheets of paper and a switch. I burned 30 low-grade spirit stones just as a warm-up to get the chi moving, and then I opened the jade box. I had never held a mid-grade spirit stone before. They are milky white and almost completely free of impurities, and when you draw on one, the chi comes in clean, with none of the grit you spend half your concentration filtering out. It was like driving a car that had run on cheap fuel its entire life, and then, one morning, filling the tank with the good stuff. While I was in that room, 2 conversations happened about me in 2 different markets. The first was in Shop Hong 18 in Taiyan Market, and it was Xiao Ning and a man named Xu Feng, and they were pricing me like livestock. With formations, he has the strength of a late-stage cultivator even at level 6, Xu Feng said. 3 years. The next Water Dragon sect selection will be our turn. And don't forget third brother Ye Ye Xuan. As for the others, we'll see. Those without opportunity or strength can be ignored. And on Old Blind Man Bai, from Xiao Ning flatly. That old blind man doesn't want his lineage severed. Wu knows what matters. The second conversation was in the Hua family hall in Zhengtu Market, and it was shorter. Xianglei's wings have already grown, said Second Master Hua. There's nothing we can do about him now. Let him be. And Feng Bo? Father said he will deal with that one personally. Then Wu III, the adopted son, said a sentence that meant nothing to me for a very long time. This matter might be connected to that legacy from back then, and to eldest brother's death. What? Half a month later, in a rented room in Jingda Market, a cloud formed in my dantian. That is the marker. Late stage of chi refining is when your spiritual chi stops being a quantity and starts being weather. A pill cloud they call it, and you spend the rest of chi refining making more of them until the dantian is full, which is peak. After that, you compress the clouds into liquid, and that is foundation establishment. After that, you compress the liquid into a solid, and that is a golden core. The whole ladder, laid out in one moment, from the bottom rung. The cost of that one breakthrough was 300 spirit stones minimum, and I finally understood why there were so few late-stage cultivators in Yunyu Marsh. It is not a talent filter, it is a price tag. It took me 4 more days to grind the last 2 mid-grade stones to powder, and then I opened the door. Feng Bo took one look at my aura and yelled, "Excellent, now I, Feng Bo, have a friend at the late stage of chi refining." I put my hands behind my back and leaned back slightly. "What?" I said. "Did you call me?" Wu got it immediately. Wu dropped into a formal bow with his hands cupped. Junior Feng Bo greets Senior Feng. "Not bad," I said. "You've got a sharp eye." "Oh, get lost." Wu had, incidentally, spent the entire half-month turning away visitors. The neighbors in that courtyard block had felt the aura leaking and had come round with congratulatory gifts, as neighbors do, and he had headed off every single one of them at the gate. At the time, he told me, extremely pleased with himself, I acted just like a wicked servant from a wealthy household. The first thing late stage does is make all your equipment wrong. I found this out over about 2 hours, sitting cross-legged on the floor of a rented courtyard, taking every item I owned out of my pouch and putting it back in a different pile. The boots stayed. One step covers 3 jang, which at close range means a man who believes he is disengaged from you has not, and which at long range means a man who believes he has run far enough is about to have a very short conversation. The water-parting dragon spear stayed, and it stayed in a category of its own. I put my whole reserve into it, once, as an experiment, and it took all of it and did not so much as flicker to indicate that it had reached a limit. That spear is the ceiling of what a chi-refining cultivator can drive. I was going to be growing into it for years, which is the correct relationship to have with a weapon. Everything else had turned into a toy, overnight. The Baishui flying sword felt almost weightless in my hand, and not in the good way. A sword that costs you nothing to move is a sword that is not carrying anything when it lands. All my medium-grade shields were paper. My boat was slow. My talisman brush could not keep up with the amount of qi I was now pushing through it and had begun to scorch at the ferrule. I sat down and worked out what a full replacement set would cost, and then I had to stand up and take a walk around the courtyard. 41 jin of cold iron sand, I told myself. It covers all of it. You are not poor. Stop doing this. Then I felt something come through the wall of the house. Blood qi. A wave of it, hot and wrong, the way meat smells when it has been left out. And under it, a heartbeat, slow and enormous, like somebody striking a drum in a closed room. It was coming from the room Feng Bo had sealed himself into 3 days earlier. I stood outside that door for a long time and did not open it, because you do not open a door on a man in the middle of a breakthrough, no matter what is coming out from under it. 3 days later, he came out at level 6 with blood on his chin and a face the color of paper. What, I said, was that? Wu wiped his mouth on his sleeve and looked at the smear with the same mild professional interest I had seen at a fish counter 2 years before. I practice a second cultivation technique, he said. It burns lifespan to accelerate progress. I stared at him. Isn't that a demonic technique? Techniques aren't divided into righteous and demonic. Wu was already walking past me toward the water jar. Only people are. That is a very convenient thing for you to believe. It's also true. How much? Wu shrugged with one shoulder, which is the gesture I have come to hate most in the world. About 20 years. 20 years. Wu said it the way you would mention a docking fee. Once I break through to late stage, he said over his shoulder, my lifespan will be over 100 anyway, so it doesn't matter. I have been over that conversation a great many times since, usually at night. Wu was right about the arithmetic. A cultivator's lifespan climbs with his realm, and 20 years off 140 is not the same as 20 years off 60. Wu was wrong about everything else, and I did not have the standing to tell him so. I had a magic panel in my head that printed money out of chickens. Wu had a bone in his pocket and a bad idea. Only one of us had earned anything. Somebody knocked on our gate 2 days after that. An old woman in a bright red robe, level 7, holding a gift box in both hands and smiling at me with the entirety of her face. Congratulations to fellow Taoist on reaching the late stage. Senior is too kind. Not at all, not at all. She had already taken half a step forward in the way of a person who intends to be inside a house. A new late-stage cultivator in Jingda Market. May I ask which family fellow Taoist comes from? No family. Ah, a loose cultivator. Then which market? Huayin. Huayin. Her eyes did not move at all. That's a long way. And fellow Taoist's honored name? Mo Long Wei, I said. I'm visiting relatives. When you are out and about, your identity is whatever you say it is. She stayed exactly as long as courtesy required, asked 4 more questions dressed as compliments, accepted a cup of tea she did not drink, and left. The gate was still swinging when Feng Bo came out of the back room pulling things off shelves with both hands. We leave now. Agreed. That one was sent by the late-stage cultivators of Jingde Market to find out who's living in this courtyard. Wu was rolling a mat one-handed. Nobody in this world walks a gift box across town for a stranger. We went out under the water and stayed under for a full hour, which is an extremely unpleasant way to leave a town, and surfaced in an empty channel 8 miles out to split up. Wu was going back to Qingbo Pool. Zheng Cheng was still there. So was Guanan. Feng Bo had an outstanding account and no intention of carrying it around. If it goes wrong, I said, tell them we're brothers for life. Say it exactly like that in those words. And if they kill you, I'll fight them to the bitter end. Wu laughed at me, which was the correct response. At my age, life and death are fated, he said, and wealth is in the hands of heaven. That's not a plan. It's a very old plan. Wu was already pushing off with the pole. I'm off. I'm off. Cultivate properly when you get back, I called after him, across widening water. Don't let me catch up to you. The seashell signal stood. That was the last thing either of us said about it, and neither of us said it out loud, because you do not need to restate a thing that has already been agreed. I found out much later that he did not go straight to Qingbo Pool. Wu went to Qiyu Island first, the nameless rock he had named after himself as a joke, and he spent 1 night there by himself, and then he went and paid a stranger 20 spirit stones to hold a seashell. Wu Hua came out of her gate first when I got home, and I watched her whole face change when she saw who it was. Not because she was pleased, because it was not Xiaoming. She had been listening for a hull against the dock all afternoon, and Xiaoming was out on the water alone. She was pregnant, visibly by then, and moving the way people do when they have started to organize their whole body around something. Brother Xiang, she was already turning back toward her door. You're thin. Have you eaten? Wu Hua, I'll bring something over. Next door, Xiaosong felt my aura from inside her own courtyard and could not hide her reaction, which is a difficult thing to watch happen on a neighbor's face. Level 4, looking at late stage, she actually took hold of her daughter's shoulder without seeming to notice she was doing it. Gu Xiaofan got loose in about 2 seconds. Big brother Shixiang, I had a wooden windmill for her. Little painted figures on the spokes that spun when you blew on it, out of the storage pouch of a man I had killed on a mud islet, which is not a sentence you say to a 5-year-old. She blew on it. It span. She screamed with delight and ran back to her mother to demonstrate, and then ran back to me to demonstrate it again in case I had missed it. Only you spoil her like this, Brother Xiang, said Xiaosong, going pink to the ears. My house was standing. The peach trees had fruit on them, finger-sized and hard as knuckles. The vegetable patch was entirely weeds, waist-high, with something living in it. I switched the immortal cave back on and stood in the doorway while a year of dust simply stopped existing, all at once, floor to rafters. Then I went around the back and collected half a tael of blood essence, a kean of spirit soil, and 1 drop of water essence dew. Those buildings had been quietly working the entire time I was 400 miles away, getting hit with lightning. Another dozen spirit stones, earned in the time it takes to cross a courtyard. Then I tidied up and lay down on my own small bed. Only here, in a poor row of a poor market with a leaking roof 3 houses down, did anything in me actually let go. Xiaoming came in off the water at dusk and nearly dropped his catch on the dock. Brother Xiang, I'm so happy you're back, I thought. Thought I died out in Yunyu Marsh? No. Wu was genuinely embarrassed. I thought you'd joined the water dragon sect. Then, all in one breath, unable to hold it another second. I'm going to be a father. 19 years old. Wu was 19 years old, and he was going to be a father, and he said it the way a man announces a promotion he has not told anyone about yet. The market news he brought me over dinner was more interesting than he knew. The Hua family had put it about that Feng Bo, alone, had killed 2 of their level 6 cultivators on a mud islet in the East Channels. Alone. Which meant they knew perfectly well that there had been a second man on that islet, and had decided, at the level of family policy, not to say his name out loud. That is a specific kind of decision. It is not forgiveness, and it is not fear. It is a household looking at a 19-year-old fisherman with 2 water dragon sect elders taking an interest in him and concluding that naming him publicly costs more than the 2 dead men were worth. And Wu Tao finally broke through, Xiaoming added, spooning fish. Late stage. There was a banquet, 2 whole days. Brother Xiang, they had spirit wine. Look at Feng Bo, though. Wu was entirely innocent about it. No background at all, barely over 20, and he's already late stage. I did not say anything to that. Over the wall, that same evening, Gu Jian was talking his wife out of asking me for something. Although Xianglei seems to be on good terms with us, he said, he has always kept a certain distance. If you want to chat with him, he is very easy to talk to. But if you have a favor to ask, the relationship isn't quite there yet. Then what do we do? We wait. 3 years until the next selection. We build it properly, a little at a time, and we never once ask for anything until we do. And then, more quietly, although his relationship with us is ordinary, he is very good to Xiaofan. I did not hear any of that at the time. When I did hear it, years later, it stung, and it stung because there was not one word in it that was inaccurate. Mo Chung was back at the 100 Treasures Pavilion in Zhengtu Market. After Qingbo Pool, that whole market felt like a peaceful era. Nobody on that street had ever seen a man frozen to death in shallow water. The worst thing that happened to anyone in Zhengtu Market was rent. Wu glared at me the moment I came through the door. You brat. I thought you'd forgotten about this old man entirely. Elder Mo. Gone for months. Not one word. Wu waved a hand at the shop, at his shelves, at the world. What major matter could a brat like you possibly have? What, did you get married? I let a sliver of aura out, a thread of it, no wider than a finger. Wu came up out of his chair. Good heavens. Wu said it flatly, which somehow made it louder. You reached the late stage of qi refining. There was a woman at the counter, level 4, a good 10 years older than me, buying talisman paper. She turned around at the noise, saw the old man's face, worked out what she was standing 3 feet away from, put her paper down, bowed, called me senior, and left the shop at a speed that knocked a stool over. Mo Cheng slapped my shoulder hard enough to move my feet. Good. It won't be long now before you're my junior brother. Then he stopped, and frowned, and went into the back of the shop, and came out with a mirror. Bronze, smooth on the face, and thick with green corrosion on the back, and old in a way that objects only get when they have been passed along by people who did not know what they were holding. Wu had promised me a gift at New Year, months earlier, in the middle of a conversation about something else. I had assumed, as one does, that he had said it to be kind, and the moment my hand closed on it, I felt something in there I recognized. I put Gao Hui's heart protecting mirror on the counter beside it. Mo Cheng went very quiet. Where did you get this one? It was given to me. Hey. Wu turned it over with one finger, without picking it up. You probably cracked somebody's head open to make them give it to you. Then he examined both of them for a long time, holding each up, breathing on the metal, turning them against the light from the door, and he gave me a verdict I have never stopped thinking about. They're both fakes. Both. Imitations, and both of them should be replicas of one single magic treasure. Wu set mine down. Yours is many generations removed from the original. Somebody copied a copy of a copy, and by the time they got to this one, they had stopped understanding what they were copying. Which means there is one real thing, somewhere, that people have been badly imitating for a very long time. I put that in the drawer in my head with everything else that has been handed to me, half explained. His gift was called the Mealy Mirror, high-grade magical artifact, and what it does is project illusory phantoms of the user. Do you know, he said, why I am giving you this particular artifact? Naturally, because Grandpa Mo dotes on me. There was a silence in that shop. It is, he said with enormous patience, because you have been stuck on the second layer of the Kanglang sword art for 8 months. Stacked mirror, and you have not asked me about it once because you are a proud little idiot who would rather fail privately than be corrected in front of a shopkeeper. I did not have a reply to that. I mentioned while I was still behind that Guanlei had given me a communication talisman at the selection, and I had never once used it. The Water Dragon sect has nearly 10,000 disciples, Mo Cheng said. It's impossible to know them all. Use it. Wu gave it to you for a reason, and he will not hand you a second one. Then he looked out through the door of his own shop at a fishing market on the edge of a marsh with the same expression a man wears looking at a photograph of somewhere he used to live. Only when you come to the Water Dragon sect, he said, will you understand how vast the Kangluo continent is. A mere Yunyu marsh is nothing. Then he took me shopping and heckled me from behind the entire time. Old Xiao! Remember to give our junior brother Xiang a cheaper price. Old Xiao, no relation whatsoever to my late neighbor, sold flying boats out of a yard behind the pavilion, and he brought out the standard high-grade line one at a time and talked about each of them the way people talk about their children. The Black Tortoise boat, 80 spirit stones, carries a built-in defensive formation that will survive 3 strikes from a late-stage cultivator. This thing, said Mo Cheng from behind my shoulder, flies like a crawling tortoise. Having a formation just means it stays in one place to take a beating. Old Xiao's jaw worked twice and produced nothing. The Crimson Firmament boat, 85, red-hulled with a heat effect that keeps the deck dry in rain. The Lost Trace boat, 90, semi-transparent along the whole length of the hull, with a Phantom Martin's eyeball set into the prow. Comes without a shadow and leaves without a trace, said Old Xiao, and he had clearly been saving that line. I had my hand on that one. Old Xiao, said Mo Cheng, don't you have something special? The kind that is specially forged? Old Xiao looked at him for a second and then went into the back of the yard and came out carrying something under a cloth. The Thunder Falcon boat. Thunder Falcon feathers laid into the hull in overlapping courses. A Thunder Falcon spirit sealed at the core. And its features? Old Xiao thought about it for a moment. Fast, he said. That's the whole description? That's the whole description. 100 spirit stones, the absolute ceiling of the grade, more than the Lost Trace, more than anything else in that yard. I traded in the Black Wind boat, which I had taken off a dead man in a marsh and had been quietly proud of for a year, and Old Xiao went over it with visible contempt. If these materials were given to my master, he said, he could refine a high-grade flying boat with his eyes closed. I paid 55 on top and it was mine. Then the 100 fish shield, which I want to describe properly because it is the strangest object I own. It is made from 100 scales taken off first-tier spirit fish, overlapping, and it smells of fish, permanently. There is no fixing this, and Old Xiao did not pretend otherwise. And as an absolute last resort, all 100 of those scales fire outward at once as a killing technique, which destroys the shield and, in most circumstances, also destroys whatever is standing in front of it. 90 spirit stones. I traded in every medium-grade shield I owned, plus the battered dragon armor shield, and paid 7 on top, and then I stopped. Old Xiao had a third thing in his hands, half unwrapped, and I put my palms together and said, "Fellow Taoist overestimates me. How could I possibly have so many spirit stones?" Because buying a third high-grade artifact in one afternoon in front of a shopkeeper and an elder in a market where I officially catch fish for a living would have been a blatant display of wealth in front of exactly the wrong 2 people. I am not that stupid. Behind me, as I was going out through the gate, I heard Old Xiao say something to Mo Cheng in a low voice. With a pseudo-spiritual root, he said, that one might actually have a possibility of achieving foundation establishment. The Thunder Falcon boat came off the water on its own and hovered there waiting for me, about waist high, absolutely steady. I jumped in and pushed Qi into it, and Zhengtu Market went away behind me. Flight and longevity. Those are the two great dreams of every cultivator who has ever lived, and every one of them will tell you so if you sit still long enough. I had just gotten one of them at 19 years old, in an afternoon, out of a shop for the price of a used boat and 55 spirit stones. I flew for about an hour without going anywhere in particular. I went out over open marsh and put the whole of Yunyu Marsh underneath me. All the channels I had spent 4 years learning by hull and by pole, and from up there the entire thing looked like a puddle somebody had spilled. Then I opened the Thunder Falcon Spirit to find out what it actually did. A purple streak went across the horizon like a bolt of heavenly thunder, and I want to be clear that I was inside it, with both hands locked on the rail, screaming. I spent the next 10 days shopping in other markets, under another face. 11 jin of cold iron sand went out through 3 separate brokers in 3 separate towns for 220 spirit stones. No single one of them saw more than 4 jin at a time. Every one of them assumed I had a cousin in the trade. I bought the Qingfu flying sword, high grade, built specifically for concealment and assassination, which is a category of sword that exists and which nobody advertises. I bought the spirit water needle, also high grade, which dissolves into any body of water and waits there, invisible, and manifests exactly once for exactly 1 killing blow. That one cost a great deal, and I bought it on a principle I have never revised. In a life and death struggle, being able to land 1 sneak attack is already excellent. If the first one fails, your opponent will not be giving you a second. And a medium-grade talisman brush, which had been a year overdue. Final count, at Qi Refining level 7, 6 high-grade magical artifacts. The vast majority of level 7 cultivators in this region were still fighting with medium grade. Most of them owned one. I had 6, plus a spear that outranked my own realm, plus a boat that outran things it had no business outrunning, and I was still telling everyone I met that I sold fish. Restocking the farm took an afternoon and one important decision. I bought 10 Tier 1 early-stage spirit fish, and every single one of them was herbivorous. That was deliberate, and I want to explain it, because it is the closest I have come to a genuinely stupid mistake. If I had bought carnivores and put them into a pond that accelerates growth and grants mutations, I would not have been raising fish. I would have been raising goo. My little backyard pond is a natural goo pool. 10 predators in an enclosed space with a growth bonus produces, in about 6 weeks, one extremely large and extremely happy survivor. And I would have opened the sluice one morning and met it. Then the chicken cultivator, who had put word out across every market within 4 days' sale, produced 3 red-crowned hens. 3. That was the entire supply of an entire region, assembled over 2 months by a man with feathers in his beard. I want to explain why I wanted them so badly, because from outside it looks like a man buying poultry. A spirit chicken's egg holds more spiritual chi than a whole low-grade spirit stone, not the same as, more than. I paid without haggling, which I regretted immediately and which he clearly enjoyed. Then I went home, drained the rooster's coxcomb blood into a sealed jar, which he tolerates barely, on the understanding that it happens every 10 days and is followed by food, and then I stood in the coop and looked at 3 cheerful new hens and 1 visibly overextended cockerel who had aged noticeably in about 6 hours. "Brother Chicken," I said, "know when to stop." Then shopkeeper Wu came to my house in person, not a clerk, not a runner. The shopkeeper of the 100 Treasures Pavilion, walking down my row past 3 fishermen's houses to buy blood essence at my gate. Wu opened at 25 stones a tael. The standing price had been 20 for 2 years. I had never once been offered more than 20 and had been argued down to 19 twice. I sold him 6 taels for 150 and understood perfectly well that the transaction was not the point. The point was that a man who owns a shop had walked to a fisherman's house in daylight, where the entire row could see him do it. But the price rise was real, and I chewed on it all evening. Blood essence goes into blood chi pills. Blood chi pills go into people who are losing blood faster than their bodies can replace it, and the water dragon sect had started buying them in volume, at a premium, from anyone who had them. If they need that many blood chi pills, I thought, then what exactly are they getting ready for? 2 people landed in my courtyard on a flying boat without bothering to hide their auras at all. Xiaoning, and beside her, a man in an off-white robe with a warm smile and a level 8 aura sitting on him like a good coat. The entire row came out to look. Nobody on my street had ever seen a flying boat land, let alone land on a fisherman's flagstones. Xiaoming and Wu Hua stood at their gate with their heads all the way back. "Then next time we see him," Xiaoming said in a small voice, "should we call him Senior Fang?" "Big brother Shuxiang isn't that kind of person," Wu Hua said. "If we actually called him Senior Fang, he'd be upset." She was right, and I have never told her so. And Gu Xiaofan ran back and forth between all of the adults shouting the same sentence at increasing volume until somebody addressed it. "Big brother Shuxiang can fly. I want Big brother Shuxiang to take me flying too." Inside, Xiaoning walked one circuit of my front room, looked into the back hall, and delivered a verdict I was unreasonably pleased by. Brother Xiang's home is the cleanest one I have ever seen among male cultivators. That is not a high bar. It is not. She tilted her head at her companion. This one looks bright and clean on the surface. That's only because you have never been to his house. It's a total mess. Second sister Xiao, said Shufeng, without any heat whatsoever. The pitch, once we sat down, was straightforward, and it was better than I expected. They wanted me as a same-year companion for the selection 3 years out. Enter together on the same day, in the same intake, and then refuse to be split up and handed out one at a time to different halls where none of us would know anybody. That's the whole trick, Shufeng said. A loose cultivator who joins alone is a loose cultivator forever. Wu gets assigned, he gets used, and in 15 years he is still doing the same errand for the same hall. And 4 of us? 4 of us who arrive together and never once contradict each other in public, he said, are a faction, a small one. But there is a difference in kind between a small faction and one man. I raised the Wu family, mostly to hear what he would say. The Wu family only dominates in one market. They are of no consequence. Wu did not even shift in his seat. Not to mention that Wu Tao is a fool, and so is Master Wu Tianbao. What virtue or ability do I have, I said, which is the polite formula for declining. Brother Xiang, said Xiaoning, is truly cautious. I did not say yes that day. I said the thing that means yes eventually. Then I went and burned an island down. I needed 50 jin of plant ash for the spirit field, and plant ash comes from plants, and there was a deserted islet 2 hours northeast with a decent covering of scrub on it and nobody's claim on it. I set the whole thing alight and stood at the water line while it went up. 3 fishing boats came past over the following hour to see what was on fire, which is exactly what I would have done. All 3 of them got close enough to see a late-stage cultivator standing on the shore of a burning island with his hands behind his back. All 3 of them turned around and left without a word. With a late-stage cultivator present, let alone burning an island, if he had been burning a person, they would not have dared say anything. Spirit Field, Level 1. Level 2 offered automatic pest control, a growth cycle shortened by 40%, and a 20% chance of a doubled harvest. And then I got greedy and tried the trick that had built my entire career. I wrote Medicine Field on a sheet of white paper and stuck it to a fence post at the other end of the plot, about 12 feet from the first one. Nothing. I tried a wooden sign, carved, on the theory that maybe paper had been the problem all along, and I had been lucky. Nothing. I went next door and borrowed an actual medicinal herb off Gujian, planted it in that corner so there would be a genuine medicinal plant in genuine soil, and put the sign back up. Nothing at all. Fine, I said out loud to my own vegetable patch. So Medicine Field just gets folded into Spirit Field. That was the 4th or 5th time the panel had told me no, and by then I had entirely stopped resenting it. The rules had been the rules since the first night. It upgrades what I own, with what I actually have, and it does not accept clever. If it had accepted clever, I would have relabeled the world by the end of my first month and been killed for it by the end of my second. The 18th of the month, the Mutual Aid Society gathering. I want to tell the first half of it from the other side of the room, because I did not walk in until the middle, and because the half I missed is the funnier half. Master Wu Tianbao brought his son before dawn to a bare room with a dozen bamboo chairs in it and nothing else at all. No table, no tea, no banner. That is deliberate. A room with nothing in it cannot be searched afterward for who sat where. Do you really think, Wu Tianbao said, while they waited in the dark, that these people have nothing of their own to do and are living just to come and congratulate you? Father, they are coming to look at you, once. And then they will decide, in about the time it takes to drink 1 cup of tea, whether you are worth remembering. Wu Tao had reached late stage in his 30s. Wu had held a 2-day banquet. Wu was going to spend this morning being introduced to the region as a man of consequence. They say somebody else in Zhengtu Market broke through, he said after a while. Recently, I heard it twice. Ha! Wu Tianbao actually laughed at him. This is the late stage of qi refining, not a spirit pig sold in the market. They came in over the next hour, in 1s and 2s, and every one of them looked at every other one on the way to a chair. Lei Xing and Wu Xiang from Jingde Market, the 2 who had once tried to execute me for standing in a fog. Chen Guan of Taiyan Market, bare-chested in a room full of robed cultivators, scarred across the ribs in a pattern that suggested something with a lot of teeth and smelling powerfully of fish. Second Master Hua and Wu the 3rd, who sat together at one end and spoke to nobody because their family had recently stopped being a family anyone needed to be polite to. Then Xu Feng and Xiaoning. And then 3rd brother Ye Xuan came in black, and the entire room stood up. Wu was 31. Wu was cold in a way that was not a performance, which is rare because almost everybody who is cold in this world is doing it for an audience, and he did not look at the guest of honor at all. Wu walked straight past Wu Tao to Xu Feng. Which one is the 4th? Wu Tao hurried over to be greeted because he had just been walked past in a room he was supposedly the center of, and there is no recovery from that except to insert yourself. Ye Xuan looked at him for a moment. Are you the fourth? No, said Wu Tao, and Xiaoning glanced at the door and smiled. The fourth one you asked about, she said, has arrived. I was late because I had run into Mo Cheng's returning party out on the water, and the old man had stopped an entire water dragon sect convoy in the middle of a channel in front of 11 of his own colleagues to coach me on the second layer of a sword art for 40 minutes. So I came in with the morning sun behind me, standing in the doorway, half in shadow, which I would love to be able to tell you was deliberate. I am Xiang Lei of Zhengtu Market. Greetings, fellow Taoists. Wu Tao crossed the room fast. You've reached the late stage of qi refining as well? Just a stroke of luck. A stroke of luck. And then I got to watch Master Wu Tianbao do the finest piece of political work I have ever seen at close range. Wu glanced at the Hua men, whose faces had gone sour. Wu sighed. Wu shook his head, very slightly, the way a man does when the world has disappointed him and he has decided to rise above it. And then he stepped forward and congratulated me at volume, took my arm, walked me around the entire room, and personally introduced me to every out-of-town cultivator present. And in the third of those introductions, apparently as an afterthought, he mentioned that I had a personal connection with senior brother Guan Lei of the Four Treasures Hall. Wu spent the whole gathering pushing me into the light. His own son stood to one side for 2 hours holding a cup. If I had not known exactly what kind of man he was, I might have been quite moved. The business of the meeting was short and unsettling. Everyone had noticed the same 3 things independently, which is how you know a thing is real. Water Dragon sect disciples were being moved between markets in numbers. Blood qi pill prices were up across the region, and 2 separate hunting contracts had been cancelled without explanation. Shifeng had the answer, and he had it from the upper society, which is a phrase he used as though everyone in the room had one. There has been some friction between the Water Dragon sect and the Joy Palace. Wu said it lightly into his cup. It is estimated to be significant. Nobody asked what significant meant. Everybody understood that if he had known, he would have said it. Chen Guan offered Ye Xuan a job in the gap that followed, a Tier 1 late-stage shearbeast that needed killing off a shipping channel. Heh. Ye Xuan did not look up. Just a Tier 1 late stage, and I would have to split the take with you after killing it, so I can't be bothered. Chen Guan took that extremely well, which told me something about Ye Xuan's standing. I asked the room whether anybody had Qingling Jade because my immortal cave needed 6 pieces of it, and I had been quietly asking in shops for 4 months. Head shakes all around. 2 men had heard of it. Nobody had any. Then, from behind me, 4th brother Xiang, I have that. And in among all of this, the conversation drifted the way conversations do, and for about 10 minutes the world got very much bigger than I had understood it to be. There are 6 great immortal sects in Shandong: Sword Ruins, Yuling Sect, Joy Palace, Ganhu Mountain, Medicine King Valley, and the Water Dragon Sect, which owns the entire marsh I had spent my whole life on, and is the smallest of the 6. The smallest of 6. There is a mountain called Shang Mountain that splits the continent in half, and men in that room discussed which side of it various things happened on the way my old neighbors discussed which side of the channel the good fishing was. And 3 years ago, a Tier 3 shearbeast came out of the sea onto a coastal town, and a golden core cultivator cut it down with a single strike. I sat in a bamboo chair in a bare room and listened to that go past as small talk. Then people started leaving in 2s and 3s. Lei Zeng caught my eye on the way out. Chen Guan said something quiet to Wu Xiang at the door. And I understood that the general meeting was over and that everybody was now going off to hold their own small meetings, which is where the actual business of that society happened and always had. Ye Xuan stood up. Come, he said, expressionless. Let's hold our small meeting as well. The 4 of us sat in a smaller room and started with ages, which is how cultivators do introductions, because a realm without an age attached to it means nothing. Shifeng, 38. Xiaoning, 33. Ye Xuan, 31. I am 23 this year, I said. I had turned 19 after the new year. I have never once regretted that lie. A 19-year-old at late stage is a phenomenon, and a phenomenon is a thing people write down and pass along and eventually come to look at. A 23-year-old at late stage is merely very good, and very good is a thing people forget about by winter. When Eldest said he had found a 4th brother for me, Ye Xuan said, I wasn't comfortable with it. But looking at it now, Eldest was wise. It was clearly me, said Xiaoning, who brought 4th brother Xiang in. Okay? It was me. Then she gave me the Qingling Jade, and I asked, out of nothing but professional curiosity, what it was normally used for. There was a pause of about 2 seconds. It is a Joy Palace item, said Shifeng, studying the ceiling with great attention. It keeps the spiritual platform clear during dual cultivation. I looked at Xiaoning. She stabbed me in the shoulder with one finger, hard enough to leave a mark. What are you thinking? I killed a bandit cultivator and took it off him. I knew it, I said. It must be like that. It was a bandit cultivator. Of course. Fourth brother Xiang. She gave me all 8 pieces for nothing and refused to discuss the matter any further at any point in the following 4 years. Then came the welcome gifts. 30 spirit stones from Shi Feng, handed over properly in a cloth, which was generous by any standard, and from Ye Xuan, tossed across the room underhand without a word of warning, a water thunder bead. I caught it. Then I sat there holding a device containing a full-strength strike from a peak chi refining cultivator, which had just been thrown at me casually across a table indoors, and I felt sweat go all the way down my back in one movement. A little trinket, fourth brother Xiang, he said. Just take it to play with. Then we got to the actual terms of the arrangement, which is that each of the 4 names, their opportunity, the thing they have that nobody else has. I offered blood essence, half a tael every 3 days, to the group, free, indefinitely. Half a tile is 10 spirit stones. 3 of those a fortnight is 60 a month, handed over for nothing. It was received as an extremely large offer, and I let all 3 of them think so, and I have never told any of them that it costs me a shed and a switch. The opportunity I obtained back then, said Ye Xuan, was the refining method for the water thunder bead. Most of the water thunder beads circulating in Yunyu Marsh today came out of my hands. Xiaoning's was better than I expected. She can locate treasure within a radius of 1 mile, once a day, and it costs her something to do it, which is why nobody had ever noticed she could. And Shufeng said that his was a bit unpresentable and did not elaborate. Then I felt a small flick of spiritual chi at my waist, and my storage pouch was gone. It was in his hand, across the room, and he was smiling at me apologetically over the top of it. Offense taken, I said. A pickpocketing spell. It only reaches things worn on the outside, which he demonstrated by handing the pouch straight back, and I did not mention that the pouch which actually matters has never once in 4 years left the inside of my robe. It's just a pity, said Xiaoning, that eldest brother's morality is so high he basically never uses it. It has its uses, said Shufeng mildly. Then Ye Xuan drew a circle in the air over the table between the 4 of us with one finger and put the whole thing plainly. We have one goal, foundation establishment, and not one of us achieving it, all 4. Then Dong Qian's report came in from inside the sect, and the room stopped being pleasant. 3 cultivators with pseudo-spiritual roots have ever achieved foundation establishment in the entire recorded history of the Water Dragon sect. The first did it on 5 foundation establishment pills. The second needed 7, the third needed 11. Previously, Shufeng said, into a completely silent room, we inferred that we would need at most 5. I did not expect that 5 was only the minimum. Nobody said anything for a while. Ye Xuan leaned back in his chair with his arms loose at his sides, in the exact posture of a man setting down something heavy that he has decided not to pick up again. And you cannot buy them, I asked. Of course I asked. Fourth brother Xiang, don't even think about it. Shufeng was almost gentle. Do you know how many peak chi refining cultivators inside the sect are waiting in line for a single one? How would a foundation establishment pill ever flow to the outside? Then what does flow to the outside? The formula, he said. Occasionally, in pieces. Wu closed the meeting with a rule, and it was a good rule, and it is the one he broke first. The most important thing among the 4 of us is honesty about information. Resources come second. I went home and finished the immortal cave. 6 pieces of Qingling jade, 10 jin of river-suppressing sand, and 50 spirit stones. Level 2. 10% more spiritual ki by day, 30% at night, and a barrier of silence over the entire house. I tested that last one by standing in my own courtyard shouting, and Wu Hua did not come out, and she came out for everything. And the level 3 preview had 2 effects on it, and the second one was the real prize, Star Swirl Cloud Barrier. The Immortal Cave generates a Tier 2 defensive formation, by itself, permanently, with no flag to plant and no stones to feed. Requirement: foundation establishment. I sat with that for a while. My house had no formation protection of any kind, not one. It had been quietly bothering me for 2 years because a residence with no array is a residence that anyone can walk into on any night they choose, and I had a great deal in that residence and slept in it alone. Everything I wanted was now behind the same door, and the door had one key. On the other side of Zhengtu Market, in a dark room with one candle in it, a very old man was being told my name. I never saw old blind man by. Almost nobody had. Wu sat in the back of the Hua compound and had done so for years, and the description I eventually got from 3 separate people was consistent. A face made entirely of wrinkles, a few loose white hairs down his back, and eyes filmed over completely white. Didn't I say, he said, that from now on our Hua family would have no more dealings with him? Father, he was at the gathering. Then he was at the gathering. Then his son said 2 more names. Shi Feng, Ye Xuan. The old man's fingers began tapping the table, and they kept tapping for about as long as it takes to drink a cup of tea, and nobody in that room said one word for the whole of it. Where is Fengbo now? Father, we haven't been able. I will go out myself. What? There was a scrape of a chair. Father, you want to go and kill Fengbo personally? Yes. The tapping stopped. There are some things I must get my hands on. And then, remember, do not tell anyone that I have left. Here is the story that explains that man, and I only learned all of it much later, from 3 different directions, none of which knew about the others. Decades ago, he was not old, and he was not blind, and his name was Bai Hao. There was a foggy morning and a storm, and 2 young cultivators who took shelter in the same cave and discovered that the cave went underwater and then kept going. At the bottom of it there was a skeleton, it was glowing, and there was a jade slip lying beside it. 2 men, 2 objects. So they played rock, paper, scissors for first pick, which is the single most human detail in this entire story, and Bai Hao won and took the jade slip. And then both of them, independently, at almost exactly the same moment, decided to murder the other. Bai Hao won that as well. It cost him his eyes. The jade slip was blank. The skeleton was indestructible, and it could freeze any shy beast in place simply by being present, which is an enormously useful thing for a man in a marsh to own. And it was missing 1 finger bone. Wu looked for that bone for the rest of his life. Wu traced it eventually to a fisherman's family, and he leaned on an old man named Feng to give it up, and the old man said he did not have it, and Bai Hao killed him anyway on the grounds that a man who does not have a thing cannot later produce it. 10 years after that, a Hua family cultivator killed a fishing couple out on the marsh. Their surname was Feng. That was the son and his wife, and then word came back that the grandson had reached middle stage qi refining. 3 generations of 1 family, the old man said in the dark, to a son who did not understand what he was being told. Each generation capable of breaking through to middle stage qi refining. If there were no opportunity involved, would that make any sense at all? Wu had sent the family after that bone for 20 years, and the family had come back short, or come back injured, or not come back. So this time, he went himself. If they were only going to get themselves killed one at a time, it was better to go himself. I had 3 quiet months after that, and they were the best 3 months of that whole part of my life. Late stage changes the physics of a person's day in a market this size. When I had no strength, everybody was a bad person. Now that I had strength, everybody was a good person. Doors opened before I got to them. Prices came down without my asking. Men who had watched me count shards at a fish counter 2 years earlier now came over to ask after my health and to mention, casually, that they had always said that boy would go far. Yeshan sent word to come and collect my father's willow leaf boat. Free, unprompted, no conditions, no mention of the 10 spirit stones we had agreed on years ago. I paid him the full 10 anyway and had to shout him down about it in his own shop with his apron in his fists. Then I put that boat in the corner of my courtyard where it has stayed ever since, and I have never once sailed it because it is not a boat anymore. It is the only object in the world that belonged to those 2 people. Lei Zeng and Wu Xiang invited me on a 3-on-1 sure beast hunt around then, and it was, by any measure, free money. I declined. 3-on-1 is free money right up until the afternoon. 2 of them look at each other and decide it is 2-on-1. I mastered stacked mirror off the milli mirror in 11 days, which after 8 months of failing at it privately was almost insulting. I fed the 2 yin ghosts steadily for 3 months and pushed both of them to level 6. And the peaches came in that summer, both trees, and I picked the best one off the south tree and presented it to Gu Xiaofan with considerable ceremony in front of both her parents. She bit into it, her entire face folded up like a fist. She would not eat any more of them, she informed me, gasping, even if she died. So that evening, I went out with a bucket of ground spirit eggshell and dug it into the roots of both trees for next year, which is the single least urgent thing I did in that entire decade, and one of the very few I would not trade for anything. On the night that Shang Lei died at Qingbo Pool, Shang Lei was 400 miles away, asleep in his own bed, with a full stomach. I want that stated first, before anything else in this part of the story, because everything that follows is a lie somebody told a man who loved me, and I did not learn one word of it for a very long time. Old blind man Bai had been chasing bad leads across 3 markets for weeks. Wu went to Heishui first, because that is where everybody goes. Then, Tai'an, where a man matching the description had sold a flying blade 2 months earlier and turned out to be a completely different man matching the description. Then a week in the eastern channels chasing a rumor that resolved into a fisherman with a similar laugh. Then he got a good lead. Fengbo had killed Zeng Qiang. Wu had killed Guan An as well, on general principle, because Guan An had been present at the conversation even if he had not been the one to sell them. And then he had settled in at Qingbo Pool and gone back to work, quietly, mining a few caddies at a time and selling in small lots to different brokers, and waking up at night, repeatedly, certain in the specific way you are certain of things at 3 in the morning, that somebody had put a mark on him. Wu gave himself 3 more days, 3 days of mining, then Jingde Market, then out of that pool for good and south, where nobody knew his face. Wu came back from the first day's work, pushed open the door of his own stone hut, and there was a very old man sitting in it. Nothing else in the room had been touched. The old man had come in, found a stool, sat down, and waited. I didn't expect, said Feng Bo, that I, Feng Bo, could force the Hua family's old ancestor to come and kill me personally. Wu said it lightly. Wu was extremely good at that. It seems that dying is worth it after all. And while he was saying it, he was working the finger bone out of his storage pouch, down the inside of his leg, into the sand under his own boot. You don't have to die if you don't want to, the old man said. Hand over that finger bone and I will spare your life. What finger bone? There was a pause. Forget it. Old blind man Bai stood up, and he sounded genuinely tired, the way a man sounds at the end of a long piece of paperwork. You Feng family members are all cheap-boned. A water dragon palm put Feng Bo through the wall of his own hut and out the other side. Then a blood-red flying sword came to rest above his chest and stayed there, humming, an inch off the fabric. Your grandfather died because of that finger bone. The old man walked out through the hole. Your father was about the same, and now you. For a mere scrap of opportunity, can you really not even want your own life? Feng Bo laughed at him from the ground, which I am told cost him a rib. And then the finger bone came up out of the sand by itself. It rose about a foot and turned over once in the air, unhurried, the way a thing moves when it has decided something. And somebody snapped their fingers behind old blind man Bai. Feng Bo could not move after that. Not his hands, not his jaw, not his eyes. Wu told me later that he could still feel the sand under his back and the blood in his mouth, and that this was somehow the worst part of it. And a voice came from somewhere very far away and also from about 6 inches behind his ear, and it was cheerful and sunny, and it belonged to nothing that has ever been alive. A soul full of hatred, a master who can help along the way. A pause and the sound of somebody genuinely delighted with their own work. Plus a classic tragic opening. Heh. A peerless genius has been created. Then, thoughtfully, almost to itself. It's just that the hatred doesn't seem to be quite enough, and the Kanglo continent is also too small. What Feng Bo saw next was this. The stone house came apart, not fell down. It was lifted at one corner and turned over by a sword the size of a roof beam, and standing in the wreckage behind it in a green robe, out of breath, 400 miles from where he had any business being, was me. You shouldn't have come, he screamed at me. Whether I come or not, I said, is for me to decide. And then he had to watch. Wu watched me get driven into Qingbo Pool. Wu watched me come out of it. Wu watched me get driven into it again and come out again and put myself between him and the old man a third time, and a fourth, spitting blood onto my own chest, moving the way a leaf moves in wind, the way a lotus moves in rain when the rain has already won. Wu watched me burn 3 talismans and 3 giant swords went out and came back as nothing at all. And then dozens of small flying swords came through the last of my golden light, all at once, into my chest, 10,000 swords piercing the heart. That is the actual registered name of that technique. Somebody put a poetic name on the thing, and I have resented it ever since. I fell down beside him with blood coming out of everywhere a person has an opening, and I turned my head, and I smiled at him. Wu said the smile looked like crying. Old Feng. A wet breath. I'm sorry. Wu could not move his hand 4 inches. This time, I said. This time I couldn't save you. Then the sword came down, and that was the end of it, and most of the blood went across his chest and one side of his face, and he could not lift an arm to wipe any of it off. Everything he owed me went through him at once, in the order it had happened. A storm 2 years back, and a stranger with no reason at all hauling him out of the water by the collar. Wogi Island. A bag of cold iron sand shoved across the floor of a stone hut with the side of a hand. A rented courtyard in Jingde Market, and a friend who insisted on breaking through first so there would be somebody at late stage standing between the two of them and the world. Something came apart inside his skull and he went under, and then the gray mist started laughing. Old blind man Bai turned around and went straight down onto his knees in the sand. Sen, Senior. It did not acknowledge him at all. It reached into his storage pouch instead, without asking and without touching him, and walked the black skeleton out of it into the open air and turned it around once and looked at it the way a man looks at a family heirloom being used to prop open a door. A good thing that even Golden Core cultivators would break their heads fighting over, it said, and you use it to frighten first-rank little demons. A small sound of pure disgust. Tut tut tut. You deserve to be trash. Then it turned, and the skeleton's eye sockets came around, and there were 2 points of green flame down in them, and old blind man Bai, kneeling, looked directly into that. What he saw, I am told, was a city, all of it at once, every street and every person in it dead, and walls that had been cast out of the bodies, and it was not a vision of something that might happen. Wu was at the very end of his lifespan. Wu had spent 40 years and 3 generations of somebody else's family chasing one bone across one small marsh, and his heart simply stopped in his chest. Wu died of fright, kneeling, in the sand, at Qingbo Pool, where nobody would find him. Trash, the thing said. Green flame came off the skeleton and ate what was left of him, and then the finger bone floated over and went back into the hand it had been broken out of, and the skeleton was whole for the first time in decades. And then, in a voice that was not cheerful at all, quietly, to nobody standing there, "Good wife, I hope that when I return, you and my good apprentice are still doing well." Then it broke off one of its own ribs and set it on fire, and the fire got very large and stopped being the color of fire, and it picked up the unconscious body of Feng Bo and walked him into the middle of it. "The Kanglo continent is too small," it said. "Shang Court has no trace. Better not to come." Wu woke up in a stone chamber somewhere that was not the marsh. His first act on waking was to put his crescent moon blade through the skeleton standing over him. The blade broke, not the skeleton. "My good apprentice," that cheerful voice again from directly above him. "Could it be that you also want to kill your master?" Feng Bo got up onto his knees. "If you want to," it said, "Master will send you to see that good friend of yours." A pause. "If you don't want to, Master will teach you how to take revenge." Wu kowtowed without hesitating, and I have thought about that a great deal, and I do not blame him for 1 second of it. There was a man on his chest 4 hours earlier who had died in front of him for nothing, and there was no version of him that was going to say no to that sentence. "Where is this place?" "This is the paradise of the chaotic," it said, "and the hell of the orderly. Everyone here believes in exactly one truth, which is that whoever has the biggest fist has the hard truth." It sounded almost fond. "There are heroes here who have died and been reborn. There are prodigies here who reached Foundation establishment in a single day. And of course, there are also you and me." Then it told him the name. "This place is the Jiyuan continent," a small pleased sound, "also called Xianglei Island. I spent that half year at home. That is the entirety of my contribution to the most important night of my friend's life. I stayed in Zhengtu Market. I refused every invitation I received, and I did not once go looking for him. Lame Zeng asked after him twice. The first time in his shop, the second time on the street, which for Lame Zeng is close to shouting. Both times I said I had no news, which was true, and both times I did not go and get any, which is a different thing entirely. I have no defense for it, and I have never bothered to construct one. Wu had told me to my face that he was going back to Qingbo Pool. Months had gone by, and I sat in a courtyard and raised chickens, and told myself that a man who takes 6 months to send word is a man who does not want to be found. Xiaoming asked me to be his daughter's godfather. I said no. Wu asked me to name her instead. I said no to that as well, and pushed him toward Gu Jian, who was a genuine gentleman who had actually read books and who took 2 days over it and did the job properly. Xiaoru. That was the name he gave her. I burned 500 low-grade spirit stones in 10 days and reached Qi refining level 8, and I came out of seclusion into a courtyard where a man was standing in the middle of my flagstones with both arms in the air. "Brother Xiang, I'm a father." "I, Xiaoming, have a daughter." Then Gu Jian came to my door and finally asked for the thing he had spent 2 years not asking for. Wu started with the bait, and the bait was extremely well chosen. Foundation establishment, for those of us with pseudo-spiritual roots, requires a foundation establishment pill. Wu had his hands together in front of him. "There happens to be one in Yunyu Marsh, and I know where it is. Brother Gu, sit down." "There is a Millennium Qinghui grass," he said, sitting down, "the main ingredient. I know the island, and I know the man who has been guarding it for 11 years. And what does Brother Gu need me to do?" "I need Brother Xiang to help me deal with a few people. How many of them are at the late stage of qi refining?" Wu looked at the table. "All 3, he said. There was a considerable silence in my front room. "Brother Gu," I said, "you really do think highly of me." I did not refuse him. I want to be honest about the exact shape of what I did instead, because from the outside it looks like kindness, and it was not. I deferred him. I talked about the years ahead of us, and about how a thing worth doing is worth doing when you can actually do it, and about how in 3 years I would be a different proposition entirely. And by the end of that conversation, the whole matter had moved several years down the road without my ever having said the word, "No, there is no need to bet big with a small stake." For that reason, I was fully prepared to give up the foundation establishment materials entirely and let another man have them. And then, having quietly declined to risk my life for him, I asked him for a favor. Brother Gu, how does a person get started in alchemy? The pill refining room needed 10 spirit stones, a copy of Introduction to Alchemy, and 1 successfully refined 100 herb pill. The first 2 were shopping. The third one very nearly beat me. Alchemy has 3 steps: melting, purification, and pill formation, and I could do the first 2 beautifully on the first attempt in a way that would have been suspicious if anyone had been watching, and I failed the third one every single time, batch after batch, for 2 weeks. Pill formation, I said to Gujian, standing in my own pill room surrounded by the evidence. The earlier processes are fine. Every single time it comes to pill formation, it fails. Wu asked to watch 1 complete batch from the beginning. Wu stood by the wall with his hands in his sleeves for 2 hours and did not say 1 word and did not offer 1 suggestion and did not so much as clear his throat when I was doing the part I was certain was wrong. Then, at the end of it, he diagnosed the whole problem in 4 sentences. It isn't the last step at all. Wu pointed at my left hand. We are water attribute cultivators, and Brother Xiang is at the late stage. The ice technique you use to cool the furnace is simply too strong. Too strong. The temperature inside drops too quickly. Some of the impurities are never forced out, and they are still in there when you attempt formation. Wu shrugged. You are not failing at pill formation. You are failing at purification and finding out about it 1 step later. Second batch. Same herbs, same furnace, a quarter of the spiritual qi in the cooling. 2 pills out of 3. Gujian looked at them in the tray for a long moment. It seems, he said, that Brother Xiang's talent in alchemy might be even higher than his talent in talismans. Wu also gave me a warning that I have since passed on to everyone I have ever taught. A cheap furnace cracks under the hot and cold cycling, a little more each time, invisibly. A great many alchemists in this world have been killed by their own furnace. I bought the room to level 1 that night, and then I read the level 2 entry, and I had to sit down on the floor of my own pill room. Pill refining room level 2. First tier success rate up 40%, second tier up 20, third tier up 5, and then, on the last line, in exactly the same flat panel text as everything else, automatically learn, foundation establishment pill. I went and looked at the talisman room's level 2 entry, which I had read once, a year earlier, and skimmed straight past because the price had been 2,000 low-grade spirit stones, and I had stopped reading at the number. There it was, the same kind of line, at the bottom, where I had never gotten to. Automatically learn shape-shifting talisman, upgrade. It has to be upgraded, whatever it costs. And it is extremely fortunate that I ever wandered into the alchemy branch at all, because otherwise I would have gone another 5 years without discovering that my own panel had been offering me things I never bothered to finish reading. Meanwhile, next door, Gujian was telling his wife that I had turned him down. Either Brother Xiang is genuinely that cautious, he said, or he intends to swallow that Millennium Qinghui grass by himself. And which do you think it is? Wu thought about it for a while, and then he changed his entire strategy. And he changed it because he had spent 2 hours standing against a wall watching me work a pill furnace. Keeping this pill formula in our hands is useless, he said. We cannot use it. We have never been able to use it. Moreover, it is already incomplete. Wu was already looking for paper. It would be better to use it to build a real relationship with Brother Xiang. Whatever else he is not the type to turn his back on people after taking their benefits. Wu wrote it out from memory. Then he checked it twice, once against his own recollection, and once against a set of notes he had apparently been carrying out of Heishui Market for 11 years, and then he brought it over himself, at night, and handed it to me at my door. Compared to revenge, he said, I would rather have a good friend like Brother Xiang. The formula for a foundation establishment pill, which cannot be bought at any price by anyone outside the Water Dragon sect, is this. 1 stalk of Millennium Qinghui grass, 3 stalks of 100-year gentian grass, 2 bottles of 3-flower jade dew, 1 second-tier demon core, 1 pot of earth vein spirit spring, plus dew condensed at dawn in a mysterious ice jade bottle, and 3 days of earth vein fire. I had it memorized before he was out of my courtyard. Then I sat down at my own table and hand-copied it 4 times and gave 3 of the copies away, because that was the deal I had made at a table with 3 other people, and information honesty was the first rule and the one I intended to keep. Xiaoning came to my house a few days later, extremely pleased with herself, and refused to tell me why. I've found a good thing. She sat down without being asked. Related to foundation establishment. What is it? Don't ask. She waved a hand at me. Oh, it can't be said in advance. Tomorrow we'll meet at Double Swallow Island. That's a shame, I said. Because I've found one too. She stopped with the cup halfway up. What is it? Don't ask, I said. Oh, it can't be said in advance. Tomorrow we'll meet at Double Swallow Island. The pause that followed is one of the great pauses of my life, and I have never gotten another one like it. Fourth brother Xiang. Her voice went sweet all the way through. Good brother, how about we exchange first? Second sister Xiao, you'd better not ask. Fourth brother Xiang. I couldn't possibly say in advance. She left my courtyard at speed, informing the entire row on her way out. Fourth brother Xiang, I did not expect that I had misjudged you. I did not expect that a person who looks so honest could be so dishonest in private. You are truly too hateful. Wu Hua from her gate watched a late-stage cultivator storm out of my house shouting and then looked at me and said nothing at all with enormous restraint. I arrived at Double Swallow Island first thing the next morning and was still the last one there, and she had already reported me to both of the others before I got my boots on the sand. I actually think, said Ye Xuan, deadpan, from a rock, that second sister Xiao and fourth brother Xiang are quite a good match, a talented man and a beautiful woman. Third brother Ye, her news was genuinely good, and it was also useless, which is a combination I have learned to recognize. A green flood dragon fruit, tier 2, which raises the odds of a foundation establishment attempt by roughly 10%, going to auction at Qingshan City in 10 days' time. Shifeng killed it with one sentence and did not even look up while he did it. We can't afford it. Big brother Shi. Loose cultivators like us, who have not even reached the peak of qi refining, he said, should not be counting on things like that. The mood on that beach went completely flat. I obtained the pill formula, I said, for the foundation establishment pill. 3 heads came around at once. What? My goodness. Xiaoning came out of her seat entirely and crossed 6 feet of sand in about a second. I handed out 3 copies, and then I stood there and watched 3 grown cultivators read a piece of paper with their mouths open, and I would like to say I found this humbling. I did not. I enjoyed it enormously. We split up after that. Xiaoning and Shifeng would go to Qingshan City for the auction anyway, because you always go and look even when you cannot buy. Ye Xuan and I would work Yunyu Marsh for whatever ingredients could be found closer to home. It seems, Ye Xuan said on the way out, that Big Brother sure has the idea of making a windfall. There's no other way, said Shifeng cheerfully over his shoulder. The path of cultivation is short. All a man can do is make a few windfalls along it. I checked my door frame when I got home. I had checked that door frame every single time I came home for a year and a half, before the door, before the courtyard, before anything. No seashell. Then I bought a talisman board for 50 spirit stones, which is a flat slab of treated wood that you lay the paper on so that spirit activation spreads evenly across the whole pattern at once instead of going in through one thumb and radiating outward. And with it I drew my first high-grade talisman, a water explosion talisman. 50 spirit stones worth of paper, made in my own storeroom in one attempt out of materials that cost me under 3. From that day forward, I could count myself a Tier 1 high-grade talisman master, which is a title that maybe 11 people in this entire region could claim, and which I told absolutely nobody about. And that evening, Xiaoming came around with a letter. Good ink, good paper, the kind that does not come out of a fishing market. And handwriting I recognized immediately, except that it had gotten stronger. Brother Sheng, seeing this letter is like seeing me in person. That is how Manhwa opened it, and I could hear her saying it, which is a thing good letters do, and which I had not expected from her. She had gone into the water dragon sect. She was in the talisman hall. She was, from the sound of it, eating properly for the first time in her life. I have thought several times of writing to you before now, she wrote, but thinking that I am currently a troublesome person, I decided not to add to your burdens. Then she gave me the actual reason for the letter in one paragraph, buried in the middle where a careless reader would skim it. Second Master Hua has begun ordering the family to keep their heads down and provoke nobody. They have withdrawn from 3 ventures. They have stopped collecting on 2 debts. I estimate it is 9 times out of 10 that the old ancestor of the Hua family has passed away. I read that 3 times. The old blind man who had run this market from a dark room for 40 years was dead, and no announcement had been made, and the entire Hua family was walking around Zhengtu Market pretending otherwise. I burned the letter with a fireball in my own courtyard and watched until there was nothing on the stones but a mark. I did not write back. There was nothing I could put in a letter that would not have been a liability to her, and she knew that better than I did, which is why she had not asked me to. As for the Hua family, I did not move on them either, and I want to be clear that this was not mercy. I loved nothing in this world more than suppressing people with my realm. I intended to be peak qi refining when I walked into that compound, and I intended them to know exactly how little the difference between us had come to matter. 10 days later, Xiaoning landed in my courtyard, looking like she had slept in a boat, which she had. Pack your things, she said. We're leaving. The story came out in pieces on the way. They had missed the auction at Qingshan City entirely, and then, wandering the market in a foul mood, they had come across a loose cultivator standing in the open selling 5 stalks of 100-year dragon gall grass. 5 stalks, openly, in a public market. They pooled everything they had between them and were still outbid, and the buyer took the lot and immediately made for the gate, which is when about 30 cultivators, who had all been thinking the same thing, went after him at once. They caught him outside the wall, they surrounded him, and with a ring of people closing in, he threw the herbs into the air rather than be taken with them on him. And 2 level 9 demonic cultivators came out of the crowd and took them. I left a mother-child scent on one of them, Xiaoning said. Ye Xuan slapped his own thigh. Let's go. I'm not interested in dragon gall grass or anything of the sort. The point is that I cannot stand demonic cultivators. It was 4 to 1. I was the one. I want to be honest about how weakly I argued. I said that 2 level 9s were above our weight. I said we did not know the ground. I said we were chasing a scent trail 4 days cold across a province. And then Ye Xuan pressed a second water thunderbead into my hand and said, "Don't worry. As long as it isn't a Foundation Establishment cultivator, this thing will let you survive." I refused it twice, and then I took it, and then I went. On the flight south, I deliberately throttled the Thunder Falcon boat down to match their standard issue boats, the whole way, for 6 hours, because I did not want 3 people who liked me to find out what I was actually riding. Xiaoning lit an incense stick at dusk, and the smoke leaned northwest and stayed there. 2 men were sitting at a campfire in a forested valley when we came over the ridge. One was cultivating, the other was poking the fire with a stick. "The female cultivator who left the mother-child scent on me," said the one with the stick, "hasn't even arrived yet." That is the sentence, word for word, that they were saying while we were lying in the tree line above them, because it was not 2 demonic cultivators, it was 4. The whole arrangement, laid out later from the pieces, one of them sells rare herbs openly at a market to draw a crowd, another buys them and runs, so the crowd chases. Wu then fakes a defeat in public so that these 2 can dramatically snatch the prize. And then these 2 sit in a forest with a campfire and wait for whoever was greedy enough to follow. "1 comes, kill 1, said the man with the stick. 2 come, kill a pair. 5 cities so far. There was a nightingale call from the ridge, and then Ye Xuan's water thunderbead came down through the trees. I had never seen one go off. Everything within 3 zhang of that campfire simply stopped existing. The fire, the ground it had been on, the trees around it, all converted at once into a hole and a noise. Both of them walked out of it. Not unhurt, but walking and moving fast and immediately splitting up to go for the 2 weakest people in our line, which they identified correctly inside of 2 seconds, because that is what professionals do. I threw 5 water arrow talismans and 3 lightning strike talismans at the one coming toward me. Then I ran. 3 Jenga step, backward through a forest, and I want to make no apology whatsoever for it. Running away is a skill. I have practiced it. When it comes to running away, I fear no one. And then the ambush closed. The seller came out of the dark behind Shifeng. The buyer came out of the dark behind Ye Xuan. "It's you," Xiaoning said, and her voice cracked on it. "It's you 2. You're all in the same group. 1 peak chi refining, 3 late stage." "Damn," I said. "This is dark. This is truly, deeply dark." Sure enough, there are very few fools in this world who can cultivate immortality. "Cultivators die from talking too much," said the man in front of me. "Do it. Here is how I killed mine." I opened with a high-grade demon-suppressing talisman, which does not do damage so much as it pins a man to the spot he is standing on. Then I put a water thunder bead into that spot. 3 water thunder beads went off in that narrow valley within about a minute of each other, ours and theirs, and I was thrown 5 zhang and landed on my back with my ears ringing so hard that the world had gone silent, and when I got up, the forest was not there anymore, not burning, gone. And my man was still on his feet, bleeding from 7 places coming toward me, so I used stacked mirror. It had taken me 11 months to learn, and this was the first time I had used it on a person. Rain came up off the ruined ground in a curtain, and the curtain became a dozen mirrors, standing in a ring around him, every one of them holding a reflection of me, and he turned in place trying to decide which one to kill. Then all 12 of them shattered at once, and every fragment became a water arrow. And because water conducts lightning, and because he was standing in the middle of a cloud of it, I burned a high-grade falling thunder talisman on top. The Qingfu flying sword finished it. 3 fireballs took the corpse. I had his storage pouch off him before my own sword was back in my hand. Then I turned around, and the rest of the fight was going badly. Ye Xuan was being driven backward across open ground by 2 of them at once. Shifeng was down. "Don't worry about me," Ye Xuan shouted without turning his head. "Go and save Shifeng." Damn it, I thought. You are asking me, a level 7 cultivator, to go head-to-head with a level 10. I did it anyway, and I want to be precise about my own motives, because I have never liked the version of me that gets told in taverns. With a formidable enemy in front of me, I had no intention of abandoning my teammates. At least not for now. Who knows about later? I put a demon-suppressing talisman on the peak cultivator, which bought me about 4 seconds. I got Shifeng off the ground by the back of his robe, and then I burned the Thunder Falcon spirit. There was a silver shuttle behind us doing everything it could. and it simply could not stay with us. And I have never in my life been so glad to have wasted 100 spirit stones on speed. Shifeng coughed blood onto my sleeve. Old Fourth. Wu was trying to get something out of his robe. This is my last water thunder bead. Put me down and run for your life. I took the bead. I did not put him down. I dropped him in a reed marsh 40 miles out with the protective talisman crushed over him and his boat pulled up into the reeds. You wait here, I said. I'm going back to support second sister Xiao and third brother Ye. Wu told me much later that in the 4 minutes before I said that, he had been entirely certain that I was leaving them and that he had already decided he did not blame me for it. I have never known what to do with that either. The valley lit up when I was still 10 miles out. Not a flash. A sustained white light with a shape to it. And then the sound arrived, and then half of a mountain came down into the place where the campfire had been. Third brother Ye Xuan. I flew back into a landscape that had been rearranged. No bodies, no boats, except one silver shuttle that had been thrown into a tree 40 meters up and was hanging there in pieces. There was a hand on the wreckage of it, severed at the wrist, still closed around a storage pouch. I found Xiaoning face down and unconscious in a stream about a quarter mile away, and dawn was coming up gray behind the ridge while I got her onto the boat. I did not feel any joy at having survived. I want to be exact about what I did feel, because it was new to me, and it was not fear, it was awe, for this world, for the size of the thing I had been walking around inside of, cheerfully, with a fish pond. Third brother Ye Xuan mastered the refining method for water thunder beads. Most of the water thunder beads in Yunyu Marsh came out of his hands. Wu probably never once considered that he would die under one. The road to longevity is long and hard. One thought of life, one thought of death. It is on the path between the two that you find out what longevity costs. She told us the end of it on the flight home, flat on her back on the deck, not making any sound at all while it went down her face. Ye Xuan had a high-grade rope artifact. When it was 3-on-1, he deliberately feigned weakness, and when the 3 of them came in close, he activated it and bound himself to all 3, and then he bought her 3 breaths of time to get clear, and then he crushed 8 water thunder beads at once. 8. Wu priced them at 40 low-grade spirit stones each when he sold them, and he had given 2 of them away to me for nothing, tossed underhand across a table, a little trinket. Fourth brother Xiang, just take it to play with. Wu left a mother and a younger brother who had recently married. I opened the Dead Peak Cultivator's storage pouch on the deck of my boat. The 5 stalks of dragon gall grass were in it. I split them 3 ways and took 3, because I was going to need them, and because pretending otherwise would have been theater. There were also about 200 spirit stones, and I divided those into 3 piles. I don't want the spirit stones, I said. Big brother Shi, second sister Xiao, take a portion each. As for the remaining portion, whichever of you can, send it to third brother Ye Xuan's family. Shifeng took that pile. Wu took it because he had known Ye Xuan longest, and because he had been closest to him, and because it was the obvious and correct arrangement, and nobody in the world would have questioned it. Xiaoning waited until he was out of earshot. Big brother Shi's injuries are very severe, she said. I'm afraid his foundation has been damaged. It isn't that one shouldn't be greedy, I said. It's that one should be more careful before one's strength is sufficient. But in cultivation there is always someone better. She was looking at the water. How can anyone ever consider their strength sufficient? I did not have an answer for that then, and I do not have one now. There was one more thing in the dead man's pouch. Packed in beside the dragon gall grass, a jade box with about a dozen seeds in it that I could not identify and that he had clearly considered worth carrying. So I dug a second small spirit field behind the fish pond and planted them, and then I made the discovery that quietly changed my whole farm. I spread 1 jin of the chicken coop spirit soil over the new plot, and the panel's text changed. Spirit field level 1, blessed by spirit soil, crop growth cycle reduced by 50%, 1 building feeding another. The coop makes soil, the soil upgrades the field grows the herbs make the pills. I had been running 6 separate businesses for 2 years and had never once tried plugging one into another. The principles that history teaches us are always useful. Farming does not make you rich. Farming only keeps you from starving, but if you cheat at farming hard enough, that changes. Also in that pouch, 5 yin nourishing pills, which both of my yin ghosts lunged at with an expression I can only describe as greed and longing, and which left them swaying in the air afterward like 2 drunks refining their dinner. 16 high-grade talismans, and a jade slip containing the corpse puppet technique. I read that one twice, because I had a problem, and it was a problem I had been carrying for 3 years and had never been able to say out loud to a single person. I could not hire help. My entire fortune was 6 buildings and a switch. Any servant I hired would be inside my courtyard, awake, at night, for years. There is no version of that where the secret survives. which meant that every fish, every chicken, every pig, every drop of blood essence, and every grain of spirit soil for the rest of my life was going to be handled personally by me, forever. Refining a corpse puppet, I thought, would perfectly allow me to find a free worker. The requirements were specific and grim. A body dead less than 12 hours, intact, not old, with cultivation still in it. 3 soul-controlling talismans, rootless water, spirit needles through 12 meridians, yin-evil mud, and 12 straight hours of unbroken spiritual ki output, which meant I needed to go shopping for a person. There is a butcher in Zhengtu Market called Pockmark Jia, and I walked into his shop in the middle of the afternoon and said 4 words. I want a person. Wu stopped. Wu put down his cleaver, very slowly, and wiped both hands on a rag and looked at me for about 3 seconds. That's easy to say, he said. Fellow Taoist, please come inside. The back room had a kitchen in it. Wu bolted the door. I wonder where fellow Taoist heard of my trade. Not many people in Zhengtu Market know about it. Old blind man Bai, I said, mentioned it. That was a lie, and it was a lie that could not be checked, because the man it named had been dead for months, and only about 4 people in the world knew that. The kitchen floor came up on a hinge. Down a short ladder there was a cellar the length of the building with ice coffins along both walls and a frost talisman pasted on the lid of everyone. Take a look, fellow Taoist. Wu was already walking the row, lifting lids, entirely at ease. What quality do you want? We have men, women, old, and young. This cultivation world, I thought, standing in that cellar, truly is a world where people eat people. I ordered to specification, because I have never once in my life failed to be practical at the wrong moment. Middle stage of chi refining, intact, young, and dead within the last 10 hours. 15 spirit stones, 5 down. I got halfway home before it landed on me properly, and I stopped in the middle of the street. Corpses can be sold for spirit stones, which means that if you do not cultivate properly, in this world, in the end, even your corpse will be unwanted. Wu had one for me the next morning. Today there happens to be a fresh one with immortal aptitude, he said, with the warmth of a fishmonger who has good stock in. Delivered to me not even 3 hours after death. Still warm. Poisoned. On the road. A young woman in a plain black robe, level 5, with mud on her face. I did not open the coffin in his shop. I waved the entire ice coffin into my storage pouch, all of it at once, which requires a pouch a full zhang square, and I left Pockmark Jia standing in his own cellar, staring at the space where it had been. The refining itself I am going to describe plainly and briefly, because there is nothing about it that deserves decoration. The poison in her was so fierce that it nearly ran back up my own spiritual chi into me on the first contact. An ordinary middle-stage cultivator would not have merited a poison like that, which told me something about how she had died and nothing I could act on. So I borrowed a poison-drawing insect from Gujian, who handed it over without asking me what it was for, in exactly the way that I had never asked him why an alchemist in a fishing market kept one. They do say that alchemists are half-poison masters. The insect went over her and came back fat. Sealed in jade for 3 days, it became a poison considerably stronger than the one it had eaten, which I kept because I am not a wasteful man. Then, rootless water, spirit needles through 12 meridians, yin-evil mud packed over the whole of it, and then 12 hours of unbroken spiritual chi. It took 24. The first 3 hours were nothing. The next 3 ran on chi-restoring pills. After that, I stopped being a cultivator and became a converter, spirit stones going in one side and spiritual chi coming out of my hands, and my meridians began to feel as though there were ants moving inside them, and then as though the ants had brought tools. Several times I genuinely decided to stop. And then each time I remembered that once this was finished, I would never have to feed the chickens and the pigs myself again, and that got me through, which is the least noble motivation I have ever had and one of the most effective. The dried mud cracked at the end of the second day. She sat up with her eyes solid red. 3 soul-controlling talismans went onto her back, and a puppet seal onto her chest, and the panel registered the whole thing as complete. My first order, given in my head, was, go and feed the pigs. My second order, about a second and a half later, was, wait, put on some clothes first. I named her Hua Ru. She could not answer to it, and I used it anyway. Then I ate half a tail of blood essence for my meridians, lay down, and slept for 3 days. While I was asleep, Xiaoning went to visit Shifeng and did not recognize him at the door. His temples had gone gray. His lips had no color in them. Wu had aged 30 or 40 years in the space of a few days, and he was upright and talking and doing it well, which somehow made it worse. They talked about me for a while. I did not expect, he said, that among the 4 of us, the strongest would be the youngest. 4th brother Xiang. Wu is stronger than 3rd brother Ye Xuan. Strong. Shifeng did not hesitate at all. When he killed that level 9, he did not even use his formation and his flying boat. I estimate that many top-grade magical artifacts do not have that speed. Then, I'm telling you this today, so that you remember to keep it to yourself. She stood up to go. She got as far as the door, and then she turned around and asked it, lightly, The way you ask about the weather on your way out. The spirit stones that were supposed to go to third brother Ye Xuan's family. Did you send them? If you haven't yet, I can just take them with me. His body went stiff for an instant. One instant, at the shoulders, the kind of thing you see only if you were watching for it, and she had been watching for it since the moment she walked in. I sent them, he said. I sent them yesterday. She smiled and said good, and left, and sat on her boat outside his gate for a long time without going anywhere. Then she went to Ye Xuan's old mother. She did not tell that woman that her son was dead. She sat with her for half an hour and drank tea and asked in passing whether fellow Taoist Shi had been by recently. Wu had not. I woke up with someone squatting beside my bed watching me, not standing, squatting with her arms around her knees, perfectly still, the way a well-behaved cat sits at the edge of a table. Or, more accurately, the way a puppet sits when nobody has given it anything to do. I have been ambushed in my own courtyard by 3 men at once, and none of them ever got that reaction out of me. How long was I? Then I remembered that she could not answer, and felt like an idiot, and had to go out to the pig pen and count the blood essence in the bowl to work it out. 3 days. The refining had done something to me that I had not expected and had not been warned about. My meridians were measurably tougher, my spiritual qi went around faster, noticeably, like water through a wider pipe. I have since decided that 24 hours of forced continuous output is a genuine training method that nobody uses, and that nobody uses it because of what it does to your hands for the following week. I went to the market and bought her clothes. Women's clothes in her size, which meant standing at a stall while the woman running it asked me what my wife's measurements were, and I said I did not know, and she gave me a look that I have earned very few times in either of my lives. Both yin ghosts finished the yin nourishing pills that week and broke into the late stage. 2 late-stage entities living inside a black flag on my belt, permanently, at no ongoing cost, requiring no food, holding no opinions, and incapable of being bought by anybody. Another new year came around while all of this was going on. I sat in my doorway again and watched other people's fireworks come up over Zhengtu Market. Elder Mo had not come back from wherever the sect had sent him. Renhua's family was now, precisely and only, Renhua. Yeshan's New Year gift had gone out 4 days early because I had known in advance that I was not going to feel like walking across a market on the night. Xiaoming's daughter was walking by then. I could hear her through the wall, and I could hear Wu Hua telling her to stop, and I could hear that neither of them meant it. On the 5th day of the new year, I refined my first medium-grade pill, and that summer, the peaches came in, and I picked one and ate it standing under the tree before I gave any to anybody, because after 2 years of eggshell and patience, I wanted to know first. It was sweet. Then a stranger knocked on my gate holding a seashell. I had checked that doorframe every single time I came home for 2 years, before the door, before the courtyard, before I put anything down, and a level 4 cultivator I had never seen in my life was standing in front of it with the thing sitting in his open palm. A man left this with me, he said, 2 years ago, along with 20 spirit stones. Wu said if he never came back for it, I was to bring it here. 2 years ago, the day we split up in a channel outside Jingde Market. The same afternoon he told me to cultivate properly and not let him catch up. Wu had gone straight from that conversation, found a stranger in a market, and paid him 20 spirit stones to deliver a signal in the event of his own death, because he was afraid that if he died, nobody would ever know. Wu promised me 20, the man said, shifting. But I only did half the, how much do you want? 10. 10 is fair. I paid him 10, and he went away extremely pleased, and I stood in my own gateway holding a shell. Chuyu Island had nothing on it. I had been over that island 3 separate times across 2 years. But there was a stone on the beach the size of a millstone, sitting exactly where we had said goodbye, above the tide line, and it had not been there the previous year. Under it there was an iron box with a lock on it, and words cut into the lid with a blade. The one who opens this box is my grandson. I stood on that beach and laughed until it stopped being laughing. Inside there was a letter. Old Xiang. Only you should be able to find this letter, right? If you're reading it, then something has happened. Maybe I'm dead. Or maybe I'm trapped somewhere. Or perhaps, while I was on my way, some peerless expert suddenly descended from the sky, took a liking to me at first sight, and stubbornly insisted on taking me as a disciple. That is the 3rd paragraph of the letter. I want you to remember it, because of everything I have ever read in my 2 lives, that is the one that has not stopped being funny, and has never once been funny. There was a bequest. His grandfather had found a Tier 2 movement technique decades ago, carved into a cliff face on an island out in the deep marsh, and had never been strong enough to go and take it. Neither had his father. Neither had he. There was a hand-drawn map folded in with the letter, in ink that had run at one corner. There is a Tier 2 sheer beast on that island, he wrote. A toad that spits poison. If you do not have the ability to escape from a tier 2 sure beast, you must not go and take the risk. Then, further down, in a different ink, so he had come back to it on another day. There's no need to avenge me against a piece of trash like old blind man Bai. Killing him now would be a relief for him. You're still young. Just outlive him. As long as you don't die before he does, I'll feel like you've avenged me. Haha. So you must not be reckless. Don't throw your life away because of a dead man like me. After that, there was a line that had been scratched out under a heavy blot of ink, pressed so hard the paper had gone through in one place. And then, 2 lines further down, he said it anyway. The finger bone came from his grandfather. It had come off the skeleton of a great expert, in a place his grandfather never named. And one night, years ago, somebody had taught him a demonic technique in a dream. And when he woke up in the morning, the bone had moved itself out of his storage pouch and onto his chest. So let me hold on to a glimmer of hope, he wrote. Maybe I'm not dead. And then there was a blank space of about a third of a page, which is a very long silence in a man's handwriting, and which cost him a sheet of paper he could not really spare at the time. When I was a child, my mother always told me that Yunyu Marsh is very big, so big that she never walked out of it in her whole life. But I feel that Yunyu Marsh is very small. Old Xiang, our Dao shouldn't be so small. Old Xiang, I really don't want to die. I stood at my own window that night holding 2 sheets of paper, and I could not make any sound come out at all. I did not go for the technique. A tier 2 shoebeast is the equivalent of a foundation establishment cultivator. Even if I had gone out there and risked everything and come back with the whole spell carved out of the rock face, I could not have learned it. Not at level 8. Not for years. Wu had known that. That is precisely why the warning was in the letter, and why he had put it in the same paragraph as the map, instead of at the end where a man in a hurry would miss it. So I sat down and did the only useful thing available to me, which was to pass sentence. Not for Feng Bo alone. For a fisherman and his wife who went out to a spot a friend recommended years ago and did not come back. The Hua family had bought that killing through an intermediary for 1 spirit stone, and I had been carrying the receipt since I was 19 years old and could not do anything about it. Sentence passed. Execution deferred until peak chi refining. Meanwhile, the war with the Joy Palace kept pushing prices up, and I quietly turned my inventory over. 11 mid-grade spirit stones sitting in a jade box by the end of that season, and I earned every one of them running all over Yunyu Marsh, selling talismans and pills in lots of 10 and 20 to strangers who did not know my face. Not once in Zhengtu Market, not 1 sheet. Because the 100 Treasures Pavilion knew me, and if the 100 Treasures Pavilion ever saw my actual success rate at talismans and alchemy both, they would push me into the water dragon sect within a month, with the best of intentions, and then what would I do with a fish pond? Cold iron sand went from 20 a caddy to 30 over that same season. I was still holding 30 gin of it and had not sold a grain. Then the water dragon sect moved the selection up a full year and announced it and held it on the same day. That is not an exaggeration, and it is not a figure of speech. The announcement went out in the morning, and the recruiters were already sitting behind tables in every market on the marsh before the news finished traveling, because they had been dispatched days earlier and told to wait for a signal. It wrecked every plan I had. 3 years of preparation, gone, and a door standing open in front of me right now, this morning, closing at sunset. I decided to go. Joining the Water Dragon sect was the priority, and had been for 2 years. Everything else, the fish, the chickens, the pigs, all of it could be killed and packed in an afternoon, and I had done exactly that before. Hua Ru went into the storage pouch. I would estimate, about 11 minutes from walking out of my own gate, and then somebody knocked. Both families were standing at my door, all 6 of them at once, which had never happened. Xiao Ming at the front with his 1-year-old daughter on his arm, Wu Hua behind him, Gu Jian and Xiao Song, and Gu Xiaofan holding her mother's sleeve with both hands and looking at the ground. Brother Xiang, Xiao Ming said. Are you going to the Water Dragon sect? And halfway through that sentence, a white light dropped out of the sky into my courtyard. I had the 100 fish shield up over all 6 of them and my flying sword out of its sheath and turning before I registered what I was looking at. It was a letter. I sent everybody home, which took longer than it should have because Xiao Ming had questions about the shield. Then I opened it. It was in a hurried scrawl, not even properly finished, on the back of what appeared to be a sect requisition form, and it was signed Old Master Mo Cheng. It's a trap. Don't go. Everyone who joins today is being sent to the front line. I sat down on my own step. No wonder the selection had been started early and run in such a rush. The longer a thing like that drags on, the more the inside information spreads. And the more it spreads, the fewer people they recruit. No, the fewer cannon fodder they recruit. I played the whole thing out in my head, the way you do at 3 in the morning with the lamp out. Senior, why have we arrived at the front lines? Senior, why do you want me to charge forward with my magical artifact? Senior. Senior, don't leave me, and the reason underneath it is simple, and it is arithmetic, and it is the same arithmetic that old man Jia used on my father for one spirit stone, run at a scale of thousands. The sect will not spend its own. Every disciple they already have has eaten sect resources for years. Pills, techniques, instruction, housing. Spending one of those is spending an investment. These newly joined loose cultivators had consumed nothing at all, so it would be no great pity if they died. Moreover, loose cultivators are like chives. Harvest one batch, and in a few years another batch grows up in exactly the same field, and every one of them is desperate to be picked. How ruthless. Truly, deeply ruthless. But aren't the lives of loose cultivators also lives? I decided not even to go and watch. Not to stand at the back of the square, not to see who signed. There was a real chance that a late-stage cultivator standing anywhere near a recruitment table on that particular day would be recorded as a volunteer and congratulated, and I was not going to test the theory with my own body. Stop thinking about it, I said to Huaru that evening, which is a thing I had started doing and could not seem to stop doing. We have to hang around this market for another 3 years. Let's just focus on raising chickens. Xiaoning arrived the next morning knowing nothing at all, and it was the first time I properly understood how thin her position actually was. Fourth brother Xiang, don't you think there's something strange about this? Say it. No word came down from the upper society. Nothing, not one line. She sat down without being asked, which was normal, and put both hands flat on the table, which was not. For a change this size there should have been word. Then, more quietly, even if there was, most of the time it would have been sent to Xi Feng. I said nothing. I want to be clear about why, because from outside it looks like cowardice, and it was not. If I had told her where my warning came from, and it had ever gotten back, in any form, through any mouth, an elder of the water dragon sect would have been executed for it. So I let her get there on her own, and I nudged twice, and I hated every second of it. I'm worried, she said eventually. How about we wait a bit longer? Good. I knew you wouldn't join either, fourth brother Xiang. Oh? Why is that? Because you're too timid. She was laughing at me. Haha. Then Gujian came back alone from the square with the day's rule changes, and the rules told the entire story to anybody willing to read them properly. Any late-stage cultivator accepted immediately. No Shubeast trial. That trial had killed 2 men out of 5 at the last selection, and it had simply been deleted. Craftsmen accepted. Alchemists, talisman masters, artifact refiners, anybody with a trade. And no spiritual root testing this year at all. That last one is the one that got me. No testing meant Gu Xiaofan could not even be looked at. A 6-year-old's entire future postponed for a year, and possibly for good, because the sect did not have the time or the personnel to run a stone across a child's palm, and Xiaoning got there on her own, in my front room, halfway through a cup of tea. The water dragon sect was never short of disciples before. She set the cup down slowly. So why are they suddenly recruiting so many people now? We looked at each other across the table. This water dragon sect, she said, is indeed a bit ruthless. Then she remembered the precedent, and it was considerably worse than anything I had put together. Years ago, the sect had recruited a wave of preparatory disciples to open a spirit vein. The Shubeast living in that vein only woke for late-stage auras, which meant that what they specifically needed was bodies too weak to disturb it. Very few of them came back, she said, and she did not know the number, and she did not think anybody did. The selection ended, and the aftermath came to me the way everything came to me for 4 years, which is Xiaoming at my gate with his eyes shining. Next year's selection would be held as normal after all. So the entire emergency had been a squeeze, and every person who had panicked and signed had panicked for absolutely nothing. Streaks of light went north out of every market on the marsh carrying the new recruits, in formation, with banners, at height, where everyone could see them, pretending they are really putting on such a damn show. Second Master Hua joined, so did Wu III. Both of them on the same morning, which left literally nobody holding the Hua family compound, and which tells you exactly what a family is worth to its own members the moment a bigger one opens a door. Once they can join the Water Dragon sect, who cares about their family? And the Wu family was gone. Manhwa had gotten in through the Tao of Talismans. That much I had expected. What I had not expected was how. She had invented an auxiliary method, a technique that lets a middle-stage cultivator draw high-grade talismans, which is a thing that should not be possible, and which every talisman hall in the sect had assumed for 200 years was simply a law of the world. Do the arithmetic on that for a moment. Every hall, every market, every branch. It multiplies the output of the entire sect's talisman production by a number I do not want to guess at. She handed it over. For free. She asked for no position, no resources, no master, no rank, no stones. She asked for exactly one thing, and she asked for it out loud, in front of a Foundation establishment cultivator of the Water Dragon sect, in a room with witnesses in it, that the sect kill every member of the Wu family. Wu did not hesitate at all. Wu killed the father and the son on the spot in the square in front of the crowd that had assembled to watch a selection. Brother Xiang, you don't know. Xiaoming was almost dancing in my doorway. When Renhua succeeded in her revenge, you should have heard how many people on the scene cheered. Gujian's verdict on it, delivered quietly over the wall that same evening, is the single most practical thing anyone has ever said to me about power. Back in the early days, if the Wu family had been more ruthless and simply killed her, none of this would have happened. It's just a pity, he said, that they insisted on maintaining their reputation, acting as a smiling tiger. Shifeng's door was shut. Xiaoning went to his house and a neighbor answered from over the fence, cheerfully, with a broom in one hand. Fellow Taoist Shi has already joined the Water Dragon sect. Why, fellow Taoist Xiao, didn't you go with him? She managed to smile and got out of that street without running. Afterward, on an islet with the two of us sitting on rock and neither of us looking at the other, Big Brother Shi's personality isn't the reckless type. She was turning a stone over in her hands. How could he not see the trickiness in this? Wu is the one who taught me how to see it. You're trying to say that Shifeng isn't that stupid. Wu isn't stupid at all. No, Wu was seriously injured that time. She said it to the water. His foundation was damaged. I'm afraid there's no hope of foundation establishment for him. Not with 5 pills. Not with 11. So he had seen it. Wu had seen all of it, better than either of us, and he had gone anyway. A man who knows his foundation establishment is hopeless will certainly not want to believe it, and making one desperate gamble fits their way of thinking exactly, so he gambled again. There's no way to solve this, I said out loud. Let's wait until we join the Water Dragon sect next year and discuss it then. And privately, the premise being that he comes back from the front lines alive. She stood up to go, and then she stopped, and she deliberated about it long enough that I could watch her deliberating. Fourth brother Xiang, she said, if anything happens, we must discuss it together. The original 4 had become 3, and now the 3 had become 2. I put a spirit isolation talisman and a peace protection talisman on my door and burned 500 low-grade spirit stones over 4 months. Qi refining level 9. In the vast world, a breakthrough is the most important thing there is. Everything else can wait behind a door, and everything else did. It took me 3 days at the end, and I came out of it slightly annoyed with myself for how easy it had felt. Level 9. It doesn't seem that difficult. Hua Ru was standing outside the door with a storage pouch, 5 zhang square and nearly full, half a month of spirit pigs, spirit fish, blood essence in sealed jars sorted by day, spirit soil by the jinn, spirit eggs by the 100 packed in straw, water essence dew in a stoppered bottle, 500 or 600 spirit stones worth of goods, harvested and sorted and packed by a corpse, while I sat in a sealed room turning money into cultivation. I cannot spend it all. I absolutely cannot spend it all. And out on Sifang Island, inside the Water Dragon sect, Renhua was preparing me a present. She had gotten lazy, apparently. That is her own word for it. Regular meals, a bed nobody could reach her in, and enough standing that she had stopped counting spirit stones at all. And the effect of all that on a woman who had spent 3 years being hunted was that she looked younger at 23 than she had at 19. Second Master Hua and Wu III came to see her. Those 2 men had given her orders for 3 years. They had told her when to eat and where to sit. Now they had to be announced at her door and wait outside it and be shown in. Their entire intake had been sent to Liancheng Mountain, the front, and their new captain was a man called Bai Ming of the Talisman Hall. Would fellow Taoist Ren perhaps put in a word? Thinking back to when I was forced into such a situation by the Wu family, she said, only the Hua family was willing to shelter me. I, Ren Hua, have always kept this kindness in my heart. She wrote the letter in front of them at her own desk without hurrying. She let them read it over. Then she folded it and handed it across, and they went away, grateful, and one of them bowed. Guanjia waited until the door was shut. Junior Sister Ren, the Hua family's schemes against you were known to everyone at the time. Everyone. Are you really planning to help them? Helping, said Ren Hua. Why not help? Bai Ming is her own senior brother. Wu is stubborn, and he has resented her openly since the week she arrived because their master's attention went across the room the day she walked in and never came back. A letter from Ren Hua asking him to take good care of her fellow countrymen would get those 2 men posted wherever it was most dangerous, at the earliest opportunity, deliberately, with a smile, and nobody would ever be able to point at a single word of it. There were 2 reasons, and she was entirely straight with herself about both of them. The first was that the Hua family's protection had never been protection at all. It had been an arrangement made with the Wu family to use her for 3 years and then to let her die quietly at the end of them. It is said that a gentleman judges by actions and not by intentions. Ren Hua is not a gentleman. Manhwa is, by her own account, extremely petty. The second reason she had learned from her father before he was killed on his own boat with all his artifacts still on him. Xiang Yunfan had been killed by Scabby Ma in collusion with Old Man Jia, and Scabby Ma had been a Hua family man working on Hua family money, collecting Hua family debts. Since that was the case, she naturally had to help Xianglei take that revenge. And for her, now, revenge was not a difficult thing at all. Writing one letter was enough. Easy and simple. She was counting months, as it turned out. In half a year, Xianglei would certainly join the Water Dragon sect. Since that was the case, she ought to prepare some gifts for him. The deaths of Second Master Hua and Wu III would be very suitable, and the reason underneath all of it, the only one she was actually sure of, was this. When everyone in Zhengtu Market treated her like a snake, like a scorpion, like a jinx who had buried her own father and would bury anybody who stood near her, exactly one person had put anything at all into her hand, half a tael of blood essence, 10 spirit stones. Handed over in a public square, without one word, by a man who did not stop walking. I talked myself into going after the toad on exactly one principle, and it was a good principle. A tier 2 she beast on an island is a death sentence for anybody standing on that island. It is the equal of a Foundation establishment cultivator. There is no version of me at level 9 that fights one of those and walks away, but as long as it cannot fly, it is trapped there. And I had a boat that had outrun a silver shuttle carrying a peak cultivator over 40 miles of open sky. So the whole trip reduced to a single condition: never be on the ground when it decides to be interested in me. I stopped counting my talismans in sheets before I left. I counted them in stacks of 50, and I still went back twice for more. A day out from Zhengtu Market, the water changed color, blue going to blue-black, and the channels stopped having other boats on them. Not fewer boats. None. 10 miles further northwest, the lake disappeared entirely under white mist. Wall to horizon, unbroken, with a few island peaks standing up out of it like the tops of things that had drowned a long time ago and had not finished going down. I sat above it for a while before I went in. This is a good place, I thought. If a person could occupy an island out here as an immortal cave, that would be even better. And I want to be honest about where that thought came from, because 2 years earlier, I would not have had it and would not have understood it. I had stopped trusting the Water Dragon sect. They had just used loose cultivators as cannon fodder in order to protect their own disciples. They had done it deliberately, at the level of policy, and they had timed the announcement so that the news could not outrun the recruiters. So, in the future, when something worse comes, will they use disciples as cannon fodder in order to protect the Foundation establishment cultivators? Of course they will. Why on earth would they not? It is exactly the same arithmetic one rung up the ladder, and I had already seen them run it once. I wanted somewhere nobody could find, not as a fallback, as a foundation. Inside the mist, my visibility dropped to about 100 meters, and everything acquired that particular quality where you cannot swear that what you are looking at is really there. Then I stopped the boat dead and went 10 meters straight up on pure instinct. Under the surface, passing beneath me, unhurried, was a black shadow 10 jang long. It did not notice me. It had no reason to. It went by the way a freight barge goes past a man in a rowboat, and I held my breath the entire time and did not move a single muscle until the water had closed over the end of it. My first tier 2 shearbeast, and it had not been the one I was looking for. The island on Fengbo's map had a cliff on the south face, and I circled it twice at height and saw nothing living at all. No tracks, no cleared ground, no bones, which is the one that should have worried me, because a beast that has been eating on an island for decades leaves bones. Then a mound of earth at the base of the cliff bulged and came apart, and a crimson tongue took a shot at my boat. I got up to the cloud line and stopped and spent a while breathing. It was 10 meters tall. Gray-black, with lumps down its back like chips of stone set into the skin, and a mouth so wide that it had effectively divided the head into 2 pieces front to back. The tongue came up after me and topped out about 100 jang short. Then it got angry, and it jumped. It jumped the entire height of that cliff, all at once, from a standing start, hundreds of feet of sheer rock, and landed on the cliff top and fired again from there, still 20 or 30 jang short of me. I want to note that I did not move at any point during this, because I had gone completely still in the way that a rabbit goes still, which is not a decision. And then it closed its mouth and worked its throat and inhaled. The mist around the cliff top bent and gathered and went down its throat in a visible stream. I sat up straight. A big-mouthed toad. That is a species with an entry in a book, and I had read that book at a stall 3 years earlier while waiting for somebody to weigh a fish. If that is what this is, then this is easy to handle. I dropped a spirit pig leg over the side. The tongue took it out of the air about halfway down, without any hesitation at all. And then the toad stopped inhaling, and its eyes went clear, and it looked up at me with an expression I would describe as extremely focused. Sure Beast Anomalies by the Balin Loose Practitioner on the Big-Mouthed Toad, gentle by nature, gluttonous, possessed of an enormous appetite, and once it has tasted something it likes, it will refuse everything else. I had come out to that island with a sealed jar of the poison I had drawn out of Hua Ru, which was stronger than the poison that had killed her, and which I had been intending to feed to whatever was living down there. I changed my mind in the middle of that thought, because this island has permanent mist over it, and it has a Tier 2 Sure Beast squatting on it, which is the single best fence in the world and requires no maintenance. And there is a star swirl cloud barrier waiting for me at Immortal Cave Level 3. Put those three things together, and where in all of Yunyu Marsh would be safer? I threw down 2 more gin of pork, closer this time. The tongue took both. Then I stopped. The toad waited. It looked up. It shifted its weight, twice. Then it croaked, hopped a few paces along the cliff top, and looked back at me over its shoulder. Croak. Is this thing asking me to follow it? It took me down the cliff face and along the base, and then it swept the entire bottom of the cliff clear of scrub with its tongue in about 4 passes. 200 years of undergrowth, gone, in the time it takes to boil water. It gagged on the weeds because it had just had pork and its standards had risen accordingly, and then it swallowed them anyway, with an expression of enormous self-control, a good toad. It does not waste food, and behind all of that, there was a wall of engraved text with meridian diagrams cut into the rock beside it, the Tier 2 movement technique. The thing Fengbo's grandfather had found and could not take. The thing his father could not take. The thing he could not take, and wrote about in a letter he sealed in an iron box and buried under a stone on a beach in case he never came back. I stood in front of it for a long time before I read a word of it. I had originally assumed that obtaining this opportunity was going to be extremely troublesome. I had brought 4 stacks of talismans, 2 water thunder beads, and a poison. A few pieces of spirit pig meat settled it. Then the toad hopped in place, twice, and made a noise of profound dissatisfaction, and I understood it perfectly. I have already given you the good stuff. Why haven't you given me your good stuff yet? 2 pig trotters. The technique came in 2 volumes. Shadow following, for combat, which lets you attach yourself to an enemy's back the way his own shadow does, and stay there through everything he does about it, and follow along, for travel, which at full output will briefly keep pace with a flying spiritual artifact. I copied both out twice on the spot, sitting on a rock with a brush and a board, and then paid another 2 gin of pork for the time it took, because the toad had begun to loom over my shoulder in a way that made writing difficult. Then I tried to explain to it that I wanted to sleep on its island. I pointed at myself. I pointed at the ground. I mimed lying down with my hands together against my cheek and closed my eyes. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. It watched all of it with the courteous blankness of an animal waiting for the part where food happens. The intelligence of a Tier 2 Sure Beast is, at the very most, that of a young child. It wants to eat when it is hungry and sleep when it is tired, and that is the whole of the inner life. Tier 3 is roughly a teenager, and can be reasoned with, and can hold a grudge. Tier 4 can take human form and hold a conversation, and I had no business being within 100 miles of either, so I gave up on mime, cut down a tree, lay down on the trunk, closed my eyes, and snored theatrically for about 30 seconds. A glimmer came into its eyes. Then I gave it an entire pig's head, and it turned around and took me to the north face of the cliff. The north side was colder, shaded, wetter, more overgrown, and even the croaking sounded more mournful over there, which I recognize as a thing I have added afterward and which I am keeping. It put its tongue against a boulder at the base and shoved. There was a cave mouth behind it. I did not walk in. A Tier 2 she-beast could put that boulder back with one flick of the same tongue, and then I would be an extremely well-equipped man sealed inside a rock forever with a talisman board and 4 stacks of paper. So I took 2 gin of pork back up the cliff first, and led it up there exactly the way it had led me down, 1 hop at a time, and left it eating on the cliff top. And then I went down the north face at speed while it was busy. Inside there was moss and cobwebs, and a stone table with 4 stone chairs set around it. No skeleton, which meant that the senior who had lived here had left, rather than died here, and that distinction is worth about 4 hours of nerves. Skeletons in immortal caves come with things attached to them, and none of those things are friendly. Behind the moss at the back there was a stone door, and behind the stone door there was a room 7 or 8 square meters in size with absolutely nothing in it except a stone bed. And the cold in that room was coming off the bed. I scraped the moss away with the flying sword, and the stone underneath was deep blue. I shaved a layer off the edge, and I took my own pouch off my belt, and I put a pinch of cold iron sand into my palm beside the shavings. Identical. I sat down on the floor of a dead man's cave and did arithmetic with hands that were not entirely steady. 1,000 jin might be too generous. Several hundred jin was definitely there. 30 spirit stones per jin at the current price in a market where the sect has cornered the entire supply. 700 jin would be 21,000 low-grade spirit stones. Converted to mid-grade, that is 210. Even if I snatched up my talisman brush and smoked it, I could not draw that many spirit stones in a lifetime. Damn it, I have really made a fortune. Then the sword went a third of the way into the bed and jammed. Only the shell was cold iron sand. About 200 jin of it, which is still an enormous fortune, and which I was going to take. But the core underneath was a different ore, deep blue and denser, and so hard that a high-grade flying sword driven by a level 9 cultivator at full output scratched it white and did nothing else at all. Which means that whoever slept on that bed had been using 200 jin of a strategic material as a decorative facing. I took both. I pushed the boulder back over the cave mouth on my way out, carefully, and when the toad came back down the cliff 20 minutes later, I paid it 1 jin of pork. Then the two of us sat about 10 meters apart at the base of that cliff, in the mist, looking out at nothing in particular for about an hour. I built myself a wooden hut under the cliff over the next 2 days, and the toad watched every minute of the performance. It watched me measure, it watched me cut, it watched me get a corner beam wrong and take the whole thing down again and start over, and I am fairly sure it enjoyed that part. When I finally climbed up onto the finished roof and lay down on it to rest, the sound that came out of its throat was, unmistakably, joy. 3 days of tests followed, during which I established 2 things. The first is that it would now eat nothing but roast pork belly. Raw was refused. Boiled was refused with prejudice. A perfectly good leg was pushed back at me with the flat of the tongue. The book had warned me about exactly this, and I had read the sentence and not believed it. The second is that it did not want me to leave. When I finally took the boat up, it put its tongue out and got a wrap around the hull and held on, and I had to burn the Thunder Falcon spirit to break loose. I could hear it crying all the way up through the mist. I came home to a market that had eaten itself. The Hua family was gone, not destroyed. Nobody destroyed them. Second Master Hua and Wu III had gone north with the recruits, which left that compound with nobody in it who could hold a room, and after that, it took Zhengtu Market about 6 weeks. Debtors stopped paying, and nothing happened to them, and then more debtors stopped paying, tenants stopped leaving. 2 of their own retainers walked off with the contents of a warehouse in daylight and set up a stall with it 4 streets away. 3 markets worth of people who had spent 20 years being carefully frightened of that family discovered, one at a time, in about the space of a month and a half, that there was no longer anything at the top of it. When the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. When the wall starts to lean, everyone pushes, and the cannon fodder rumor was open talk by then, in the street, at the fish counter, so nobody was lying awake worrying about Second Master Hua coming home. I stood in the street looking at the sealed gate of the compound that had ordered my parents killed for 1 spirit stone, and I did not feel cheated of anything. I had told a man on a beach years ago that when we were both late stage, we would come back and take the Hua family apart together. I meant it at the time. I had a list. I had a schedule. I had deferred the sentence to peak chi refining and writing in my own head on the night I read a dead man's letter, and I never got to serve it because the market got there first. What is the best revenge in the world of immortality? It is to outlive your opponent. That is all of it. That is the entire technique. Only by living long do you get to stand in the street and watch the world wear a man's house down and carry it off in pieces without ever once lifting your hand or explaining yourself to anybody. Fengbo wrote that to me from inside a locked iron box, and he was right, and I have never had to test the other method. Then I closed the house. I killed and packed every fish, every chicken, and every pig, rather than sell them, because I was not going to hand a market this observant a second inventory to talk about at the counter. I lifted the little spirit field out of the ground with its 1 sprouted seedling still standing in it, the whole plot, soil and all, and put it into a storage pouch. And then I paid 7 more months of rent on the front courtyard, 21 spirit stones, for a house I was not going to sleep in, which is roughly the price of 1 talisman I can now draw in an afternoon. I paid it so that there would still be a door in Zhengtu Market with my name on it, for Xiaoning to leave a message at. Xiaoming took it badly. For the next few months, I said, I'll probably be out hunting beasts in Yunyu Marsh. Ah? Wu had the baby on his arm. Brother Shang, you're leaving? I'm not leaving. I'll definitely come back. And I meant it, which is the part that matters. My home is here. Wu walked back to his own gate very slowly. I understood later that he had heard the thing I had not said, not that I was going away for a few months. That the years in which he and I lived 4 steps apart and he brought me the market gossip every single evening whether I wanted it or not were already over and had been over for some time, and that this was simply the day it became visible from the outside. Gu Jian got the other conversation. I have never forgotten the matter you entrusted to me, I said. Before I join the Water Dragon sect, I will give you an answer, not a promise about 3 late-stage cultivators, an answer. Wu noticed the difference immediately and accepted it without 1 word of complaint because he was a gentleman and because he had already gotten a great deal more out of me than most people in this world ever have, and the peach trees were heavy that year. When they're ripe, I definitely won't be able to get back, I said. I'll have to trouble Brother Gu to pick them for Xiaofan. Gu Xiaofan was 6 by then and had stopped stuttering entirely, which had happened at some point without my noticing. I went to put my hand on her head, the way I had done for 3 years, and she ducked out from under it. Mother says a girl's head cannot be touched by others casually. Ah, I said. My mistake. And then she leaned it back over. But big brother Shuxiang can touch it. Behind her, her father put a hand across his own face. Dad. She was still leaning patiently, with her head tilted. Will we be able to see big brother Shuxiang again in the future? Yes, said Gujian. We definitely will. I told Xiaoning where to leave messages and turned down her offer to travel out together because there was exactly one thing in this world that nobody could ever be told, and it was an island in the mist. I had transmigrated into this world years ago with a leaking roof, 1 spirit stone, and 6 owed by sunrise. It was finally time to build a home of my own. Here is what I owned when I started, and I promise this is the last time I do this. At level 1, Enlightenment Room, Talisman Room, Spirit Field, Pill Refining Room. At level 2, Fish Pond, Chicken Coop, Pig Pen, Immortal Cave, Planned, an Array Room, an Artifact Refining Room, a Scripture Pavilion, and I made one decision before I cut the first tree, and it is the single most satisfying decision of my entire life. No more paper signs. For 3 years, my whole empire had been words on white paper stuck to walls, one room being 3 different buildings depending on which sheet was up, swapping them the way a man changes hats, on a dirt floor, at night, in a rented shack, 400 miles from home with a corpse dissolving in the yard. It worked. It made me rich. It is the reason I am alive, and now I had an island. Since I have the space using 1 stone chamber for 3 buildings and then sticking white paper on them to change the effects, what kind of impoverished life is that? A wealthy household has separate independent rooms. I cleared a yard under the cliff with swordlight, which took an afternoon and which the toad supervised from about 15 meters back with visible interest. Then I went looking for water and found a lake a mile around on the eastern side of the island, cold and clear and fed from underneath. The toad promptly put its tongue into it, came out with an arm-length fish, swallowed the fish, looked entirely unimpressed by the fish, and turned to look at me expectantly. That's your lake. Croak. I need it. Croak. The panel would not claim the water. I stood on the shore of a mile-wide lake and got nothing at all, because the lake belonged to something else, and the panel had never once in 4 years accepted a claim I did not actually have. So I pointed at the water, then I pointed at myself, then I picked up my things and made as if to walk back to the boat. The toad nodded, hurriedly, twice. Fish pond, level 2. A drop of water essence dew came up to the surface within the hour. I restocked from 3 separate markets over the following week, under 2 different faces. 4 spirit pig piglets, 10 reed water chickens, 30 low-grade spirit fish. The next morning, I had 4 pigs, 9 chickens, and Huaru standing perfectly still by the coop, pointing into the mist without turning her head. A large toad head was visible in it, about 15 meters back at ground level, entirely motionless. It pulled its head in. I went over, mimed no at the coop with both hands, which achieved precisely nothing, and then turned an empty storage pouch upside down and shook it out to demonstrate that there was no more pork anywhere in the world. It cried about that for most of the afternoon. I ignored it, mostly. Spirit Field Level 2 cost me 60 Spirit Stones, 15 Blacklight Stones, and 3 pots of Spiritual Spring Essence, which I set out at intervals around the plot like a man conducting some kind of sacrificial ritual, because that is genuinely what the requirement looks like from the outside. Level 2 gave me automatic pest control, a cycle shortened by 40%, and a 20% chance of a doubled harvest. And the Level 3 preview had a second effect on it. Millennium Illusion. 1 Millennium Illusion grass. Every year. I read that twice. At first glance it does not look like much at all. 1 year, 1 stalk. Any farmer would call that a bad field. Then you remember what a Millennium Illusion grass actually is. It is a 1,000-year medicinal herb. It is the primary ingredient of the Foundation Establishment pill, the thing that 4 people sat around a table and admitted could not be bought at any price by anybody outside the sect, in a room that went silent when the number 11 was said out loud. 1 a year, forever, out of a vegetable patch behind a hut, which means that compared to everybody else in this world, every single year, I am worth 1,000. Cultivation should be like this. Every grain returned to the granary. I also finally replaced the cracked entry-level pill furnace before it did to me what Gujian had warned me about over a table 2 years earlier. And then, on an evening near the end of that month, the toad did not come for its pork. That had never happened, not once, in weeks. That animal had a schedule, and the schedule was roast pork belly at dusk. And at dusk, I stood at the edge of the cleared yard with a plate in both hands like an idiot, calling into the fog, and nothing came out of it. Around midnight, water broke on the north shore. I had the boat out from under the eaves before I had finished deciding what it was. A black shape came down in front of me at the tree line and hit the ground hard enough to move it under my feet. It was an armored insect the size of a fishing boat, reddish-black plating, overlapping in courses. 2 red pincers, one of them longer than I am tall. And my genuine first thought, standing there at midnight with a sword out, was that it looked like a giant crayfish. It was dead, and it was, unmistakably, a Tier 2 shearbeast, the equal of a Foundation establishment cultivator. There was still a shearcore in it. I put my high-grade flying sword against the pincer and struck sparks off it and did not so much as scratch the shell. The only wound on the entire creature was at the neck, where the head had been torn off. Then a second shape came out of the mist behind it. The toad was covered in wounds. It was moving in short drags rather than hops, one side of it not working properly. And there was blood running down its face from underneath its eyelids, which is a thing I did not know a toad could do, and which I have never since been able to stop seeing. It came up to the corpse. It put out its tongue, which was torn along one edge, and touched the dead thing with it. Then it pointed the tongue at me. You treated me to so many delicious things, so I'm also treating you to something delicious. I have been in this world for years now. I have been sold by my father's friend for 1 spirit stone. I have been hunted by a family that could not say my name out loud. I have been ambushed in my own courtyard by a neighbor who wanted my chickens. I have been lied to by 3 separate men who were, at the time, sincerely trying to arrange my death, and I have killed all 3 of them and slept well afterward. And the first thing in this world that ever fought for its life on my behalf was not a person. It was a toad. It went out into the deep mist alone, in the dark, against something in its own realm, and it fought that thing until one of them stopped moving, and then it dragged the body home with its face torn open, because I gave it pork. I did not say anything for a while, and the toad, taking my silence for disappointment, croaked very quietly and looked up at me with the most pitiful expression I have ever seen on any living thing. I put the sword away. I went back to the hut and brought out every gin of spirit pig I had left on that island, the whole of it. I roasted all of it at once over a fire on the north shore at 1 in the morning because it would not eat anything that had not been roasted, and I was not going to be the reason it went hungry that night. Then I got the blood essence out, half a tail, 10 spirit stones, the daily output of a shed that had made me rich. I have fed that to exactly 2 living things. One of them was myself on the floor after 24 hours of refining a corpse. The other one was a toad that night, off my own hand, while it lay on its side in the mud with its eyes closed. I sat out there until it started getting light. 4 years ago, a man in black robes stood in my doorway and told me I had until tomorrow to find 6 spirit stones or get out of Zengtu Market, and I owned 1 stone, a leaking roof, and a boat with holes in it. I own an island now that nobody can find, and I paid 7 months of rent on a house I do not live in out of pocket change, and both of the families who had my parents killed came apart without me ever raising my hand. That is the part I did not expect. Not one of them died because I got strong enough. Old man Jia was thrown to a bandit by the same man he sold my father to. Scabby Ma bled out on a beach telling me a name he thought would hurt more than it did. And the Hua family, who had done all of it and paid for all of it, were finally taken apart by the only thing in this world that is more patient than I am, which is everybody else, all at once, the moment the wall started to lean. There are things still out there in the dark, and I know exactly where all of them are. Feng Bo is missing and not confirmed dead, and there is an iron box on a beach with his handwriting in it saying that he really, really does not want to die. Shifeng is somewhere on the northern front with a damaged foundation, no hope of foundation establishment, and a dead man's money in his pocket that never reached a dead man's mother. Renhua is inside the water dragon sect, warm and fed and no longer counting spirit stones, quietly writing letters that get men posted to the places people do not come back from, because 4 years ago, somebody put half a tail of blood essence in her hand without stopping to talk about it. Every one of those is going to arrive eventually. That is fine. Those are problems for a man with an island. But when the sun came up over that mist, I was not thinking about any of them. I was sitting on a shore next to a creature that had gone out alone into the deep marsh, in the dark, against something in its own realm, and had fought it until one of them stopped moving, and had then dragged the corpse 11 miles home through the water with its face torn open. Because I gave it pork. Nobody in my life, in either of my lives, has ever nearly died for me. I have been sold for 1 spirit stone. I have been ambushed by my own neighbor over the contents of a shed. I have had a man I called a friend take a murder charge for me and vanish, and I did not go looking for him for 6 months. And in the end, it was a toad. I have been very careful for 4 years. I have kept everyone at arm's length and told nobody the truth about anything and priced every relationship I have ever had down to the shard, and I was right to. It kept me alive. I would do all of it again, but somewhere out in that mist there is a thing that will get itself killed to bring me dinner, and it is now the single largest liability I own. I fed it the last of the pork at dawn, and it fell asleep on the sand with its head on my knee, which weighs about as much as a boat, and I sat there, not moving, for a long time,